Love you, Linda. Love you.
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing "Oh Happy Day."
One word prayer. Justice, where are you?
And Just to Serve TV, where are we today? Tallahassee. Michel Bryant here. Hello, Linda Kenney Baden.
Good morning, Michel Bryant. It's another day. I'm just, we called this, what do we call this? So Donna, we called Adelson Donna washed up. But yes, he just heard us. I was a little concerned there. I couldn't.
I know.
When we're on the wrong side of each other.
I feel better now. For another day of As the Adelsons Turn on One Another.
All I'm thinking of last night is I was trying to get some laundry done because it was a long day and a lot of things happening. Right? I'm thinking, how did Donna Adelson wash? She actually washed money. She washed money in the washing machine.
Yeah, I haven't heard. Was it just in the kitchen sink? Maybe the dishwasher? I don't know. And is really anybody so naive? I was going to say just stupid, but anybody naive enough to think that literally laundering the money will do what I guess they thought it would do, which is to take away any traces of who had handled it?
I guess so. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Cheryl Williamson. Good morning, ML. Good morning, Kathy Rushforth, Kimberlina, Donnie Wahlberg. Hi, Ace, Oasis Cat. Good morning. I'm going down the list now. You're all going too fast, and now I can't keep up with you. Morning, Joey Kane. Oh my goodness gracious! Thank you for everybody for joining us on this. A day of who is coming today. Actually, we're going to have Corbett, Investigator Corbett, who is the Mike Easter of this case, talk to us. I gather. Do you think he's going to be playing the tapes?
He's Tallahassee PD. He's not FBI. We'll have the FBI guy probably soon enough. But so the Tallahassee PD has a pretty sophisticated department that takes care of the Mike Easter stuff.
Yeah, I was really impressed with him. And how many times have you testified? I've testified 123 times to become an expert, right? How long have you been in service? 29 years, 11 months, which means he's 1 month retirement, I gather.
But who's counting?
Who's counting? But who's counting? It'd be interesting to talk to him about how his job has changed over the 30 years because, 10 years ago, now your crime scenes are your phone, your computer, your geofencing. Who even heard of the word geofencing?
Yep. I have a feeling 30 years ago he was not quite doing the exact same thing. He was wearing out a lot of shoe leather, just wandering around and talking to people. Yeah.
But this has been wild. So yesterday we had, I guess, with Katie, our first, who you said clanked into court, our first connection, our really first connection with Donna. Let's talk about that. What do you think?
Yeah, there was a serious attempt to try, I think, to connect her with Donna, but the direct connection doesn't exist. And the prosecution ultimately had to admit that. There is no direct connection. But enter favored son, Charlie Adelson. And he becomes the link that brings Donna to Katherine Magbanua. And by the way, if you listen to her testimony, I've reposted chunks of our show from yesterday, including those important witnesses.
I saw that. I haven't retweeted. I'll put them on X soon. But
you hear her say her own name. And I know nobody wants to believe me or my pronunciation, but listen to her say her own name. That's all I'm saying. The last part of her name is not 2 syllables. It's just one.
Yeah.
Wah.
Yeah.
Wah. So anyway, and she was, it's hard to be a witness. This is her 4th appearance. She's now batting 500. I lied in the first 2 trials. I told the truth in the last 2 trials. So it's a crapshoot if you want to believe me or not. That's kind of the position she puts herself in front of this jury.
Right. In the meantime, I was convicted of serving a life sentence for murder because
and I didn't take a plea deal. Oopsie.
It wasn't even a plea deal. It was more than that. It was immunity. It was total immunity.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. And she could have been out. All she had to do was give it up earlier. I don't. Well, I get it. I get it a bit. I think she thought she could game the system. She got the hung. She had great lawyers the first time. She got the hung jury. I questioned even whether she was involved the first time because her lawyers were so great. Second time, not so great, right?
No, but then she was the only target defendant. And when you start
Right.
hearing the horror story that is the Dan Markel shooting, and she's the only one sitting there, and she's very close. Remember, she was one step removed. And then we go to Charlie Adelson, 2 steps removed. And now we're at Donna Adelson, 3 steps removed. That makes it much harder for the jury just to leap at that conclusion. And remember, the prosecution has to work around this. The defense argument is very simply, we got the bad guys. They're all in prison. We're done. There's no more defendants to worry about. Poor Ms. Donna Adelson, poor mom, having enough issues with, trying to keep her family together. You can't put this on her. We got the bad guys.
Yeah, no, it was really interesting. And you were in the courtroom. We saw you. We actually saw you in the courtroom. So we know you were there. You're behind Harvey Adelson.
Like I said, for tax purposes, that may come in handy.
Who did you speak to yesterday? Who did you have little conversations with?
They were just mostly local folks. I always chat with the media a little bit, but I want to talk to the local folks and find out why are you here? One lady I spoke to yesterday has a sister who lives here. She lives in Texas, though. So she has been here visiting her sister, and they decided, let's just do it. Let's just go down. And so it's kind of like a tourist attraction, in a bizarre way. And the lady I spoke to yesterday, who I was sitting right next to, who reached out to me and said, oh, I watch you guys all the time. I love what you do. And so I became an instant friend, of course. So we started just chatting about, the case like we do here, What did you think about Rob Adelson testifying, and some of the things that those who have followed this case since 2019, that was when the first trial took place, those folks know everything about this. They've forgotten more than I know about these cases, and so we were just chatting about witnesses and evidence. And she was not. We got stuck on Harvey Adelson, and it was at or about the time, and he was sitting a couple of rows in front of us. It's at or about the time that his name came up with that phone call, that voicemail that was left by a not so happy Sigfredo Garcia, 37-second voicemail. We have not heard yet, and we may not, but it shifted this weird focus onto Harvey, who's sitting there and looking up and seeing, his picture on the monitors in the gallery, and those monitors mirror the big movie screen that they have across from the jury, so that the gallery can kind of follow along with what the jury is seeing. So there he is. He's looking at himself, and I don't know what it means, but it certainly shines a light on a guy that's been in the shadows for all of these cases. Yeah. And I was suggesting, I need to know more about him before I can drag him into this mess. Other than being
me too.
Than being kind of the whipped husband of Donna Adelson, which may in itself be a felony. I don't see the connection, and she was more quick to drag Harvey into the mess.
Right. Yeah. So I have to tell you that if you see Ms. Janet Demeanor there, okay, now you know who she is. She was the one she was the one everybody was retweeting who thought looked like Jimmy on Monday, and she's really funny. I mean, she's followed us, by the way. She followed me. I just followed her back. I think A Star Is Born. You have to listen to her. But if you see her in court, please ask her to come on. She's been on a lot of shows. I know we were so busy we couldn't do it yesterday, but she's great. I mean, she is great.
Her name again is
Janet Demeanor.
Okay? And I know Jimmy was showing me the picture yesterday. He said, because somebody had focused it and said, "Is this Jimmy in drag?" Right? That was the post.
And then they sent it to me, and I said, I tweeted out, and I said, I don't know, you tell me. And I'm going to send you her photograph again so that you know who she is. But I'd love to have you. I just sent it to you. I'd love to have her in court. She was great. She said she wouldn't be back until Friday because she works. Oh my goodness. So I guess Michel Bryant.
Okay, I will.
Well, maybe we can reach out to her.
Yeah, you have her contact info, right?
Yeah, we have her thing. So Missy, maybe we can just send her. She's following me on. I don't know if she's followed Justice Serve TV. We'll have to see. And we can send her an X message.
Yeah,
X message doesn't sound right. I don't know.
I just call them a post, and when I say post, the default to me is X because I don't really post on much else. So anyway, let's see if we can round her up? What's her deal? I mean, is she just a fan, a fan of the case?
I
What?
guess she was just watching the trial, but she
Okay.
is just it's the one that how many stars are there that are out there that we don't know. She is really a star. She's fabulous. I mean, she's
Good.
great. So I would love to have her thoughts, and if she especially has to go back Friday, the prosecution may finish by Friday or on Friday.
I think so, if not tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Today will tell us a lot, because if we get to, I think if we get to FBI man, I always forget his name.
Patrick Sanford.
Patrick Sanford.
Right.
If we get to him, I think we'll know we're winding it down, because I think that's going to be the bump. That's going to be the arrest on the jetway heading to Vietnam.
Right.
And that's, if I'm prosecuting the case, that's what I want to leave in the minds of the jurors as I wrap up the case.
Yeah, I want the bump, I want the calls, and I want the jetway as my last witnesses. But that's I'm not trying the case. I'm just watching the case, and I know what's coming, and I want to get there, right? I want to get there, and all. So so we have a lot of things going on in that courtroom today. Now, who's back? Corbett's back on the stand. Any idea after him who's coming on?
Nope. And since I haven't been up yet today, I can't scope out the hallways to see who might be lurking.
Okay.
I do promise to try not to get in the way of the witnesses, as I did yesterday, and make an appearance. I wasn't sure what to do. For those who missed that conversation, you remember the woman who testified, who was with the Adelson Institute for 40 years, right? And she was brought on primarily to say Katherine Magbanua was a patient. That was about it. But she was in the anteroom, the little corridor that separates the main hallway from the courtroom. And I was in there trying to chat with her, and I didn't realize that it was, her time to testify. And so Attorney Dugan opens the door, and this is the way they've been doing it. The judge will say, call your next witness. And it's not like they're right in the room. They have to go out and get them. So the door opens, Attorney Dugan comes in. I'm standing there talking with this witness to be. And I'm thinking, well, do I just go in court to get out of the way, which is what I did, or do I wait for them to? It was a weird moment. And so I went in, and as the folks in the court have become accustomed to, when an attorney, Ms. Dugan or Ms. Kappelman, go out to get the person, the next person in is the witness. Well, I was the next person in, and clearly I was not a witness. So my goal today is just to stay the hell out of the way of the process while I'm trying to chat with witnesses and witnesses to come.
Well, let me put it this way. If you had been in Karen Reed and your name was Aiden Carney, you would have been arrested for intimidation of a witness.
There's no doubt there would have been some accusation of impropriety there. Yes.
Yeah. Charlie is a lot of chat, not chat. By the way, before I get to that, because I know you have to get in there, Joey Kane gifted one Justice Serve TV membership. Good morning, Joey. Thank you very much. And then I just had to put this out because we did have breakfast. I was eating my banana earlier. Sherry Schreiber, oh my God, Linda, the French cruller from Dunkin' Donuts, I think, was out of the freezer in the microwave, 10 seconds. Delicious. Thank you. You are very welcome.
Yes. And people remember, as we talked about, my friend who has the 5 Dunkins, that I outed the whole company by, all of these are frozen donuts now, and they send them to the different outlets who pop them in the microwave or whatever version of that they use, and then they put them out there. Ooh, buy some steaming hot donuts. No, they're from the freezer. So if you do that yourself, you're pretty much getting the real thing.
Yeah, it's really, really good. So I know you got to get back into court because they're going to be starting at 8:45, and it is 8:44.
Oh my gosh!
So yeah, and I have to turn my light. I didn't even turn my lights on in the studio.
Oh,
so
isn't that amazing? I have no lights on here because my battery doesn't seem to work. So thank you for trying to match my horrible lighting. Yours looks fine. Yours looks great. I've been down in that studio.
Yes,
the light. There's no windows. So what light are you getting? Where's the light coming from?
I have the overhead light wrapped in
just
gauze,
a regular light.
The TV light, and then I have a flapjack and 2 ring lights. So
but they're not on, you said.
Just the one ring light is on.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Yeah, just the one ring. I forgot to put the flapjack and the other light on. But
well, it's a pretty good backup. I thought you were just radiating the light yourself.
You're
from
so
your
sweet.
personality.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So
okay, I'm going to get out of here. I'll check back at whatever lunch looks like.
Yeah, talk to you soon.
Bye-bye.
All right. Everyone just stay for a second while I turn my lights on. Okay, just hold on. Okay, here we go. That's better. I feel like I can see. I feel like you can see me and I can see you. I can see the seal of the court that's up. Michael Bryant goes in that other way. As you know, he found the secret way in, the back way, and avoids all the lines. So although I'm not sure how many lines there'll be today, I think the testimony yesterday we had of the forensic accountant for the government was a little bit, shall we say, tedious is not the right word, because she was really interesting. She was very, very good, but boy, whew, it can get to you. So I'm not sure everyone is rushing down to see that. But then, of course, you had Katie on yesterday. So that was a big high point. And we'll see what Corbett does today. So thank you all for joining us, by the way. Joey Kane, love the necklace. You know, you're the second person to say that to me this morning. Not on this, upstairs, Christina, who's with us, the poodle nanny, as we call her. This was actually a gift and from a very nice couple. Matter of fact, the judge who married us. It was a gift for my birthday a few years ago. And as people know, I never give away gifts. Okay. I mean, if somebody gave me something that I really hated, like that animal that I really hate, that would have to be given away. But generally, I just don't give away gifts, and I'm very appreciative of them for it. So really, really good. Thank you very much. All right, so we're going to see what happens today. In all of you, did you think that the nexus was established yesterday with Mom, with Donna Adelson? I mean, that's what we're trying to do, establish that nexus connection. And is Charlie going to testify? For the prosecution, but I doubt, because he has nothing to offer them. He'll just say that, they were being blackmailed. But he has been at the jail, Leon County Jail, and I assume he's going to testify for Mom. Usually it's very unusual when somebody has an appeal to testify, but he's going to try to help Mom and say she had nothing to do with this. I mean, that's what we expect, right? That they were being blackmailed. So that's, I think she's gonna testify. There we go. So Melanie Little's left swipe in Norfolk County. Thank you for that donation. Great coverage. Thank you very much. Yeah, Michael Bryant has been on this case, and it was really interesting. We wanted to do this case before everybody decided let's merge into one of the highway lanes going down to Florida to see Adelson. And that happened, I guess, after Koberger kind of went bye-bye for most people, because this is 11 years. And the way the prosecution has been building this case, they try one person, and you can see how they build a case against the next person trying one person. It's a very interesting strategy. Okay. Beehive, thank you for your thoughts on Charlie. Valerie, I think Rob showed Donna was involved. Yeah, I do. I think Rob really... the motive. I mean, we had the motive from Wendi, but when Rob said, and because they were distanced, all right, that even with her distanced son, that she couldn't hold her hate, that she hated Dan Markel. And she hated him so much that she couldn't withhold it from the son who had been distanced for a while, distance from him. A strange probably happened earlier, but obviously they were seeing each other, and he was talking to his mom. He said about every 2 weeks. So he was talking to them. So I thought that Rob, to me, Rob was like, all right, because somebody has to be pulling the strings. Somebody had to be calling for and okaying the hit. Charlie Adelson, who, as Rob said, he's into women, as we saw, go-karts and jet skis. Okay. He's not going to do that by himself. He is not going to do that by himself, in my opinion. All right. Charlie is the good son of Donna, right? And Harvey, but I think more of Donna. Donna wrote all the checks for everything. Although, if you have somebody who's writing the checks for the whole business, that's not unusual. But the fact that the checks to Katie Magbanua stopped, or as Michael Bryant would say, Magbanua, stopped after the bump. I think that's devastating. Colorado, yeah. How are you? Good morning. Question. Do you think Wendi knows she's under the bus by what the cross did? I think Wendi thinks that this is coming. I mean, she's always thought this is coming. That's why she has immunity. She's a co-conspirator. She's I don't know. I guess you could say she's unindicted, or is she indicted, an unnamed co-conspirator? But they all are. Okay. Yeah. So, and she's not Wendi. Let's face it. Wendi is not stupid. I think Wendi was setting up Jeff. I mean, to me, that's the argument. The state has made it even more so this time. And that's because there was an issue, there was a discussion about what kind of car Jeff drives. And apparently the car he drives looks like a Prius, right? And kind of like the car that Sigfredo Garcia, may have been told to rent, the cars that he was told to rent. And she knew, and she asked him, just the whole setup. When are you going to Tennessee, and what route are you taking? Which would have put him pinging off the tower near Truscott, right? And he was supposed to go 11 o'clock in the morning on the Friday when Markel was when the hit was happening with Dan Markel, right? That morning after he dropped his kids off from school. So I thought that's kind of important. Then she tells him that, but then then she tells him on the Sunday, I believe it is, can I tell you a secret? Can I confide in you? My brother last year looked into hiring a hitman, about $15,000 to kill Dan Markel. So she tells him that's secret. And I guess that's, he's that puts him off a little bit, right? And that's on the Sunday. And remember, the first look at hiring the hit person would have been when all of the motions from May 15th through June that year were going on about whether or not she could move to a different area to be with her parents, right? So that she wouldn't have to stay up at FSU. And that was going on. So to me, that sounds like this whole thought about hiring a hit person was in the works. Now, Charlie looked into it, but why would Charlie look into it unless either Wendi said to look into it or the mom said to look into it, right? And then Rob went. That didn't sit right with Rob, by the way. We'll get to that in a second because there's an email with about Rob between Charlie and Wendi. But then, then Wendi breaks up with him on Tuesday by email. Yeah, I'm broken up with you, and don't call me for a week. All right, and which is in that email. Don't call me for a week. I don't want to talk to you for a week. Very interesting timing. And then Jeff, as we know, he actually leaves the night before, Thursday instead of Friday, because he's not talking to Wendi. She doesn't know that he's changed his plans. So if they're and then when she goes into the police station with her friend Jane, Jeff, could be a prime suspect. He's the shunned lover. I just broke up with him on Tuesday. So to me, that really is that they were setting up. And then what kind of car, that was new information, what kind of car he was driving and what kind of car, kind of matching it. It doesn't look like the Prius a little bit and all. So I thought that was really, really good. And then Rob, the good son, the distant son, but the good son who got away from the clutches of the family, after it almost destroyed his life, because we know from the hearing last year, this was not in this trial, but we all know that Rob was forced to break up with the love of his life because she wasn't Jewish. He married somebody who was Jewish in the faith because mom wanted it. That didn't work out so well. They got divorced, and then Rob went back to the love of his life. So that's when he was kind of estranged. And then Wendi sends Rob, an email telling him with regard to Jeff, I have a secret boyfriend. Don't tell mom and dad, out of the blue. And she's never talked to him about her love life before, right? So all of a sudden, this guy Rob is in the picture, and Rob had spoken to the FBI, even though his mother had told him not to. But then when he thought about the email, got the email, he went back to the FBI because he knew this was not right. There was something here. This simply was not right. And so all of that, while it's not direct evidence of the conspiracy to put a hit on Jeff Markel from the Adelson family, it certainly is circumstantial evidence with everything else. That's exactly how I feel. And then who is writing the checks, and who has got the money, and who has got the cash, right? It's all being controlled by Donna Adelson. Now, again, as I said, if she's writing the checks for the business for 40 years, I mean, just because she wrote the check to Katie Magbanua doesn't necessarily mean that those checks are that's direct evidence to her for the hit. However, when you couple it with what the jury is going to hear about the bump, and you also have Katie's testimony already yesterday that after the bump occurred, that the FBI had the undercover agent go to Donna, Ma Barker, Ma Donna, Don, like John Gotti, Don Gotti, Ma Donna, the money, the checks that she had been getting for the last several years stop immediately. So that means Ma Donna was holding the purse strings. And why would they stop unless she felt that she was getting nothing for her money right now? And maybe that somebody had been diming her out, because I don't think she thought it was the FBI, but I did think she thought that it was somebody involved in the plot. And there was silence. Now let's go. You remember the bump? What you're going to hear? Which the jury hasn't heard everything that happens. The agent goes up to after she comes out from wherever she was coming out from that day, goes up to her. Very tall, big guy, but very nice. Mrs. Adelson hands her a newspaper article about Dan Markel's miracle that has $5,000 in red printed over it, and says, my friend is in need of money, and all. The conversation is a little more, but that's it. And Donna Adelson takes that. She doesn't go to the police. But she does, after a couple of days, call Charlie. And what tickled the wire, as they call it in the FBI, is that for 2 or 3 days there was silence. So the FBI thought the bump didn't really work. So they then took the next step, and the undercover agent texted Donna Adelson, says, we're waiting for my 5,000. He really needs 5,000. And she goes back and says, I don't even know where to give the 5,000. Who's your friend? I don't even know who your friend is. And that goes on and on. And of course she calls Charlie. They do not go to the police. So that was pretty solid evidence that Donna certainly was involved with knowing what's going on. And you had Charlie yesterday testify, or he had Katie Magbanua testify, that Charlie said his mother and father had just been there when she came in he was holding a gun, and then she was sleeping the night, but then he told her that the money had been put in the trunk of her car for what was going to be done. And there was also a note, right? There was a note that had been actually the money was in the trunk of her car, which later I think she went into she later told Sigfredo that it was there. He had given her an envelope, and in the envelope she said she didn't look at it, but that apparently was the instructions, and the instructions supposedly were left by Donna, and the instructions apparently, from what we know, had a picture of Dan Markel, his schedule, and where he lived. So I'm hearing a lot of foot traffic in my ear that just stopped. Okay, that absolutely just stopped. But I guess that's everyone coming into court. The judge told the attorneys 8:45. He told the jurors 9 o'clock, as you know. So let's see what happens when the jury comes out again. And we'll all listen to that. I'm going to try to be a little bit quieter as you listen to Corbett, because Michel Bryant is in the court, and he tries to come out, and we'll try to do these interim hits. I'm also going to repost on X some of the things he cut from yesterday, in case you're not familiar with them and you want to go back and look at them. Or you could just go to our YouTube channel, Justice Serve TV, and they are there. There are little clips from different testimonies yesterday. And if you haven't, please look at that drive that he did through the crime scene, and you'll see how far down the house was that Dan Markel was assassinated in. There's no way that your crime scene tape, you're going right up to it. There's no way you're seeing it from the intersection. It's just way too far down. Michel Bryant said at least a half a mile, and when you see the drive, it's way far down, and the house is kind of inset. And you also see Mr. Geiger's house, who was right next door, because he heard what the shot. I mean, he heard, and he's the one. He's also, I thought, a hero because he's the one who went and found Dan Markel in the car, and then he's also the one who called 911 to get service. So it's just very interesting. Now, Martha Chapman, have you seen YouTuber Guilty Words, if not excellent analysis of the family relationship? I have not. Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you for the donation. We'll take a look at it. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yes, there's a lot of great content out there for people that are following the whole relationship thing and the whole family thing. It's truly tragic what happened here, right? It's truly tragic. Not only did you have an assassination, it looks like on a family, just a family law thing, that they hated this man so much because he wouldn't give them what they wanted, which is the movement of the kids. And I think that for whatever reason, there was this animosity. We know that the children's names were changed. And then the younger child, who had a middle name that was an honorarium of one of Dan Markel's, I think, deceased aunts in the Jewish faith, to try to have that honor for them. That name was changed also. Now, you can argue that maybe Wendi Adelson, bringing the kids up alone, wanted to use Adelson. It was just easier than Markel. You can argue that. You can argue that maybe she was right when she was scared, that maybe there was hits coming after them, if she was setting something up. But you can't argue that changing the middle name of a child was anything but evil, miserable, and kind of goes to this whole motive, right? Michel Bryant did see Wendi. As you know, we had Wendi's book, This Is Our Life, where she's literally in the book, and he asked her to sign it. And he said he kind of got a harumph, and that was not going to happen. But our Michel Bryant is fearless, and he will go up and talk to anyone. He will go up and talk to anyone, as you know. And do anything. I mean, just getting down there, this 14 hours of getting down there was pretty nice. So Oasis Cat said the older child's middle name was honored Dan's deceased maternal grandmother. Okay, I thought it was the aunt. When he testified to it on the first trial and clipped it to respond to somebody on Twitter the other day. And then she changed it. It was the younger child. I thought she changed the younger child's name. That was the testimony in this trial, middle name. So, I mean, that whatever it is, I mean, you're changing the names that honored your husband, the father of your children's grandparents or aunts or relatives who are deceased. And there's no reason for that unless there's true hatred. And there seems to have been true hatred. And I've always told you all that one of the things is that when you are dealing with family law, I'd be more scared for family law lawyers. We see family law lawyers getting assassinated. Doug Weinstein, who was here yesterday, said it happened in Atlanta. Somebody went into a lawyer's office and killed the counsel for his spouse. Right? It's just terrible. So then the question becomes, though, we still have to get that nexus to Donna. I think we started seeing a lot more of it yesterday. And it's amazing how Charlie would like to protect his mother. It's just amazing. Harvey, Harvey, I just think, maybe told a lot of stuff. I mean, I'm not even sure they trust Harvey. Harvey is like, you go make the money, Harvey, with your dental practice. You just go make the money, right? And thank you. We'll be here, right? We'll be here. This is really interesting. My cat's name is Karen. I had a worse divorce than Wendi 9 years later and still am in court. I hate my ex, but would never think about having him harmed. He's a good dad. Yeah, I mean, that's the as we know, things are, these things are not nice a lot of times. But the hatred to have an assassination to get your way. And then I guess they decided that Dan Markel would never even take $1 million. And I guess they decided, according to the prosecution, that is, who has to prove the case, remember, beyond a reasonable doubt. I'll remind everybody that Donna, as she sits there, no matter what we think of what the evidence so far, the jury can't deliberate until all the evidence is in. And as she sits there, she is presumed innocent, just like Karen Reed was presumed innocent. And until and unless the state proves a burden beyond a reasonable doubt, she is not guilty. All right? She is not guilty. Until that happens, she is not guilty. But the discussions of all of the strategy came from Donna to Wendi, and Wendi would code copy everything Donna would do and send it to her lawyers. And then Donna complained they were paying $600 an hour to lawyers who were ineffectual and not getting anywhere. And so, this whole thing about Wendi agreeing to no relocation the year before, on everything, that maybe she did, and maybe she would have gone along with it. But then comes the grandmother motion the year later, as they call it, the grandparents motion. And that's the motion the following year, just before Dan Markel was killed. It never got heard because he was assassinated. And I say assassinated, not just murdered, because it was an assassination. And all that maybe Wendi was okay with staying where she was. But then when that came, that's it. All right. And to me, you could even argue from the state that, okay, we agree Wendi was okay with that. Donna was not with the relocation because of the financial issues that was causing Donna and Harvey in terms of making money. They were spending so much time in Tallahassee that they weren't, taking care of the dental practice and making money. And we saw some transfers that had to be made. So that's a motive, right? That's another addition to a motive that Michel Bryant mentioned yesterday. I thought was really, really good. And then maybe Wendi was right. She said, okay, I'm okay with this because it actually gives me more flexibility. But then when to basically sever the grandparents' rights, that's really what the motion was. I mean, whatever you want to call it, whether it was going to be limited visitation with supervision, no visitation, whatever, that was too much. And who would have the motive then, even though it was part of a motion to enforce litigants' rights and all sorts of stuff with regard to Wendi? It's still the first time there was a motion made to sever the rights of the grandparents. That would be Harvey and Donna, especially Donna, because they were alienating the children to Dan Markel. And so I think the timing all goes with that. I actually don't think the agreement by Wendi to not move and to have it with prejudice and then stipulate to it, while initially it looks like, well, that's good for the defense. I think actually that ends up being bad for the defense, because then the precipitating motion that causes Donna to take action on her hatred of Dan Markel, because she has hated him, and she's told everybody she's hated him. She's told Wendi she's hated him, and she's the one who controls the purse strings, is that other motion which does not get heard. So I think the prosecution has a really good case with regard to timing, with regard to everything that's coming up with the bump, with regard to the stopping of the payment of Katherine and Magbanua after the bump, and of course, getting on the jetway, going to Vietnam, where she doesn't have an extradition treaty, where she's caught on tape talking about the fact that they don't have an extradition treaty with the United States. Okay, so while it's still maybe a little tenuous with regard to the direct contact with Donna, and the defense has done a good job on that, no direct contact. But if you're in a conspiracy and you're the spoke of that bicycle wheel, one person may not even know about the existence of another person in direct contact. So there you see, she's she's kind of colorful today. Donna's kind of colorful. She's wearing the earphones because she can't hear that well, although I see them off more than on. All right, there's Judge Everett. Let's go into court and let's listen.
We are about to resume with the examination of Sergeant Corbett. Before we get started today, I did want to ask you as a group, we are still good on the snacks? Everybody has enough?
Thank you.
All right.
I love this judge.
If need be, but let the bailiffs know. Ms. Dugan, you may examine as necessary.
All right, so before we go back to your PowerPoint demonstrative, I want to show you one thing. And before I show it to you, Judge, I'd like to offer State 64 JJ into evidence by stipulation.
That's correct, Your Honor. 64 JJ is admitted at this time.
Sergeant Corbett.
I'm going to be
This
behind my
appeared to be
2D
an
avatar,
email
by the
from
way.
Donna Harvey at gmail.com.
Yes,
Okay, subject, bad news.
correct.
And it was sent on June 25th of 2013 at about 11 p.m.
That would be GMT or UTC time, so we would need to subtract 4 hours from that to be local time, but yes,
Okay, thank you. So sometime the night of June 25th of 2013.
correct.
And that was the same day as I believe the plan of action email that we saw yesterday from your PowerPoint, which was sent just a couple of days after Wendy's relocation was denied.
That's correct.
Okay. And so in this email sent about 5 days after Wendy's relocation was denied from Donna and Harvey to some friends, does it say, not in the mood to talk right now and hope you'll understand. Wendy's hearing for relocation was denied. No chance at the appellate level for an appeal. We are all very disappointed. We'll talk soon, I promise. Love, Donna.
Yes,
Does it appear her understanding is it's denied and there's no chance for an appeal?
that would be correct, yes.
Okay, well, let me switch you back over. Thank you. Okay, so where we left off yesterday, we went through some of the emails showing Donna Adelson's involvement in the divorce, text messages showing her venting to Charlie Adelson about the divorce. Are you familiar with Luis Rivera's statements to law enforcement in 2016 after his arrest that he and Garcia traveled to Tallahassee not only in the month of July of 2014 to kill Dan Markel, but also made an additional trip in the month of June of 2014?
Yes,
And were you able to corroborate that from the phone records?
yes, we were.
Okay, so now I want to go in chronological order then, from the start of the June trip all the way through the July trip when Dan Markel was murdered. How did Garcia and Rivera get to Tallahassee for the June trip?
In a rental vehicle.
And were we able to find the rental contract for that vehicle?
We were, yes.
All right, can you show that to us?
Yes, so this is slide 107. I'm referencing here a rental contract from Comfort Rental Car in Miami. And again, yes, this would be the vehicle that was rented to come to Tallahassee for the June trip.
What date was the car rented?
So looking at the details here, we can see the date out, and I'm looking to the right side of the screen here is June 2nd of 14. And we see at the bottom here, the vehicle is due back in 6/5 or June 5th of 14.
Okay, so it was a 3-day rental then.
Correct.
About what time on June 2nd was it rented?
Well, presuming the 24-hour rental periods, as it is due back at 8:50 p.m., then it would have been rented around 8:50 p.m. on the 2nd.
8:50 p.m. on the 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. What type of car did Garcia rent for this first trip to Tallahassee in June?
Again, looking to the right here of slide 107, it is a silver Nissan Altima.
And the contract was signed by Garcia?
That is correct.
Does Luis Rivera's name appear anywhere on that contract?
It does not.
Are there any phone records to show how this rental car was picked up?
Yes.
Did you get location information from Magbanua's records that night that helped shed some light on that?
We did, and this may be the time to point out for Mr. Garcia, his carrier was Metro PCS kind of transitioning into T-Mobile at that time. And we were unable to obtain location records for his handset for the June trip. We do have location information for Miss Magbanua and for Luis Rivera, but we do not have any records with location for Mr. Garcia for this particular time frame.
Okay. So what do we see here?
So what we see here is just a map depicting Miss Magbanua's residence at the time and the location of the Comfort rental car near the airport here. And as I progress to slide 109, this is representing the cell sites that Miss Magbanua's handset communicated with the evening of June 2nd. And we can see on the right-hand side of this, around 8:25 p.m., her handset was communicating with a cell site that would be near her residence. At 8:34, she's now communicating with a cell site further to the west. And then we see at 8:53 through 8:58, she's communicating with a cell site that would be servicing the area of the airport or Comfort rental car. And this would be consistent with her handset traveling from her residence to the area of Comfort rental car.
And would that put her cell phone then consistent with Comfort rental car around the same time that Garcia is renting that car if there's 24-hour rental periods with that contract?
Yes, and we see here slide 110. Again, we're depicting the particular sector that her handset was using by the large red arrow. And we can see that that sector would specifically be consistent with servicing the Comfort rental car. We see she has events from 8:53 through 8:58 on that particular cell site and sector. And as we recall, the rental contract vehicle was due back at 8:50.
Does she stay in that area for a while, or does she kind of immediately return back to her residence?
So what we see next, we saw those events through 8:58, and then we have an event at 9:17, and then another event we see to the right. This is slide 111. To the right side, we see cell sites at 9:43 and 10:01, which will be consistent with her returning to her residence. So she does stay in the area of Comfort for a short period of time.
Okay. Did you look at her records to see who she was talking to during this trip to the car rental and back?
Yes.
Okay. Who was she talking? Okay. I'm sorry. What do we see here?
So this is a summary of the call detail records. Previously, we saw the actual raw records as they come from AT&T. We saw that there was a lot of information on the page. So with our analytical software, we're able to produce these summaries, which allow us to assign names. We can convert the date and time to our local time, and it just makes it easier to read those call detail records. So this is just a summary of the calls for the subjects that you see here for the evening of June 2nd around the time of this rental car.
So who was she talking to on the way to Comfort rental?
Geico, the 800 number that returns to Geico Insurance.
And is that the first line up on the call detail records we see?
It is, yes.
And does Geico Insurance sell car insurance?
They do.
Now, obviously, we see some of the co-conspirators talking to each other here in the call detail records. Do we expect most of these co-conspirators to be talking to each other on a daily basis, given that some of them are family members, some of them are dating, they have relationships outside of this crime?
Certainly.
Okay. Are you going to be walking us through in your presentation today certain time periods of communication between the parties that stood out in this investigation?
Yes.
What causes a particular period of time to stand out?
The particular times of interest would be those that overlap with physical events or specific events in the crime, in the conspiracy of the crime. So this is the evening of the renting of the vehicle that Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera are going to drive to Tallahassee in to commit the homicide. So this seems, in the scheme of things, to my understanding, the first kind of physical doing act of this homicide. And so that would be a relevant time frame to look at.
Okay. All right. So using a timeline, can you walk us through the communication between the parties for this particular significant time, this first car rental for the first trip to Tallahassee for the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes. And so using the timeline, we will kind of look at what's happening as far as Ms. Magbanua's travels compared to who she's communicating with when. And this is taken from that same exact summary that we just saw. But as I move on here, we see that in the time frame, we saw the cell sites of her traveling to the area of Comfort Rental Car between approximately 8:25 and 8:53 p.m. is when we see that she has the phone call to Geico.
Okay, was she talking to Garcia at all during that drive to the Comfort Rental area?
She does not have any communications with Mr. Garcia during this time frame.
Since they don't have communications with each other, could that be consistent with her giving him a ride to the car rental since he is the person who rented the car at that time?
Objection or speculation.
Overruled, the witness may testify based on his analysis of these records.
It is certainly consistent when we don't see communications between two parties that they could in fact be together and have no need to actually call one another.
Okay. They could just not be together and also not talking to each other.
That's correct.
All right. But the reason that this could be consistent with her giving him a ride there is because once she's consistent with that area, it seems that that's the time that the car is being rented.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, who attempts to call Katherine Magbanua once she is consistent with Comfort Rental, dropping off Garcia?
So again, at the time frame, her handset will be consistent with the area of Comfort Rental. We see an incoming call from Charlie Adelson at 8:57 p.m.
After Magbanua, if she has dropped off Garcia at this point to rent the car, and this car ends up obviously being the one that is driven to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel, who did she call on the phone at this point after Garcia is dropped off?
So again, from her cell sites, we saw she had an event at 9:17, which was kind of the first indication that she was moving away from the area of Comfort Rental Car. And what we see is that at 9:17:58, she places an outbound call to Charlie Adelson.
So as soon as she's no longer in the area of Comfort Rental, she's calling Charlie Adelson.
Correct.
How long is that conversation?
A little over 25 minutes.
What time do they get off the phone?
Approximately 9:43 p.m.
Okay, 9:43 in about 25 seconds, it looks like.
Correct.
Right after Charlie Adelson hangs up with Katherine Magbanua at 9:43 and 25 seconds, who does he call less than a minute later?
Charlie calls the Adelson residence.
Adelson residence. What do you mean by that?
The home phone or landline phone for Donna and Harvey Adelson.
Okay, so this is a landline that presumably they would both use that's located in their house.
Correct.
Okay, and how long does that conversation between Charlie and the Adelson residence last?
Also just over 25 minutes.
Who does Katherine Magbanua call once she is back in the area of her home?
What we see in just after 10, she calls, text. There's a few communications back and forth here with Sigfredo.
Okay, do Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson then talk on their cell phones that night?
Yes, there are two calls, and we can see 10:16 that Harvey Adelson calls Charlie Adelson. At 10:27, Charlie Adelson calls Harvey Adelson.
So this is Charlie and Harvey talking on Harvey's cell phone. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Does Charlie Adelson call or receive calls or messages from Donna Adelson's cell phone that night?
Not that night, no.
So if Charlie Adelson talked to Donna Adelson on the phone that night, then it would have been that 25-minute call to the landline right after he hung up with Katherine Magbanua. Is that right?
That,
Calls for speculation.
Overruled, he is not definitively saying what did or did not occur, what might have been possible. You may continue.
so yes, it is possible that he spoke to Donna, and that would have been on that landline call.
Because then he talks to Harvey on Harvey's cell phone later that night.
That's correct.
Can you walk us through any other calls or texts between any co-conspirators that night?
So we see an additional text between Katherine and Sigfredo, and then Katherine calls Charlie again 10:41 p.m. For about a 23-minute phone call.
Are you familiar with I want to go back to this landline call. Do you mind going back to the slide right before this? Are you familiar with statements by Charlie Adelson from the 2016 wiretap in this case that we'll hear beginning later today, where Charlie Adelson tells people on his cell phone that he'll call them back on a landline?
Yes.
As someone who's familiar with technical operations of law enforcement and wiretapping, is there a perception that talking on a landline is safer than talking on a cell phone?
Yes, I think that may be a perception.
Okay. Does Charlie Adelson most often talk to Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson on their cell phones or on the landline?
Most frequently on their cell phones.
Okay. But we see that after he gets off with Katherine Magbanua that night, he does call the landline.
That's correct.
Okay. And this is right after the car is rented, the rental car.
Correct.
All right. What percentage of total communication does Charlie Adelson has with Donna and Harvey is to their landline?
I'll have to move forward here just a little bit. We had talked about the call from Katherine to Charlie. There's a final call or some communication between Ms. Magbanua, Mr. Sigfredo, Mr. Garcia later that evening of the 2nd. And then to get to your question, and this is slide 122, just a breakdown looking at Charlie Adelson's communication records and trying to eliminate all the duplicate events that we saw previously where one phone call may make 3 events in the record. So trying to whittle all those down. What we see in this time period between May of 2014 through August of 2015 is 28 communications with the landline and 1,378 with the combined cell phones of Harvey and Donna Adelson. So a little under 2% of the calls to the residents.
So during that little over a year time span, he only has 28 calls ever with Donna and Harvey's landline. Is that right?
That's correct.
And one of those is that 25-minute call right after Magbanua would have dropped Garcia off to have the car rented.
That's correct.
Are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he did not participate in the car rental for the June trip to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Were you able to corroborate that with the phone records?
Yes. So looking at slide 123, we see Mr. Rivera. His cell sites are in the blue, listed by the blue dots here. We see that his cell sites are consistent with the area of his residence and a significant distance away from the comfort rental car.
Do we have any other evidence that shows who rented the car for this June trip to Tallahassee on June 2nd?
Yes.
What's this?
So there was a citation issued to Mr. Garcia driving that rental vehicle, that Nissan that we saw from the rental contract at Comfort. And this is the evening of June 2nd.
Okay, and what time did he receive this traffic ticket?
9:48 p.m.
So would this have been approximately an hour after 8:50 p.m. and about an hour after, or about maybe 45 minutes, I guess, after Katherine Magbanua is leaving the comfort rental area?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of car was he in when he received this traffic ticket?
It is a 4-door silver Nissan.
Okay, so it seems as if as soon as he rented that vehicle, within an hour, he's getting a traffic ticket in the vehicle.
Yes.
And are you familiar with Jeffrey Lacasse's statement that he drove a silver Nissan sedan at the time that this happened?
Yes.
Now, this traffic ticket that Garcia received, this would have received, or it would have created a record in law enforcement databases that he was in possession of this Nissan silver sedan, right?
Correct.
So after he got this traffic ticket, what did he do?
Well, what we saw was an additional comfort rental contract where it would appear that he returned the Nissan and obtained a different vehicle. So this is slide 125, and we can see that on June 3rd, he now has a blue Hyundai Sonata.
And does Rivera's name appear anywhere on that rental contract?
It does not.
All right, and that's on June 3rd, you said?
Correct.
So what can you tell us about the travel of Mr. Rivera's handset on June 4th of 2014?
So what we see, again, just looking at Mr. Rivera's cell sites represented in blue here, we can see that in the early morning hours of the 4th, on the lower right hand of slide 127 here, we can see he has activity in the Miami area. And as time progresses through the early morning hours until just after noon, he continues to communicate with cell sites that would be consistent with travel from the Miami area to Tallahassee.
And are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he and Garcia did surveillance of Dan Markel at a park near Dan Markel's home during that trip?
Yes.
Was his phone ever consistent with being in a park near his home, Dan Markel's home on Truscott Drive?
Yes, and slide 129 here, we see that, again, the blue dot representing Mr. Rivera's cell site usage is close to Mr. Markel's residence, which is indicated here on the top right by the flag and the address of Truscott Drive. And in addition to his cell site location, we talked previously about having some GPS information from the rental vehicle. And we can see by the square icon there that there is a GPS location for the rental vehicle, again, in close proximity and actually at, I believe that's Winthrop Park there.
And if they're located right there where that blue square is on the map, and the killers are familiar with the type of car that Dan Markel drives, would they be able to see then his ingress and egress from Truscott Drive onto Baden Road?
They should be able to see him passing on Baden Road, yes.
And after this GPS ping near Markel's home, where does Rivera travel at that point?
What we see in the next slide, 130 here, is that immediately after that, we see the cell site usage starting at the top around 3:25 p.m. and continuing through until the late evening hours of the 5th would be consistent with traveling back to the Miami area.
Does he get back in the, looks like the early morning hours of June 6th?
That's correct.
Close 12:47 a.m.?
Correct.
Now, did you look at the communication between all the co-conspirators during this trip to Tallahassee to see if there was any opportunity for information to be relayed?
Yes. So what we see, again, from the time of the rental car on the 2nd through the 4th, again, to answer the question, is there an opportunity for communications to occur between these subjects? This, again, is another summary of the call detail records, just showing the communications between, again, the primary subjects of the investigation.
Okay, and how much were they talking?
So in that time frame, if we go back to kind of our organization here and split out, we can see just numbers of communications or attempted communications. These may be text messages, calls, but just records of communications or attempts. We see that there are a number between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, between Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, and between Magbanua and Garcia. And then as that continues, so for the total number of communications, we can see those between each of the subjects.
Okay, and is Katherine Magbanua the only one who is talking to Garcia or Rivera during that trip on this chart?
That's correct.
And is Charlie Adelson the only Adelson family member who talks to Katherine Magbanua?
That's correct.
And do Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson also have communication or attempted communication? I'm
sorry?
Do Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson also have communication or attempted communication?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going next to June 7th, which would be the day after the killers arrived back in Miami without having killed Dan Markel on this trip. Earlier in the presentation, yesterday, right before we broke in the afternoon, we saw we're back in March of 2014. Donna Adelson tells Charlie Adelson she has to talk to him about something private while she's on the road on the way to Gainesville, and says to erase this text. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
Okay. And then a few minutes after she sends that message, she says the subject of the private call is going to be about Dad's birthday.
Correct.
Dad's birthday gift, actually. Is that right?
Yes.
And she does not tell him to erase that text where she's saying the subject of the private call.
That was correct.
Now, in June, specifically on June 7th, did Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson exchange texts about this birthday present for Harvey Adelson again?
Yes. So slide 137, we see two chats between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, where Charlie indicates he's okay, have fun, still working on Dad's B-Day present. And Donna Adelson responds, I know it's a tough B-Day being 70 and all, but I know you'll come through.
Okay, and this still working on Dad's B-Day present would be the day after the killers arrived back in Miami without having killed Dan Markel.
Correct.
Okay, and this birthday present was mentioned back in March. About, would that be about 4 months before Harvey Adelson's birthday?
Yes.
All right, going forward to July 3rd. Was there an Evite to Harvey Adelson's birthday sent to Wendi Adelson that day?
Yes, a reminder email that was sent on July 3rd.
Okay, and when is the party?
So as we see, kind of focusing in here on the details of this email, the party, friendly reminder that Donna's event is coming up on Saturday, July 5th, 2014 at 7:30 p.m.
Okay, and was it addressed to Wendi, and we blurred out their names, but her two sons, and listed Wendi and her two sons' last name as Adelson?
Yes.
Was Dan Markel still alive on July 5th of 2014?
He was.
And what last name, or an Adelson, though, is listed as the boy's last name here when this is sent?
And I'm sorry.
Sorry, Adelson is listed as the boy's last name, though, regardless of the fact that Dan Markel is still alive on this date?
That's correct.
And this was about 2 weeks before Dan Markel was killed?
Yes.
Now, Donna is listed as the host here, but was there further evidence in the records that Donna Adelson was not only the host, but was also the person who sent these evites?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
There was at least one other email from the Donna Harvey at Gmail account to Evite inquiring about whether the evites had been sent. The title of the email, I believe, is Have My 14 Invitations Been Sent? She's following up. It is signed by Donna Adelson, following up on whether those evites have actually gone out. And it indicates that basically she's unfamiliar with the process, but she had listed the attendees under the contact section on their form.
So she's the one that's listing the invitees for the contacts for Evite.
Per that email, yes.
And checking to make sure the invitations did get sent through the Evite service.
Correct.
And does she also send a message to another person saying, did you get the Evite? Did you get my Evite?
Yes.
All right. I want to move on to then a couple of days later, July 6th. So would this be the day after the party?
Yes.
Okay. What message was found in the cell bride of Wendi Adelson's cell phone on July 6th?
So this is slide 142. There is a text message from Wendi Adelson to Dan Markel asking if he is in Tallahassee for the dates of July 14th through the 18th.
And she says she wants to know because she wants to know if she can have the kids on the 16th.
Correct.
And he replies, yes, you can.
Correct.
So chronologically, this would have occurred after the trip to Tallahassee in June by the killers, but before the July trip to Tallahassee when Dan Markel was actually murdered.
Correct.
Now, the dates that Wendi Adelson is asking Dan Markel about, what is significant about those dates? What happened on July 15th?
Those dates encompass the rental car and the trip to Tallahassee and ultimately Mr. Markel's death.
Okay. So July 15th was the day that the killers rented the car to come to Tallahassee.
Correct.
And then they were in Tallahassee from the 16th through the 18th,
Correct.
with Dan Markel being killed on the 18th.
Correct.
And where was Wendi Adelson when she sent this message?
So
Oh, thank you. Let me ask you about this. Was there already a schedule in place as to who would have the kids during those dates that Wendi Adelson asked Dan Markel about?
yes, there was. So this is an email from Wendi Adelson's Gmail account referencing the schedule for the children for this particular time. And we can see in the email that Mr. Markel is listed to have the children the 11th through the 17th.
And the date she was asking about is the 16th.
Correct.
And in the top of that email, does it say that she gets the kids every Wednesday anyway?
That she has the children every Wednesday anyway?
Yeah, the last sentence. I imagine you'll have the chance to have them on Wednesday nights during the weeks in May, June, and July.
Yes, that she would imagine to have the chance.
Okay. So what she was asking about seems to already be established in this schedule that was already established in January, 7 months earlier.
Correct.
All right. So where was Wendi Adelson when she sent the message to find out whether Dan Markel would be in town that week?
So that message was sent the morning of the 6th, and the closest cell site or event we have with location, she's communicating with a cell site in South Miami Beach, that would be consistent with the continuum.
And the continuum was the residence of Harvey and Donna Adelson at the time?
That's correct.
And this would be the day after the birthday party?
Yes.
All right. What did Wendi Adelson do after sending that message?
So this is slide 146. There is a calendar entry, which created an event for July 7th of 2014, which indicates cancel cable and get Apple ID and Netflix instead.
Okay. Obviously, this is something a lot of people do, right? Cancel a cable and end up getting streaming services.
Yes.
All right. But you can stream from anywhere, right? Is that one of the perks of having streaming over cable?
It would be one of the perks, yes.
Cable is typically, especially back in 2014, was maybe confined to a more fixed spot like a home.
Correct.
And this was on July 7th then. So was Wendi Adelson still living at the Aqua Ridge Drive in Tallahassee at that time?
Yes.
But by the following month, she had relocated to Miami and was no longer in that home.
That's correct.
All right, moving on to July 11th. What do we see on July 11th?
So on July 11th, again, I'm on slide 148. This is an email from Donna Sue, the Donna Harvey Gmail to Wendi Adelson regarding a Best Buy service or service for the television.
And what does it say?
It says, if you can't keep Friday, July 18th between 8 a.m. and noon, call to reschedule. It states we took this, the contract we took out is repair in-house if possible. If not possible, they will take it no charge.
And here, Dad is being referred to in the third person. Contract is under Harvey Adelson with Dad's cell phone number.
Yes.
Okay, and it's from Donna Sue at the top.
Correct.
If they need the purchaser, that's my name with my cell phone number, it says. Is that right?
Correct.
And what does Donna Sue say the contract is? repair in-house if possible. If not possible, they'll take out at no charge. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Did you find any more information about, besides this email from Donna, about this TV repair that was supposed to take place on the morning of July 18th?
Regarding,
The Best Buy repair?
I mean, we know that it occurred, that technicians come to her house that morning.
Okay. And was there also emails between or messages about the phone, the TV being in Harvey Adelson's, as it says here? I guess just consistent with this, some Best Buy documents that were consistent with this about the contract being under Harvey Adelson's name that Donna's then communicating to Wendi?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to July 14th. Was this the night before the car rental for the killer's July trip to Tallahassee?
Correct.
All right, were Charlie Adelson and Magbanua together that night?
They were, yes.
Okay, and how do we know?
We have communication. So then again, this is slide 151, a summary of communications between Ms. Magbanua, Charlie Adelson, Sigfredo Garcia. We see some voice activity and a text between them. And then we also have text messages recovered from Mr. Adelson's iCloud account, kind of go along with these. So we see that there is a phone call from Mr. Adelson at 8:53 p.m. And then we find a text message chat that says, just tried calling you at 8:56.
And do they appear to meet as far as their phone locations are concerned?
Yes. So this continues on. Ms. Magbanua basically indicates for Mr. Adelson to come down to her location. She lives south of him in South Florida. He responds or updates with an ETA of 5 men. And then he again updates his location as he's getting closer. We see here on slide 153 at 9:27 p.m., Mr. Adelson has an event with a cell site consistent with Ms. Magbanua's residence.
And after leaving the area of Magbanua's residence that night, does Magbanua contact Garcia?
She does, yes.
Okay, so what do we see here?
So this would be after Mr. Adelson was in the area of her residence. We see events after midnight, 12:42 a.m. and 1 a.m. that would be consistent with him leaving that area and potentially returning to his home.
Okay, and can you tell me about the communication after that?
I can. So what we see July 15th is the rental of the Prius. And to your point, again, and I'll stop here real quick. This is just another summary of the events between our primary subjects. And I'll highlight some of these as we talk about them. So these are events from the early morning hours of after the morning of the rental vehicle. And yes, we see that Ms. Magbanua makes a number of outgoing calls to Mr. Garcia between 12:48 a.m. and 1:56 a.m.
And who does Garcia call first thing in the morning?
Well, one of his first calls in the morning is to Comfort Rent-A-Car.
And that was the same rental car that he used for the June trip to Tallahassee.
That's correct.
Okay. But also the same one where he had to rent the second car, use the same service again.
That's correct.
All right. Now, did he end up calling another rental car company a little later in the day?
Yes. As we again look at the calls throughout the day, we see that at 4:28 p.m., he makes an outgoing call to Save Gas or Hybrid Rental, another rental car agency.
Okay. And were we able to, now throughout that day, when he's calling Comfort and then calling Hybrid, are he and Luis Rivera in communication?
Yes.
And are he and Magbanua in communication?
Yes.
All right. Was law enforcement able to find a rental agreement from Safe Gas?
We were. As we look at the rest of the call detail summary, we see here at the bottom, this is slide 160, that there is communication at just after 6 p.m. between Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera. And as asked, we were able to locate the rental agreement for hybrid rental. And what we see is at 6:15 p.m. is the timeout for this vehicle. We see that they rented the Toyota Prius.
Okay, and who rented the Prius?
It's in the name of Luis Rivera.
And whose number is listed at the top under the name brother?
Mr. Garcia's.
Okay. And were their locations also consistent with Save Gas?
Yes, if we look at both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera's cell site locations, they are consistent with the area of the Save Gas or hybrid rental.
All right, right after this car is rented around 6:15, this car that is the car that's going to make this final trip to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel, are Magbanua and Charlie Adelson playing phone tag around that time?
Yes.
And did they finally talk on the phone about 15 minutes later at around 6:30?
Yes. So again, we're now looking at a call detail summary. This is slide 163 that shows the communication between them, our subjects, the evening of the 15th. We saw the communication between Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera just prior to the rental car pickup. As you mentioned, there is an attempt between Ms. Magbanua and Charlie Adelson. We see there's a very short duration calls. And then at 6:36 p.m., there is a 10-minute phone call between Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua.
After that call, the 10-minute call with Magbanua, who does Charlie Adelson call within, I guess, about an hour or so after this car is rented and after he talks to Magbanua?
So we can see that starting at 7:30, Charlie Adelson calls the Adelson residence, the Donna and Harvey Adelson residence, for a 22-minute phone call, and then again at 7:54 p.m. for an 11-minute phone call.
Okay, so 22 minutes and then 11 minutes. Charlie
Yes.
Adelson calls the landline that night.
Correct.
Do the phone records show us which parent he may have been talking to on the landline at that time?
We know that there is a phone call from Harvey Adelson's cell phone to the residence later on. So he would have not been at the residence later on in the evening. At this time, there's no indication.
And can you walk us through that?
I can. So this is 8:06 p.m. We see the call from Harvey Adelson to the Adelson residence, about a 12-minute phone call.
Okay, and that would have been, is that about the last phone call from Charlie Adelson to the Adelson residence was at 7:54 p.m.?
Correct.
And they talked for 11 minutes?
Correct.
Okay, so at that point, it's going to be about, is that 8:05 when they get off the phone?
Approximately, yes.
Okay, and then who calls the Adelson residence at 8:06?
Harvey Adelson.
Okay, so it was 1 minute later that he called the Adelson residence.
Correct.
So would that be consistent with Charlie Adelson talking to Donna Adelson at the residence, since Harvey Adelson wouldn't be calling himself at the Adelson residence 1 minute later?
Could be, yes.
Earlier, we talked about how rare it is that Charlie Adelson calls his parents' landline. He only calls 28 times total in the, I think it was around 15 months in your time span around the time of this murder. So we saw during the June car rental, there was one call to the landline. Is that right?
Yes.
And for this car rental, there's two calls right after the landline. Is that right?
Correct.
Sorry, two calls to the landline right after the car rental. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. So 3 total of those 28 were right after these cars were rented.
Yes.
Next, where did Garcia go after the car was rented?
Well, you have your fourth call to the residence.
Thank you.
At 8:20 p.m.
Okay.
Again, Charlie Adelson calling the residence for a 10-minute phone call.
All right. So 4 total of the 28 then,
Correct.
around the time of the car rentals. All right. What do we have next?
So on the 15th, continuing we see that there is a number of communications. This again is after the time of the rental car. There's a number of communications or attempts between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia. Those continue through the evening and they end about 9:30 p.m. This is slide 172. If we look at the locations, slide 173, again, all of those attempts to reach each other ended at 9:30. And we can see that beginning at 9:30, Mr. Garcia's cell site locations will be consistent with the area of Ms. Magbanua's residence.
Did Garcia and Rivera's phones appear to leave the Miami area then the following day, July 16th of 2014?
Yes. And I'll point out also on this slide, in addition to the cell site locations, we did have GPS location for the rental vehicle, which we can also see here on the map by the blue square icon, that the rental vehicle, in addition to Mr. Garcia's cell sites, but the rental vehicle location would be consistent with Magbanua's residence as well.
So just like we saw on the June trip, the cell sites that we're getting from the cell records are lining up and are consistent with the Spirion GPS records from these rental cars.
Correct.
Okay. Can you walk us through the travel of the cell phones on July 16th?
Yes. So we see again, slide 175 here. We have cell site locations for this trip for both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera. And we can see that they're consistent with leaving the South Florida area the early afternoon of July 16th. And as we see through both of their cell site usages, as we continue kind of up through this map, we can see they reach the Tallahassee area in the early morning hours of the 17th.
Now on the 17th, are they ever consistent with being near the Markel residence on Trescott Drive?
Yes, we do see here that both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera have cell site and sector usage that will be consistent with Mr. Markel's residence. And this is on July 17th in the late morning to early afternoon hours.
Okay, and that cell site, is that right near Winthrop Park where we saw them in the last, for the June trip?
That's correct.
Just a second. I wanted to ask you one more thing about the June trip. Law enforcement didn't know about this June trip before Luis Rivera informed them there was actually another trip to Tallahassee. Is that right?
That's correct.
Staying, please rephrase your question.
Did law enforcement know about the June trip before Luis Rivera's statement?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And so once we found out about the June trip, were we able to get Rivera's records? And Rivera had records that showed his locations for both June and July.
That's correct.
But Garcia's records had locations for July, but because it had been so long since this trip, they didn't have locations for June anymore. Is that correct?
It wasn't the delay in getting the records. It was the transition of the companies that those records were unfortunately not available to us.
Thank you. Okay. So we just talked about their locations were consistent with being near Markel's home on July 17th. Are you able to show us the communication on the call detail records between all the co-conspirators on the 16th and 17th during this trip to Tallahassee?
Yes. So again, should be slide 179. We are looking at another summary of the communications between the subjects, and this spans July 16th in the morning through the early morning hours of July 18th.
Okay. And do we have the same pattern here where Magbanua is the only one contacting Garcia and Rivera, and Charlie is the only Adelson talking to Magbanua?
That's correct. If we go back to kind of the tally of communications, again, we can see the highest number of communications between Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, between Magbanua and Garcia, and then as the others, as the others have communications as well.
Okay. And these communications, they also cover attempted communications. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And some of these communications may be text, some may be calls, some may be mundane. Some of these people have relationships anyway. We're just showing all the communications that, or attempted communications that did take place.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So I want to focus on the night before Dan Markel's murder, late that night. Using a timeline, can you walk us through the communication that evening on July 17th, going into the early morning hours of July 18th?
Yes. So again, kind of same format here. We see, this is slide 185, we see calls between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson at 10:18 and 10:29, both of them for just over 4 minutes.
Okay, and what's next?
We see at about 11:40, there is communication between Mr. Garcia and Ms. Magbanua.
Okay, and what happens after that?
Additional communications between Katherine and Sigfredo, and then Charlie calls Katherine just after midnight.
Okay, and is there any more after that?
There is, we see that Ms. Magbanua calls Charlie again at 12:34 a.m. for a short duration call. And then Charlie calls her back at 1:03 a.m.
Okay. And the Charlie calls Donna at 1:02 a.m. Was there no duration on that?
No duration on that.
Okay. All right. So then moving on to later that morning, which is going to be the morning of July 18th when Dan Markel was murdered. What can you tell us about all the co-conspirators' communication that morning between 8 a.m. and 12:30 p.m.?
So again, another call detail summary between those subjects. Here, slide 192, we're referencing the time when the shooting of Mr. Markel occurred. And in combination with the iCloud return with text message content, in the forensic examination of Wendi Adelson's phone, the communication records from the carriers, we kind of have a more complete idea of the communications between these persons the morning of the 18th.
Okay, and the yellow line there shows at what time in the call detail records the homicide occurred.
Yes.
Can you walk us through all the cell phone evidence that morning?
So again, just looking at the communications between our primary subjects, Wendi had the calendar event that for 8 a.m. for fixed TV.
And I want to ask you about that. Did she often have calendar events in her phone?
She did, yes.
And she would often delete those events?
Correct.
All right. When was this calendar event deleted?
I do not know.
Okay. Was it when she was with law enforcement the afternoon of July 18th? Did they take her phone and run a Cellbrite report on it?
Yes. So this extraction occurred on the late evening hours of July 18th.
Okay. And in the Cellbrite, it would have shown that the calendar event was deleted. Is that right?
Correct.
So would she have had to have deleted it before her cell phone was Cellbrighted that evening?
Yes.
Okay. So sometime between 8 a.m. when the event is on her phone and that evening it was deleted.
It could have been deleted before that date.
Okay. All right. So first call to Donna Adelson and Wendi Adelson. Can you show that to us?
Yes. So again, we see at 8:09 a.m. there's a call from Wendi to Donna.
Okay. Let me ask you one thing from the night before. Was it unusual for Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson to communicate or attempt to communicate at 1 a.m. that late?
They're communicate over a pretty broad range of time. I think it was pretty clear that that event was a misdial that he immediately corrected and called Ms. Magbanua. That's why there was no duration to it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so moving on to that morning, we saw the calendar event, and then does Donna place the first call that morning between the co-conspirators to Wendi?
Wendi calls Donna. Let's back up. So yes, Wendi actually calls Donna at 8:09.
Okay. And what's next?
Donna attempts back at about the same time frame. Little phone tag maybe. And then we see a text message from Donna to Wendi again about the Best Buy service.
And she says, they're on their way over now to help with the TV sets in your living room.
Correct.
All right, what's next?
Wendi has a text to Charlie stating this is so sweet.
And that was deleted?
Correct.
And would that have had to have been deleted then before the Celebrate that afternoon, sometime between when it was received at 8:20 and the Celebrate that afternoon?
Correct.
All right. What's next?
Wendi receives a voicemail from Dan Markel.
Okay. And do you have that voicemail where you could play it for us?
I believe so.
Hey, Wendy. Good morning. 9 o'clock on Friday. Just wanted to take down something to pick the boys up for this afternoon and chicken chicken. That happened for you around 4:30 or 5. Pick them up. From either at the jail or at the house. So let me know if that's okay with you. And also love to chat with you about that situation for school. And Thursdays and all that. I'm going to be at the gym probably between 9:15 and 10:30. But happy to chat. You know, for a walk in school, like that. Bye.
What time was that voicemail left for Wendi Adelson?
9:04 a.m.
Okay. What happens after that?
So Charlie calls Wendi or attempts to call Wendi at 9:12.
And that's 29 seconds.
Correct.
Okay. What's next?
Wendi texts Dan Markel stating the repairman at my house now. I am picking up the boys at 3 p.m. So your swim idea is a no-go today.
So do we know exactly what time she listened to that? Was it 9:04?
9:04 was the voicemail.
Do we know exactly what time she listened to that 9:04 voicemail?
We do not.
But it seems she would have listened to it before this text at 9:12.
She does seem to acknowledge the content of the voicemail in this text message reply.
So she heard it sometime between 9:04 and 9:12.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in that message, he mentions he's going to the gym, right? At
He did.
9:15. But from the surveillance videos that we have, by the time he got to the gym at 9:15, were the killers already tailing him?
Appear to be so, yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with Luis Rivera's statement that they had been tailing him all morning? They followed him from his house to the preschool that morning.
Correct.
All right. So can you walk us through these messages starting at 9:12 a.m. that Wendi Adelson has with Dan Markel?
Yes. So again, she indicated that the swim idea was a no-go. Mr. Markel responds about his day ending at 4:30.
Meaning that he gets to keep the boys under the schedule until 4:30.
Correct.
Okay.
As again, in this message, he says, under our schedule. And he continues, and you had them until 5 last week. This is at 9:13 a.m.
Okay.
Wendi Adelson responds, because you needed to food shop. This is at 9:15. Mr. Markel replies, you weren't making them available until 5.
And at this point, he's already in the Premier parking lot around that time.
Would be correct, yes.
Okay.
Wendi
What did
responds, if it was 4:30 last Friday, you should have told me that. Why tell me now? This is at 9:19. And also at 9:19, Wendi receives a call from Charlie, last a little over 18 minutes.
Okay. So at the point where Dan Markel's already at the gym at 9:19, right?
Yes,
And the killers have already followed him to the gym at that point, right?
correct,
This is per surveillance footage from Premier.
correct.
At this point, Wendi and Charlie have an 18 and 17 second phone conversation.
An 18-minute and 17-second, yes.
Okay. What happens next after this phone conversation?
So after the phone call started, Wendi would have received the incoming text because I was being nice. And then about the time that phone call would have ended, Wendi texts Dan back.
And does she say, nice was fun while it lasted? See you at 4:30 today at my house then.
Correct.
So after this 18-minute phone call with Charlie Adelson, does she seemingly change her stance in the argument? She kind of concedes the argument and agrees with what Dan Markel is asking. He can keep the boys until 4:30.
Correct.
And then within about an hour of this message was Dan Markel killed.
He was shot, yes.
Shot, thank you. Walk us through what happens next.
So there are additional communications. Charlie attempts to call Donna at 9:38. Charlie attempts to call Katherine at 9:57. Return attempt just after. And then Charlie and Katherine talk for almost 7 minutes at 9:58.
Okay.
Charlie calls Wendi 10:06, short duration. Katherine attempts Charlie again, 10:07, 10:08. The return call at 10:09 for about 6 minutes. And that's the last of the communications prior to the shooting.
Okay. Is Charlie also that morning playing phone tag with the attorney representing him in the divorce, Stephen Webster?
Dan Markel is.
I'm sorry, Dan Markel, thank you. And did Dan Markel have communication where he's playing phone tag with Stephen Webster?
Yes, this is slide 220, and we see from Mr. Markel's records several incoming, outgoing text or voice attempts with Stephen Webster.
And are they basically setting up a time to talk later in the morning?
Your Honor, facts on evidence, and also stipulation.
Staying as the facts, not evidence, that you can lay a foundation for this was doing.
Have you reviewed the text in these call detail records?
Briefly,
Did it appear that they were setting up a time to talk later that day?
yes,
Okay. Is the last outgoing communication from Dan Markel 10:34 a.m.?
yes,
And Dan Markel would have been killed within a few minutes of sending that outgoing message.
correct.
All right, I want to shift now to the cell phone locations in this case. You walked us through at the beginning of your presentation yesterday, Dan Markel's locations on the morning of the murder, Trescott, preschool, gym. What can you tell us about Rivera and Garcia's locations that morning?
So again, as you mentioned, slide 222 here, we see the locations that he was. We know his approximate arrival, the arrival of the Prius into Premier Health and Fitness just after 9 a.m. And what we see now up to slide 224, these are the cell site locations for Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera. Again, Mr. Garcia is in orange, Rivera in blue, but these are the first events with location. We have the morning of the 18th, July 18th, and we see that Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia's location are both consistent with them being in the area of Premier Health and Fitness.
And what was the last event with location data that we have for them while consistent with Premier Gym?
It's going to be these that you see here. So 9:58 for Mr. Garcia, 9:46 for Mr. Rivera.
When was their next event with location after these events?
It was afternoon.
Okay, can you walk us through that?
I can. We see, again, Mr. Markel's vehicle leaving the Premier Health and Fitness, 10:38, the Prius traveling just after. And then we see the location information here. This is slide 227. And again, just looking at the cell site locations, Mr. Garcia's in orange, Rivera's in blue. We see that those events we just saw at Premier Health and Fitness are at the top. And the next event we have, you see, is the 12:30 event for Mr. Garcia, where they appear to be on 75 traveling southbound.
So from Tallahassee to around the Gainesville area, there were no events with location.
Correct.
Could that be consistent with them turning their phones off after they left Premier Gym?
It could, yes.
Sometimes when people commit crimes, do they try to turn their phones off during that time?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained unless you can lay a foundation for this particular point, Stephen.
I'll move on, Judge. All right, so let's start at 12:30. Who was the call to 12:32?
So this is a summary of Mr. Garcia's records for the morning of the 18th. And what we see is his first outgoing call, which happens to be that same event we have with location at 12:30, was to Miss Magbanua.
Even though the call appears to be a short duration, is there any evidence that it went to voicemail or Magbanua did not answer the call?
There's no evidence it was not received.
What do the phone records indicate about the status of Garcia's phone from the last event at Premier to the time he called Katherine Magbanua at 12:30?
Well, we do see at 12:18 and 12:19, we see 2 incoming calls that do not create locations, which means they did not actually reach the handset. The handset was not in communication with the network. So we know, at least for those times, that the handset was not, again, in communication with the network. Power down, battery dead. However, and then we also see these short codes, this 122 and 129, that are coming into the phone at 12:29. And these are consistent with notifications to the handset about missed calls or voicemails or other things. So those events would be consistent with that phone being powered back on or returning to the network at about that 12:29 timeframe.
Okay. And once it comes back on at 12:29, the first call is to Magbanua?
Correct.
Switching gears here, I want to talk about Wendi Adelson's locations during that morning and early afternoon timeframe when Dan Markel was murdered. Are you familiar with Wendi Adelson's statement about her locations on the day of Dan Markel's murder and the route that she took on July 18th after her TV repair appointment?
Yes.
Okay, can you walk us through that?
So again, we see her residence here at the time, the Aqua Ridge Way. This is slide 230. Again, just the flag there indicates the area of her residence.
So is Aqua Ridge kind of off Centerville Road, north of I-10?
Yes.
All right. Based on the location info from her call detail records, can you determine the approximate time she encountered the roadblock on Trescott Drive?
I can, yes.
Okay.
So we also have a receipt from ABC Fine Wine and Spirits that is time-stamped at 12:49 p.m. on the 18th. So looking at communication records with location, we see that she begins a voice call at 12:31 p.m. Her cell site is listed as the purple dot and starts at 12:31. We can see, this is slide 232. As we come down to about the middle here, she has an event at 12, or communication during this phone call with a cell site at 12:35. And then that call ends at 12:47. So we see again, that will be consistent with her leaving the area of her residence sometime around the 12:31 timeframe and being in the area of, and this 12:47 cell site could be the ABC Liquors as well. We know the receipt time's just a couple of minutes later. So with that, and to slide 233, with that receipt being at 12:49, the voice call ending at 12:47, she would have passed by Mr. Markel's residence just prior to that.
Okay, meaning maybe somewhere around 12:35 to 12:45.
Correct.
Did Dan Markel have he and Wendi Adelson's children the morning of July 18th?
I'm sorry?
Did Dan Markel have the children the morning of July 18th and he took them to school that morning?
He did, yes.
Okay. Looking at Wendi Adelson's call detail records, were you able to see her calls, who they were from and to, and the times on July 18th of 2014?
Yes. So slide 234, a summary of her calls that morning. And we can see in the highlighted sections here, calls that would have been made or received after the time that she would have passed by the Markel residence.
When she encountered that roadblock, the crime scene tape with the police cars behind it in front of the Markel residence, did she attempt to call Dan Markel to make sure he or the kids were okay?
She did not.
Did she attempt to call the children's daycare, creative preschool, to make sure that they made it to school and there wasn't some type of incident?
She did not.
Did she attempt to call 911 or law enforcement to see what was going on since her children had been staying on that street?
She did not.
Did she just continue to the liquor store and then on to lunch?
Correct.
Are you familiar with the area of Thomasville Road and I-10 where the restaurant Mosaic used to be, which was the restaurant she went to lunch at that day?
I am.
Were there any liquor stores in that area back in July 2014?
There were, yes.
Okay, can you walk? Thank you.
So what we see, slide 237, again, we are showing the residence, her residence at the time on Aqua Ridge, and her ultimate destination, which was Mosaic off of Thomasville Road. So clearly the next slide here shows, as calculated by the mapping software, the most direct route between those two locations as far as where she was headed.
And then were there any liquor stores in the area of Mosaic at that time?
There were. So at that time, there was Publix Liquors on Thomasville Road there, very close to Mosaic. There was Market Square Liquors off Thomasville, and also another ABC location a little further north on Thomasville Road.
Would those Publix and Market Square Liquors be a lot closer to Aqua Ridge and Mosaic than the one she ultimately went to?
They would. And this is slide 242, which shows the route she ended up taking versus what is calculated as the most efficient route. We can see there's a difference of about 9 minutes longer to go the other way.
So she went 9 minutes out of the way to go to the ABC Liquors next to Dan Markel's home.
Correct.
All right, switching gears again. July 18th, the last slide that we saw of Garcia and Rivera's locations was around the Gainesville area when the phones were powered back on and the 12:30 call was made by Garcia to Katherine Magbanua. Does the next map show Garcia and Rivera continuing to come back down to the Miami area?
Yes, we do see here slide 244 as another large time frame without location information, but we see in the late afternoon, early evening hours, the use on the phones returns, and we see that they are getting into the South Florida area.
Okay, once back in Miami, did they stop somewhere where they were caught on video?
Yes, so we have an ATM withdrawal from Mr. Rivera. We can see that that occurred at 6:46 p.m. And through the records, we were able to determine the location of that specific ATM where that transaction occurred in Pembroke Pine.
Okay.
So slide 247 shows the location of the ATM by the yellow flag in the middle. The, again, blue and orange circles represent the cell sites their handsets were using at the time. And we can see that their locations are consistent with the area of that ATM around the time of that transaction.
All right. Moving on to July 18th. Okay, thank you.
So from that ATM, there were also surveillance images obtained of Mr. Rivera driving, Mr. Garcia in the passenger seat, and again of the green Prius.
And then after that, was Garcia in communication with Katherine Magbanua that evening?
Yes.
Was Magbanua also in communication with her friend Yindra Mascaro that evening?
Yes. So here again, slide 250 is the summary of the communications at that afternoon and evening. And we can highlight here several communications between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia. And in addition to those, we do see communications between Ms. Magbanua and Ms. Mascaro.
And was there evidence that Magbanua went to Rivera's house to meet up with Garcia on the night of July 18th?
There was, as we see again, Ms. Magbanua's cell sites represented here in red. She has events up to 8:46 that are consistent with the area of her residence. And we can see as we move across the slide here, 253, events at 9:20 and 9:23, and ultimately 9:42, that will be consistent with her traveling away from the area of her residence and toward the area of Mr. Rivera's residence.
And are you familiar with Magbanua's statement that she dropped her kids off at Yindra Mascaro's residence for the night that night, on the night of July 18th?
Yes.
And whose residence is on the way to Rivera's?
Ms. Mascaro's. And
is Magbanua then at Rivera's residence by around 9:42 p.m.?
I'm sorry, you have a question.
Your Honor, there's a question from the jury.
You use the bathroom.
Thank
The
you.
bailiff will take you to the restroom.
And we see Donna. It's a bathroom break. I love this judge. I love this judge. Raised my, like in grade school. Remember, he was a school teacher beforehand, and he's very aware of kids having wanted to go to the bathroom. And his kids, the jurors, somebody raised their hand. They had
Everyone
to
can
go
be
to the
seated.
bedroom.
Believe to accommodate the issue that we discussed previously at sidebar about scheduling. We'll need to stop this morning at 11:30, but once the jurors come back out, we'll at least get another hour of the testimony in. If the defendant needs to use the restroom, bailiffs, please take her at this time.
So there's a scheduling issue, so they're gonna stop at 11:30 this morning. Instead of the usual, I guess, noonish. So we'll see. He didn't say what the scheduling issue was, obviously. All righty, there's our seal. Wonder how Michael Bryant's perceiving this in the courtroom. Remember yesterday and the day before yesterday and the day before yesterday, then when it opened, what did we talk about? When Wendi encounters the roadblock and she sees the crime scene tape and she comes closer than any other car. Remember, it's about a half a mile up Trescott when Michael Bryant drove it. He drove it. It's in Justice Served TV in our videos, right? She does it. It's the place where she knows her ex was, where her kids may be going, where her kids came from, where obviously she must have known neighbors. She doesn't call Dan Markel to say, hey, something's going on at the house. Any problem with the kids? She doesn't call the preschool to say, are my kids there? Because there's something happening. She doesn't call the police to say, what's happening on Trescott? I have a ex-husband who lives there with my children. I need to know they're safe. To me, for Wendi, I mean, that's one of the really bad facts, okay? But that's for Wendi. But I have to tell you, I thought that we didn't see them all. I did and post some of the screenshots of what Detective Corbett put in his PowerPoint, and that was the calls. And I will say that the prosecutor, what does she do? What does Prosecutor Dugan do? She talks about does this represent the calls from or all the co-conspirators, right? That's how she phrases their question. All the co-conspirators. Does this represent that from all the co-conspirators? And she has every Adelson photograph in it, including Katherine Magbanua, and including Sigfredo Garcia, and including Luis Rivera. So she had every single thing. That's acclimating the jury that all of the family are co-conspirators in this. And that the TV repair, they're on their way now. I mean, if that's not code for the killers are on their way now, okay, from Donna Adelson, right? Nothing is. All right. Now, it doesn't say Donna Adelson, criminals and conspirators don't talk necessarily. Hey, the murderers are on the way now. The hitmen are on the way now. They don't do that on the phone. There's always a code word. And the amount of communications, I thought that Detective Sergeant Corbett talked about it when he had all of his graphics, both the night before, the day before. He actually had it the previous time that Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera came, and it was the aborted hit because Markel was with his kids. And they were driving the same kind of car as Jeff. They had rented the same kind of car as Jeff in that. And then, of course, it was candid. It was like idiot killers because they actually shot the gun and they shot it into the gas line and had to go get that repaired. That's the first time, the ineffectual. But this time, where there's communications between and Katherine Magbanua, which Katherine Magbanua talked about, but she didn't remember them. But now we're seeing the amount of communications between Magbanua and Charlie and his mother and Charlie to the Adelson residence. And at the time that only Donna would be home to answer it because Harvey later on would be making a call to the residence from his cell phone. So while the prosecutors talked about all the co-conspirators, and they included Harvey, who's in that courtroom, there was a little bit of a distance in terms of the phone calls. With Donna talking, though, about Harvey's birthday present. And remember, the birthday present, according to Rob said the family didn't want, Harvey didn't want any birthday presents. All he wanted was his family to be together. That was the present he wanted. But Donna seems to have a surprise. Let's give your dad a birthday present. What was it? The prosecution is contending that it was the murder of Dan Markel, right? That's what they're contending. There's no doubt about that. I thought that very sad. Dan's phone call to Wendi or with Wendi around 9:00 a.m. Was incredibly sad. I mean, if you're the parents of Dan Markel, now you've listened to this how many times? 5 times. But it was just really sad. Really, really sad. I mean, I just, you sit here, but the jury's not writing everything down because you couldn't really keep up with the PowerPoint. I guess they're hoping the PowerPoint goes into the jury room later on. But the impression you get is that all of them are talking amongst themselves, and they're all talking amongst themselves about how this hit is going to happen and what is happening with this hit, right? That's the impression. And jurors don't necessarily need the specific date unless they're arguing, right? If you're a defense, you want to sometimes give specific times and dates so the jury can argue for your behalf. But jurors get the picture; they get the whole picture. And I'm thinking the prosecution in this case is done just an incredible job with Sergeant Corbett with these PowerPoint slides. And with all the evidence we had before, that paints a picture that Donna had to be involved, that she's one of the spokes in the wheel, if not, the bicycle wheel I talked to you about, if not the middle of the bicycle wheel, that everything comes out from her to the different spokes. And everyone may not know everything that's going on, but they all know something that's going on. and spoke A is talking to spoke B, and spoke B is talking to spoke C, and spoke C is talking to Donna Adelson, and Donna Adelson is talking to Wendi, who maybe spoke D, and all. So there you are. I mean, I just think that this was pretty effective, and I'll say it again, effective testimony at all with regard to the state. Incredible. And remember, they thought they were really smart. And then, as I said to you this morning, as I was thinking about this case last night, because we spent so much time on a fact that the family, according to Charlie, had apparently, shall I say, what's the word I'm looking for? I thought about a hit person the year before, because Magbanua, and Charlie and Wendi told Jeff that when all of the movement was going on, right? When all of the movement was going on about and emotions about whether Wendi could move, and then it was denied with prejudice, and then it was stipulated to by Wendi. And then she had some emails with her friends that said, look, she didn't really mind it because the job gave her flexibility to spend with kids. And really a whole year goes by, right? So you have to ask yourself, well, if they're thinking of the hit person previously, what then aggravates it the following year? And it has to be the motion that included the grandparents' motion. Really, it's really to sever the relationship, because it's to sever the contact because of alienation of affections, because the rest of that motion was normal garbage that had been going on for years, that has in every single divorce that's bitter. But this one was new, and it was filed. It was supposed to initially be heard on May 15th. And then I think you start seeing, and if that's the case, I think that's really bad for Donna, because it's only Donna and Harvey that really have that incredible interest in that, to make that the precipitating event, to then start dealing with, we're going to hire a hit person and give Dad for his birthday a present. And the present is going to be that Dan Markel will be killed. I call it an assassination because it was in the head. He's sitting in his car talking to a friend in his garage, a very safe place. So I see there was a question from Aaron Penner. Hi, Aaron. I won't say Eric again, although maybe I should give you an AKA, but thank you for that donation. How do we know what items are going to the jury, like the PowerPoint, when the jury get that? Right now, the PowerPoint is marked just as a demonstrative exhibit, okay? So it is not going into the jury as it stands right now. Will there be a motion by the prosecution to put parts of it into the jury, or some of it into the jury, including the maps that indicate where the phone calls were? I think there are going to be. I think they're going to want to take out those specific maps that indicate the mapping of the testimony, follows the testimony of Corbett. And the judge will give an instruction that, of course, it's the testimony that counts, but we're sending those in. So I have a feeling that those are going to go in. They usually do go in, the specific maps of where calls are made that an expert testifies. They usually do get marked, not only for demonstrative, but then can be marked to be moved into evidence. But maybe not all of the PowerPoint. And sometimes a part of a slide will go in, because you saw some of the slides that said, that talked about the communications between the co-conspirators, and it had a date, a setup slide. That's never going to go in. All right, because that is an opinion of what the prosecution believes they're proving by the specific mapping. But the mapping slides could go in, but not the whole PowerPoint. We'll know when they make that determination. But right now, yesterday, I believe this was just marked for demonstrative exhibit, and the prosecution talked about it because, remember, the defense had an issue with it, Aaron, yesterday, because they said they hadn't seen it. It was new, and they hadn't seen all the new slides. And the prosecution said, look, we took out some of the slides. It actually is more helpful to the defense. So we'll see. But normally the mapping slides that they do off their polls from the various, one of them is Cellbrite, right? Which many of our viewers not so happy with Cellbrite right now after they changed software to delete the Karen Reed search, right? And also their pristine reputation may have taken a hit with regard to Reed, but these jurors don't know about that, right? These jurors don't know about that at all. And I thought it was also chilling, and I'll say it again, not also, we just talked about it. The phone call, the parents have to be listening to Dan Markel's, their son's voice. Now, I do wish the slide, and that slide will not go into the jury because it's, unless there's an agreement that the transcript, it had a transcript of what Dan Markel was saying. I wish the camera operator for Court TV, whoever is in that court, I believe it's Court TV, had kept the camera on that slide, unless you took a screenshot of it. And I didn't, because I assumed that slide was going to be staying up, but I'm going to go search X and Twitter. Maybe somebody took a screenshot of it, because it had the transcript of what Dan Markel was talking with Wendi. And you really couldn't hear it when we're listening to it. I thought, I don't know if all of you heard it, I did not hear it well. And I really wanted to hear it. So I think Dizzy said the last trial, only the transcript that went to the jury was the Dolce Vita audio. We'll see. I mean, things can change with regard to how trials and what the prosecution wants to put in and all. But I wish that camera operator had kept that up so we could have followed along with what Dan Markel had actually said there. And then they went right off it. And, so I would just say the jury has those demonstrative exhibits in the PowerPoint up for a reason. And while they're listening to Corbett, they're looking at that for a reason, because it's the visual representation of what he's saying. And sometimes people learn visually better by seeing the snapshot. I was trying to write everything down, and I kind of, quite frankly, gave up, because I said, well, my impression is you've got this call here. You've got Charlie Adelson calling Magbanua calling back. You're calling Adelson, Charlie calling his mother. They're calling the residence. Then you got Harvey calling the residence 2 hours after a call that Charlie had made to the residence, clearly talking to Donna. And then you have the 18-minute call. Wendi is talking on the morning of the hit to Charlie, supposedly about the TV. Well, if the TV repairman is code word for the hit, yeah, they were talking about the TV repairman or repairmen that were coming, right? So I really hope the prosecution makes a motion to move some of these things into evidence. And then if they're in evidence, we can get them also. Usually there'd be public records, whether or not the judge gives them before or after, for everyone to have access to. But I'll have to go around and see whether anyone screenshotted that, right? I'll have to go around and see if anyone screenshotted that. So if all of you are watching right now, now is the time, by the way. I'm going to laugh because the judge talked to me. Do you need to go to the bathroom? And then they told Mrs. Adelson, now's the time. You have to go now. But they will be only coming back and going to 11:30 before they stop for, I gather, a longer lunch, or maybe it's a shorter lunch, but maybe it's the same lunch, but it's going to go from 11:30 to 12:30. Okay. Aaron Penner says, we need to know from Michael if the secretary, that's the jury he's called the secretary, wrote all this down. Doug Weinstein. Hi, Doug. Yes, you would oppose that the demonstrative is being put into evidence. Doug, what about these cell tower hits and strikes? What about that? Have you ever had that go in? I've had those go in over objection, but I've had those go in. Because they are too effective. Yes, they are too effective, right? And even that's why I just said I wish the camera operator had honed in for us, because it was so easy. And as a matter of fact, I took some screenshots, but not of that. I did post on our X account some screenshots. I thought, how did you like, Doug, this? There's a question from Dugan. Does this represent the phone calls from all the co-conspirators at this time? And then they have pictures of Harvey Adelson, Donna Adelson, Charlie Adelson, right? Siegfried Garcia, Katherine Magbanua, Wendi Adelson, and Luis Rivera. And she referred to those, and again, I X'd those, tweeted those out, screenshots, as all the co-conspirators when Dugan asked the question of Corbett. Doug, how did you feel about that? Would you have created an objection on that? That it's prejudicial because my client is being on trial. That's exactly what she's on trial for, to see whether she's a co-conspirator, and the prosecution, by constantly reinforcing that with the question, is presuming guilt or imprinting upon the jury something that it's the jury's determination to find. Right now, she's Donna Adelson, presumed innocent. How did you feel about that, Doug? I assume I didn't hear any objection from the defense at any time. Okay. Doug says, of course, I would have lost all that in YSL. Yeah, but I think you have to make the objection. You just can't sit there. Micah, demonstrative should never go back. Yes, but you can take out a demonstrative exhibit and then you can ask a piece of a demonstrative exhibit to be marked as a piece of evidence.
You can be seated.
That's the difference. So that's why I think that the prosecution said right now this is demonstrative. Okay.
Yes.
We're coming back in. We have a great hearing when they're marching to back in. Okay. By the way, I love this judge. I just love Judge Everett. Okay. I just love it. Doug, right. Lodge the objection, then ask for continuing objection when overruled. There you go. That's from the best you've seen, one of the best trial attorneys in the United States. That's what he would have done. That's how he would have done it. That's what should have been done. Don't you like the fact that the judge brings snacks? I just went to a federal court proceeding for my client a couple weeks ago. We had an all-day mediation, and the judge also had snacks, big bowls of snacks into our different rooms. Things like I normally don't eat, Doritos, and of course, when they're put in front of you, you can't help but eat them. You have nothing else to do but sit there and eat as you wait. If anyone's been in a mediation, it goes from 9 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock at night. All right, let's see what's happening here. There's an issue. They're going up to the bench. I don't know what the issue is. Maybe it's one of the issues we talked about. Maybe it's still a scheduling issue. Whatever, we should say. Yeah, but now then you have Donna. She's there at that table with probably a paralegal. She does not have her earphones on right now. She came back without her earphones. Do you think that she is actually looking defeated, or do you think Donna is such a good actress that she wants to look defeated? She's certainly very colorful today. The attorneys dressed her in her grandma sweater, being that very periwinkle blue, it looks like, and a pink and white striped shirt. She certainly does look extremely colorful. By the way, everybody loves you, Doug Weinstein. Look at this. Everybody loves you. They love that you're here. They love you. And anytime you want to come on, let me know. We'll send you a link and all. I was actually trying to do work, which is why I was behind my Tubi avatar as I was listening here, because as you all know, we're practicing attorneys and it's hard to get your work done, but we were listening to everything that's going on. And I was complaining about not being able to see some of the slides. So here we go. See, look at Doug. Everybody loves you, Doug. Everybody. Let's see what the judge Everett is going to say. Hey, jurors are coming in. Clomp, 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 clomp. They all had time because one of them raised their hand and, they get comfortable. Hey, judge.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Dugan, you may continue with the examination of Sergeant Corbett.
Okay, so the night of July 18th was Katherine Magbanua's cell phone consistent with Rivera's residence by around 9:42 p.m.?
Yes, just after that. We see from the call summary, the last communication between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia was at 9:46 p.m. And what we see as her events at 9:46 and 9:47 are very consistent with Mr. Rivera's residence. So that kind of coincides with the end of their back and forth communication, with her location becoming consistent with Rivera's residence, where Mr. Garcia's location was also consistent.
Okay, and could that be consistent with her communicating with Garcia? That communication ends once she arrives at Rivera's residence, where Garcia and Rivera are also there.
Correct.
Now, after being there for a little while, does Katherine Magbanua communicate with Charlie Adelson?
She does. And again, back to the summary, we see that there is an outgoing call from Mr. Adelson at 10:12, very, very short duration. And then Ms. Magbanua calls Mr. Adelson back at 10:20 for about a 2-minute phone call.
And tell us about Katherine Magbanua's location for that 10:20 call to Charlie Adelson.
So what we see, the 10:20 and 10:22, is the last times that her location is consistent with the area around Mr. Rivera's residence.
Were we able to find any other evidence of her and Charlie Adelson's plans for the night of July 18th?
Yes. And again, that was slide 257 we just spoke of. This is communication from Mr. Adelson's iCloud. And the afternoon and evening of July 18th, where she asked, how's work been, hon? He says, been busy. And then later, about to start a big case, which she acknowledges.
Okay, and did they discuss their plans for that night?
They did. 8:22 p.m. She texts, you're still at work. Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson responds, just finishing. I'm not really feeling good. Maybe we can just hang at my house.
And that message from him is at 8:23 p.m. to Katherine Magbanua?
That's correct.
Okay, and he says he's not feeling good before she comes to his house.
Correct.
All right. Are you familiar with a call that Wendi Adelson made while at TPD in front of TPD investigators to inform Donna Adelson of Dan Markel's shooting?
Yes.
And was that call made by Wendi Adelson to Donna Adelson at 7:04 p.m.?
Yes, there were actually two close together there.
Okay, thank you. Which co-conspirator did Donna Adelson call after that?
So looking at Donna Adelson's locations and communication, there is a text message from Donna to Charlie, a chat that says, call us ASAP.
Okay, and what about after that?
So what we see is looking at the combined location information from both Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson's cell phones, their locations. We see that they are consistent with leaving the South Miami, South Beach area around or a little before 8 p.m. and beginning to travel north. We see locations here on this slide through about 8:29 p.m. And if we continue, we see events at 8:35 p.m. again in the North Miami area. And then we don't have any other usable events with location until 10:53, at which point they're in the north area down here.
Okay. Can you go back to just the slide right before this? Okay, so she receives a call from Wendi Adelson around 7:04 p.m. She's in touch with Charlie Adelson by she's attempting to get in contact with him by around 7:12. And within an hour, they are leaving South Beach and headed north in Miami.
Correct.
They being Donna Adelson.
And Harvey Adelson.
And Harvey
yes.
Adelson. Thank you. All right, so can we go to your next slide? You said that their last cell phone communication with location data was in North Miami at 8:35 p.m. And their next event with location after that was at 10:53 p.m. Are you familiar with Katherine Magbanua's statement that Charlie Adelson told her that his parents had just been at her home the night of Dan Markel's murder before she arrived at the home?
Her home or his home?
I'm sorry, his home, Charlie Adelson's home.
Yes.
Charlie Adelson's parents had just been at Charlie Adelson's home before Magbanua arrived that night.
Correct.
Okay. Is Charlie's home located between the location we see there for the cell site at 835 and the location for the cell site at 1053?
Yes, we see here the location referenced by the flag of where Mr. Adelson's residence was at the time.
Is there evidence in the phone records that Donna Adelson went to Charlie Adelson's home on the night of Dan Markel's murder?
So there is another communication from Miss Donna Adelson at 8:59 p.m. stating outside your house.
Outside your house, and she's sending that message to Charlie Adelson, is that right?
Correct.
What can you tell us about her locations that night and how long she could have spent at Charlie's residence after sending this message?
Your Honor, I'm going to object and call for speculation.
Overruled, he may answer based on his analysis of the records. However, Sergeant, you are not to speculate or offer any opinions beyond anything that you have not directly researched of these matters. You may answer the question.
Yes, sir. So the question asked of me is, it possible for, given the cell site locations and times, is it possible there was a period of time where Donna and Harvey could have stopped at Charlie Adelson's residence? So to do this analysis, I looked at the events that we had with usable locations, and we see that there is this 6-minute phone call, and this is the 835 location we saw in the previous slide. But we see this phone call actually begins on the cell site in the bottom of this slide, which should be 263. And it ends on the cell site at the top. So to conduct an analysis of potential time between points, we need to establish a point to start measuring from. So my estimation of the approximate handset's location between these two cell sites for this phone call is approximately the area of that 832 little call out here in the middle. So that is the point that I started, again, with based on these two phone call or the beginning and ending cell sites, estimated that the handset was approximately in the area of that marker at 832. Same thing for the ending phone call or the next phone call that we had at 1053. We see the cell site that it begins on and the cell site that it ends on a little further north. And so that will be consistent again with the handset continuing to travel along the area of the turnpike. And for our ending time here, I again estimated the location of the handset to be where that white call out box is at approximately 10:53 p.m. So with those 2 points and using the Esri route planning tool, Esri is the mapping software that we use, it tells us that that travel should have taken approximately about 1 hour and 4 minutes. And what we see is between 8:32 and 10:53 is actually 2 hours and 21 minutes. So the distance traveled is not consistent with the time consumed.
You spoke about Esri. Is that also the how Department of Transportation estimates mileage as well?
Yes, if you go to the official Department of Transportation site to get mileage for business travel, they use the same software.
What can you determine about when Donna Adelson would have reached Charlie Adelson's residence according to this estimated travel time?
So if we look at this, and again, we see the area of Charlie Adelson's residence, we have the message at 8:59 that says outside your house. Charlie responds to that about 20 minutes later with 10 minutes. So again, using the same route planning, we see that that should have taken approximately 25 minutes to travel from our 8:32 starting point to Charlie Adelson's residence. And so that would have put the estimated time of arrival at his residence 8:57, and the text message is sent at 8:59. So that would be pretty consistent.
So the text message time is consistent with the estimated time it would take to get from the last known location to his house.
Correct.
And in that text message, she says outside your house to him.
Correct.
And then he gives her an estimated amount of time before he'll be at his house, 10 men.
Correct. And what we see looking at Charlie Adelson's locations, the 9:19, when the text message is sent, we can see the cell site that his handset is using. As we continue down slide 268, we can see that he has communication at 9:21, and then the next cell site he has is, or cell site time he has is 9:40, and that 9:40 time he has become consistent with the area of his residence. So he reaches his residence sometime between 9:21 and 9:40. If we look at the 9:19 time of the text message, that 10 minutes is about correct for when he would arrive home.
So he says he's 10 minutes when he's about 10 minutes away en route to his house
Correct.
after receiving the outside your house text. Is that right?
Correct.
And what do we see here?
This is just a close-up of that, again, showing the cell sites when he would be consistent with his residence, arriving sometime before 9:40.
And where was Donna Adelson's next event with actual location data after she said she was outside Charlie Adelson's house and he responded 10 men?
Again, the next event that we have is the 1053 events, looking at their combined records. Is the next usable location event that we have. So if we look at the time that it would take to travel from Charlie Adelson's residence to that point, we see that based on the route planning, approximately 48 minutes. And again, the actual travel time based on those cell site usages was 1 hour and 54 minutes. So we have about an hour of unaccounted for time.
So it took her 1 hour and 54 minutes to travel to the 1053 location from North Miami, which left 1 hour and 6 minutes unaccounted for.
This would be the travel time from Charlie Adelson's residence
Thank
to
you.
that 1053 point. Did take 1 hour and 54 minutes, which was estimated to only take 48.
So how long could she and Charlie Adelson then have overlapped at his house during that time?
The maximum would be approximately 1 hour and 6 minutes.
And that would be including the time that she would have been waiting for him to arrive?
It would, yes.
Okay. So let's say she waited 10 minutes or so for him to arrive. Actually, he sent it 20 minutes after arriving after he received the text, right?
Correct. Charlie's response to Donna was about 20 minutes after she had texted outside your residence. And that indicates a 10-minute estimated time of arrival. So about 30 minutes would be probably the shortest that she would have waited, but you still have a little over a half hour of overlap.
Okay, thank you. So total amount of time, 1 hour, 6 minutes, and they could have spent about 30 minutes or so together during that time at his residence.
Could have, yes.
What else do you know about Donna Adelson's travels that evening?
So we have an additional chat later on.
Does he check back in with her to see if she got there okay?
Yes. At 11:56, Charlie texts, "Did you get to your hotel okay? Love you." She responds, "Thank you for asking. We have it on MapQuest. Hilton Inn on International Drive. We should arrive at 1:25 a.m. Get some rest. We'll talk in the morning." So again, looking at the point of the 1053 estimated location to the location she states she's going to, we see that should have taken about 2 hours and 20 minutes, and which would have made the arrival time around 1:13. Her stated arrival, estimated arrival was 1:25. So again, these are pretty close.
So no large amount of time unaccounted for during that journey.
That's correct.
The large amount of time that you have unaccounted for where she says she's outside Charlie Adelson's house is from the 8:35 spot to the 10:53 spot.
Correct.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to do this drive that Donna Adelson took from North Miami to the 1053 location on the night of July 18th?
I did, yes.
And when did you do that drive?
I did that July 18th of this year.
And was that on a Friday night this year, just as her drive was on a Friday night in 2014?
Yes,
And on the same date, July 18th?
correct.
Can you tell us about that drive?
I simply traveled to that area, to the area of that first estimated location at 832. I started an exit south of that so that I was at traveling speed, and I traveled to Charlie Adelson's residence. I noted the time and mileage that it took me to get there, and then I traveled from Charlie Adelson's residence to the 1053 spot just to make sure that the roadways, all of those which have not changed, allowed for me to get off the turnpike, get back on, continue travel, and about how long it took me to do it.
Were you able to easily get off the exit for Charlie Adelson's house and then get back on again?
Yes.
And was the time it took to drive from Donna Adelson's 832 location in North Miami to Charlie Adelson's residence consistent with the estimated time?
It was. I was within just a few minutes.
Ms. Kappelman just reminded me, you said it was on the same day. Did you also do it at the same time of day?
I did, yes.
Okay, so Friday evening around between 8:30 and 11.
Yes, within just a couple of minutes of 832, it was a little hard to gauge my travel time to get to that exact point. Might have been off a minute or two when I crossed that specific point, but it was very, very close to the exact time of day.
And was the time it took to drive from Charlie Adelson's residence to her 1053 location consistent with the estimated time on Esri?
It was, yes.
Okay. All right, so moving on to the next day, July 19th. If you could walk us through the morning after the murder of Dan Markel, where's Charlie Adelson located at that time?
Charlie Adelson has locations consistent with his residence.
And what can you tell us about the communication from Magbanua's phone that morning?
I can. So first we looked at her locations, and we recalled that we had that after 10 p.m. Cell site location where she was leaving the area of Mr. Rivera's residence. And actually the next locations that we have for her is the morning of July 19th. And we see again, this is slide 274, and we can see that her locations beginning at 9:44 would be consistent with her traveling south from the area of Mr. Adelson's residence to the area of either her residence or Mr. Rivera's.
Now, once or before this 9:44 a.m. Call, did she have some calls the night before that were routed to voicemail?
Yes, that were not, they did not reach the phone, yes.
What was her last location then before the locations we see here? Was it the 10:20 something location we saw from the night before when she's leaving Rivera's residence and talking to Charlie Adelson?
Correct.
Okay. And in the text messages between her and Charlie Adelson that night, she was planning to go over to his house that night because he wasn't feeling well.
Correct.
Okay. So looking at this slide, does it appear that her phone is then the first active location or the first active event with location we have? She's coming south down from Charlie Adelson's residence that next morning.
Correct.
Are you familiar with Katherine Magbanua's statement that she spent the night at Charlie Adelson's home the night of Dan Markel's murder, and the next morning she took the money that he gave her for the murder to Rivera's, the area of Rivera's residence?
Yes.
Was there evidence of that in the phone records?
So what we see, again, back to your initial question, as far as the cell phone or the call activity, we're looking at the summary of calls in the morning of July 19th. And we see those events that we saw on the map consistent with her travel south. She is attempting to call Mr. Garcia. So we have a number of outgoing calls between 9:44 and 9:46, including a text message where she's trying to reach Mr. Garcia.
When she can't reach Garcia, does she start trying to call some friends of his to try to get a hold of him?
Yeah, so immediately after that, at 9:47, she makes an outgoing call to Anthony Ortiz.
Does she also try to call Luis Rivera that morning to find Garcia?
She did not.
Okay. Does the attempted communication with Garcia stop at 10:31 a.m.?
Yes, so again, our first set of calls here, she's trying to reach Mr. Garcia. She's unable to. She calls Mr. Ortiz. And now what we see starting at 9:49, Mr. Ortiz is attempting to call Mr. Garcia. Luis Rivera is now attempting to call Garcia. And it starts this flurry of back and forth phone calls with Luis Rivera and Anthony Ortiz trying to find Mr. Garcia, or trying to reach Mr. Garcia. And that continues through about 10:20 in the morning.
Okay, so Magbanua is calling Garcia's friend Ortiz. Ortiz is trying to call Garcia, and Ortiz also calls Rivera to try to get a hold of Garcia.
That is correct.
Okay. Eventually, do all of these attempted calls to Garcia stop, and at what point?
Well, they certainly tame down. What we see for the first time is at 10:20. So we've had this period of time where everyone's trying to reach Mr. Garcia. Katherine Magbanua gets a call from Luis Rivera from his actual primary phone number, and they talk for about 1 minute and 40 seconds. So after that, then we see that Ms. Magbanua communicates with Mr. Rivera a couple of times. She does again try to get hold of Mr. Garcia. But all of that concludes at about 10:30 in the morning.
And was there any evidence as to why there wasn't location data for Garcia that morning and why no one can get a hold of him?
He had, dumped his phone. He had.
Objection, Your Honor, facts not in evidence.
Stand to establish the foundation for the witness to testify to this.
What could you tell from his phone records, the evidence in this case, about why no one could get a hold of Mr. Garcia?
So Mr. Garcia's records indicate that in the early morning hours of the 19th, that phone left the network, was no longer in communication with the network. There are a number of inbound calls that never reach the handset. They do not produce location information or duration. So his phone is not in communication with the network. And that continues through the end of the records. That phone never returns to service, never makes or receives an actual phone call from that morning of the 19th through the duration of the records that we have.
What can you tell us about the locations of Rivera and Magbanua at 10:31 and the time period after that, once all of these attempted communications stop?
So again, we have the flurry of communications. That last call is at 10:31 a.m. And if we look at Ms. Magbanua's locations at 10:31, she is consistent with Rivera's residence, and Mr. Rivera's cell site locations are also consistent with his residence.
And are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he was able to find Garcia that morning at a girl's house and brought him back to Rivera's residence?
Correct.
Now, when is the next communication on Katherine Magbanua's cell phone after that with location data?
The next that we see is at 11:23 a.m.
This is about 50 minutes later.
Correct.
All right. And is her location at 11:23 a.m. consistent with Mascaro's residence?
It would be consistent with the way to Mascaro's residence.
Okay. Thank you. Could this be consistent with her then leaving Rivera's residence after a period of time and heading back towards Mascaro's residence to pick up her children?
It could be, yes.
All right. Switching gears again. Were you involved in securing a wiretap of some of the suspects in this case back in 2016?
I was.
What is a wiretap?
A wiretap is an active way for law enforcement to be able to gain information or intelligence. Everything that we've talked about in the historical records are just that, historical. We're getting records that already existed and having those provided to us. A wiretap is an ongoing intercept where we are able to, in real time, see the calls that are being placed, the outgoing, inbound, durations, all of those things, in addition to the content of most of those. So text message content and voice content, we're actually able to listen to those calls in real time while they're occurring. So this is a real-time, ongoing, active monitoring of the communications.
In order for a wiretap to be in place, does there have to be an order signed by a judge? That order has to be sent to the phone carrier so that the calls can be monitored by law enforcement.
Correct.
Were we able to monitor the content of the calls between the subjects in this case back in the time that these events happened, back in June and July of 2014?
No, again, we were investigating after the fact. All of that was historical. The carriers do not retain the content of voice calls. They don't record everything that you say and make it available to us. So we had no option to listen or know the content of those communications back then, outside of what we recover in text messages.
Okay, so the wiretap in this case is during the investigation, once law enforcement had identified the identity of these subjects and was trying to listen to see whether they talked about the crime.
That is correct. It is prospective. It is ongoing, real time.
All right, can you explain to the jury what type of equipment is needed for a wiretap?
Well, we use a variety of equipment. There is carrier-based equipment. They have equipment that is able to basically mirror those phone calls, that traffic, and provide it to law enforcement. We have equipment, computer servers that are able to receive that communication and then provide it to monitoring stations, which are essentially laptops. We have headphones and software that allows us to see this information. It decodes the information that is sent to us from the carrier. So we can see in real time, it pops up with the time of the call, the phone numbers, cell site locations sometimes, and other information. And if it is a call that has audio, then there's an indication that there's audio, and we're able to actually listen to that through the headphones.
Does the software give the listeners, law enforcement, the ability to stop and start the recordings?
It does, yes.
And are synopsis of the recordings done by law enforcement?
Yes.
Is there any involvement by the actual phone carrier, like the company?
There is, yes.
Is monitoring of the calls done live and in real time?
It is.
And do the people who are monitoring these intercepts have to go through a certain type of training in order to do that?
They do. They have to go through what we call minimization training. The interception of communications requires that non-relevant or communications that are not pertinent to the actual crimes be minimized or not listened to. So we call that minimization training, and everyone who listens to or has opportunity to hear any audio from the wire has to go through that training.
Okay, and are the people monitoring it also thoroughly briefed on the case?
They are. Part of that training is a requirement to read the affidavit that was authorizing the wiretap and to get a briefing from the case agents so that they know in great detail all the elements of the case so that they're able to detect during the phone calls if that conversation is actually relevant to some part of the investigation. They need to know financial things, relationships, hierarchy, those kind of things. So again, they are briefed by the case agent and they're required to read the documents.
If the phone conversation is not relevant to the crime or is privileged in some way, is there a mechanism to stop that recording by law enforcement?
Yes.
And is that the purpose of that to protect people's privacy if they're not talking about something relevant to the crime?
Yes, the purpose of that is to allow us to minimize those parts of the conversation that are not pertinent to the crime and in compliance with the order.
Is minimization a choice by law enforcement, or are they required to minimize irrelevant portions?
It's a requirement.
Okay. Are you limited in time, or is law enforcement who's listening limited in time, in the time that they have to decide whether what they're listening to is relevant to the crime or not?
There are a number of things that go into that. Time is one of them, yes. We have a guideline for how long we should listen to make that determination. And then we have some guidelines for how frequently we can come back and check the ongoing conversation to see if that conversation has turned criminal or turned into something relevant to the investigation.
So the officer can then go back in and listen in again to see if they are now talking about something relevant.
Correct. We call this spot checking.
And can the listeners of the call tell if a law enforcement officer is doing that?
The listener of the call, I'm sorry?
Can we, as the listeners here in the courtroom, tell if an officer is doing that?
Yes. In certain versions of the software, there's an audible tone to indicate that it's been minimized. There's printouts from the software that tells us when audio was listened to and when it was minimized. And there's just absences in the conversation, blank spaces where that recording did not occur.
And is the portion of the call, so the portion of the call that's minimized then is not recorded?
Correct.
When listening, though, and trying to decide whether something's relevant or irrelevant, are law enforcement officers also on the lookout for suspects trying to mask the meaning of what they're saying in case law enforcement's listening? Maybe they are talking about the crime, but they're using words that don't sound criminal in order to do it.
That's correct.
Is that quite common?
It is, yes.
Which phones were tapped in this case?
Mr. Charlie Adelson's and Ms. Katherine Magbanua's.
And was that Charlie Adelson's phone number ending in 9223 and Magbanua's phone ending in 1312?
That's correct.
Okay. And who supervised the wiretap in 2016 in this case?
A number of supervisors. I supervised from a technical standpoint to make sure that the information was being received and operating functionally. The case agent supervised the investigative standpoint. It's a representative from the state attorney's office to monitor the legal side of things. And we have to do periodic reports or updates to a judge during the ongoing wire, alerting him of our progress and seeking authorization to continue. So there's a good bit of oversight.
And who keeps or maintains the recordings of the wire calls?
A designated officer.
At TPD?
In this case, yes.
And those recordings, are they stored in a secure manner at TPD?
Yes.
On a few different recorded conversations throughout the wiretap, are you aware of statements made by Charlie Adelson that he does not know who Tudo is?
I am, yes.
In your review of Charlie Adelson's iCloud, like his text messages in the iCloud, were there messages where he and Magbanua are having conversations about mundane things, but he says Tudo to her? He refers to Garcia as Tudo.
He does, yes.
So the phone records indicate that despite what Charlie Adelson says on the wire, he did know Garcia's nickname was Tudo?
That would be from the iCloud return, but yes.
Okay. All right. I want to move on to the bump in this case, which the wire calls came after the bump. Can you tell us the date and time of the bump in this case?
So these are the records of Donna Adelson's communication during that time frame. This is 4/19 of 2016. And what we see is the bump happened at 1:47 p.m.
Who was Donna Adelson's first call after the bump? And meaning the bump is when the undercover agent approached her on the street.
The first call was to Charlie Adelson.
Did she call Wendi Adelson or Harvey Adelson during that time?
Immediately after, no.
Did she call Katherine Magbanua at any point?
No.
Anyone else associated with this case besides Charlie Adelson?
No.
And when was her first call to Charlie Adelson after the bump?
2:09.
So about a little over 20 minutes later?
Yes.
All right. Was Donna Adelson detained and charged in this case? I believe it was on November 15th of 2023.
Yes.
And we'll get into the details of that later. But what I want to talk about now is whether we were able to, on the day that she was detained and charged, was her cell phone taken by law enforcement and a Cellbrite done on that cell phone?
Yes.
And in the cell phone that was in her possession, was there evidence that Donna Adelson and Wendi Adelson talked about Charlie Adelson's trial, his November 2023 trial, and the verdict as it was happening.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's testimony in his trial that Garcia and Rivera killed Dan Markel on their
Objection, Your
own?
Honor. Facts on evidence, counsel is testifying.
Stand as the counsel testifying, please establish the foundation for your question.
Okay. Judge, may we go to sidebar, please? Thank you.
I'm sorry I'm a little bit late. I was down on the floor doing my push-ups. Remember when I had Auntie Deb, we were doing our morning routine? Well, I hadn't done my morning routine, so I jumped up as soon as I heard that. But I did take notes as I was doing the push-ups. My favorite part, as you know, is the bump. It's 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 the bump. I mean, we should have like a song about that. 4/19/2016, then at 1:47, and the first call is 2:09 to Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson. Now, before I get into that, I do have to acknowledge Karma and Harma. Okay, thank you for the donation. Wendi and Dan, nice, fun while it lasted. Guilty. You've already made up your mind, I see. I think a lot of people are gearing that way right now. But really interesting, really interesting. Now we're getting into it. We're getting into the connection here. All the phone calls, the view that the family was, it's like she is the Don of the crime family, right? Okay. It's unbelievable. And then, they took their time. Law enforcement took their time. Boy, I tell you what, who really should take lessons on this case, both from the Coburger law enforcement people, which is a whole group of people, even in a small town, and from here, Tallahassee. Guess what I'm going to say? The Massachusetts State Police, the Canton Police, the Staunton Police, everybody should take lessons in how you do a case. No hurry, take your time, do it right. Work your way up the ladder, and which is what they do, by the way, for mafia cases. This case was handled as if it was a mafia case. And we're going to hear, obviously, soon from Patrick Sanford. He is the FBI agent who's in charge of this, and he's going to talk about the tickling of the wire or the bump. Now, we saw a couple things I want to bring to your attention. This testimony was, to me, also very sad. There's Harvey hearing himself being called the co-conspirator up in the photographs that are being done, the screenshots, the PowerPoint slides, right? But Michel Bryant also, in addition to doing the tour, making the drive for down Truscott, yesterday after court ended, he went and did all the places that were mentioned, other places, including starting with the gym and the premiere, because it's the last time. It's so sad when we saw the video of Dan Markel leaving the premiere gym. So Michel Bryant went there and then went to all the locations of where Mosaic would have been. That's the restaurant and all. But we also heard from this witness that there were other liquor stores right? So this is going directly at Wendi's testimony. Remember I said how they're building cases here. When they try in one case, the prosecution is building the case against another person. And I would say that the case against the next person may be Wendi. I mean, I'm not sure there's enough, really, quite frankly, with Harvey, although he has been mentioned, and he may be a weak link if he's arrested if Donna is convicted. So there was a couple things in there that just were just, Aaron, I see the sequential checks, but she wrote checks for everybody. The secret to me of the checks is that they stop after the bump. She was writing all these checks to Katherine Magbanua. Now, there's also one thing that bothers me. Now, Magbanua clearly lied about some things, right? She said she didn't know Luis Rivera was going to be involved. But the night of the night of the hit, she drives over to Rivera's residence, right? That's where she drives. That's where she meets Sigfredo Garcia. and yet she didn't know Rivera was going to be involved. That's a lie, in my opinion. Okay.
At this time, we are going to take our lunch break for this morning. Once again, I'm going to instruct you not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. Also, as well, do not look at any other outside information or news on this matter. We will resume with the trial this afternoon at 1:20. Please be back by 1:15. Enjoy your break.
So we have basically a 2-hour lunch. Let's see if the judge is going to do anything. Let's see if Michel Bryant, obviously he's leaving the courtroom and probably setting up. Missy Mayhem just said, what? What about what? The fact that the judge is getting a 2-hour lunch, but they said they had a scheduling issue for an hour. Okay, so that could be anything. That could be a prosecutor, it could be a defense attorney, it could be
Everyone
a
can be
juror.
seated.
Let's hear what the judge says.
During the break concerning the evidentiary point for which this testimony is seeking to be admitted, we'll review while we're on break as well. Are there any other matters that we need to address?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
Not from the defense this time, Eric.
Please report back by 1:15 as well. At that time, we will continue with Sergeant Corbett's examination. After this portion of the examination, Ms. Dugan, will the state's direct be coming to a conclusion?
Will you repeat that, Judge?
After this part of the direct examination, will the direct be coming to a conclusion, Sergeant Corbett?
I would say I have maybe 30 minutes left, 30 to 45 minutes.
Very well. Sergeant, enjoy your lunch as well. This might be a record, 2 breaks.
Thanks, sir.
We'll see if we can get you off the stand before the rest for the evening. 1:15. Enjoy your break, everyone.
Thanks, sir.
Judge Everett has a sense of humor. Let me just message this phone call. This is from a lawyer that I'm doing. You have to stay with me because I do have to practice at the time. So I'm going to have to message this lawyer while you're on the stand. Sorry, can't talk now on the air. Okay. As I said, we are practicing lawyers, and this is one of my partners. Okay, all right, let me get that out of the way. All right, so we have an hour and 45-minute break. Maybe I'll take you back on the floor with me to do more push-ups. I mean, that's. Remember, I'm sharing my vacation with you because Michel Bryant was insisted that we do this case. And by the way, while you're here, before you all go to lunch, because I know you're probably going to say he's probably leaving the courtroom, he'll sit up outside, and I want to hear what's going on in the courtroom, how people are perceiving things. Please hit that subscribe, share, like, and notify button. We seem to be sold at our subscriptions. We have like millions of views. I mean, just our views are out of control. But if no one's coming in and hitting, even if you're watching here with the JSTV family, no one's hitting the subscribe button. Yes, I know the Proctor case is on right now, but I think people that are invested in this case are really invested in this case. And also we're not moving over to Proctor. We're going to be talking about this case. I also did let you know what we're doing, since we are very open with you in terms of how we do things. As you know, when Jimmy was in court the other day, right? When Jimmy was in court the other day, everyone was wondering whether, oh my goodness, we already have a response. I did invite Miss Janet Demeanor, or Miss Demeanor on, obviously a pen name, because everyone was suggesting that she was Jimmy, Auntie Deb. And her picture got shared, and I shared, and I said, I don't know. All right. And I did send her a text message earlier today. And so she is going to be on our air. Either she responded already. Missy, Tuesday may work better for her. So can you let her know it's on the Justice Serve TV text messaging out of JSTV, out of the X account, and let's set her up for Tuesday. Maybe we can set her up for right after court on Tuesday, which would be probably, the way this judge goes, 5 or 5:30. But if not, we can, miss Tuesday after court. So I guess the safest thing would be to set her up for coming on at 5:30, because even if we have a few minutes left with regard to the trial, we will certainly go to at least 6 o'clock Tuesday night. So yes, she was. I know that, and she's great. She's really. I think she's a star. I mean, I texted her back earlier today that a star is born, because she is really funny. If you think Jimmy was funny when he and I did our makeup together, misdemeanor is just. She's great. I mean, so we're going to try to set up for Tuesday. Michel Bryant probably doesn't even know what I've been doing, but I'm going to let you all know, because we're staying with this case. Michel Bryant will be back tomorrow night, though, from this case. He's there the first week. He wanted to see Wendi on the stand, which he sort of kind of missed, but he got to see a lot of other people and make some contacts about trying to get interviews and doing what we wanted to do, which was bring you the scenes, because we're in a sterile courtroom. So I wanted to bring you the house where Dan Markel was shot. We wanted you to see where Dan Markel was last seen. And I also did post, thanks to Dizzy and also Valerie, who had taken a screenshot of the conversation. Well, it wasn't a conversation. It was the last voicemail that Dan Markel left Wendi the morning before she died. It's on our X account. Let me read it to you. Hey, Wendi, it's Danny. Good morning. It's 9 a.m. on Friday. Just wanted to let you know I was hoping to pick the boys up early this afternoon and take them swimming, and then have them ready for you around 4:30 or 5 if you can pick them up from me, either at Truesdale or at the house. So let me know if it's okay with you. And also, I'd love to chat with you about Ben's situation for school and birthday stuff and all that. I'm going to be at the gym probably between 9:15 and 10:30, but happy to chat or meet with you. Maybe we can go for a walk at school or something like that. Let me know. Okay, bye. And, we've heard that voicemail, and his father, Mr. Markel, is sitting in court listening to it again, right? Listening to it again. And it's thank you, Dizzy, for putting that up. It's heart-wrenching. It's heartbreaking to hear his voice and to know that Wendi knew exactly when he was going to be back from the gym, right? And remember, he was tailed going to the gym. He was tailed at the gym. He was tailed. Now, how did the killers know where he was going to go? I mean, how did the killers really know where he's going to go? And then they followed him home and then did the hit right as he's sitting, opens the door to his house, just dropped his kids off at school, went to the gym, sitting in the car talking to a friend, and pow. He's not pronounced dead to the last day. It wasn't pronounced dead to the next day, but I think that's probably keeping him on life support till his family can get there and all. That he still had some signs of heart life, maybe not brain life, and therefore, they probably kept him alive until he died the next day. But he was, in my opinion, he was a dead man. He was assassinated and he was killed on that day, even though he wasn't pronounced the next day, right? And then you have to wonder, Wendy's taken to the police station, and they don't tell her really what's happening. They do tell her, at some point he may not make it. But gosh, let me just put, some of you are talking about this right now, okay? Kava Lang, Dan seemed so mean in that phone call, but Wendi was so scared. I didn't think Dan seemed mean in this call at all. I mean, I just think he seemed mean. If she's supposed to pick up the kids, at 5 anyhow, I guess last week it was a little earlier, and he just wanted to take them. He wanted to take them swimming. I mean, think about that. I mean, he's dropped them off. He's telling who he's going to the gym. He said, maybe we can take a walk or something and talk about his birthday, which was coming up. He was going to turn 5 with less than a week. I don't think this sounds mean at all. If anything, I think it just sounds a concerning parent. I mean, that's my view of it. Now, this is me reading it. And if you think maybe hearing it was different, I just thought, okay, all right, you were joking. Oh, that's good. You were joking. Okay. But, there are people that have said in this chat, that they thought Dan was really being mean and being, excuse my language, but an asshole in all of his communications and all of what was happening. It was a miserable divorce. They happen, unfortunately, around the United States of America all the time. And many times people get killed. Women, for instance, in domestic violence are in great danger when they tell their husbands they want to get a divorce or file for divorce. There are courses on it. We go to courses. We take courses on DV. The cops take courses on DV. Okay. I think the fact that Wendi knew this was being set up, right? I think the fact that Wendi knew this was being set up, she knew what was happening, right? She absolutely knew what was happening. Caroline says, I was being sarcastic about that and being mean. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we got you. Okay. But we do see comments about that. Yeah, she's scared of that. The only reason she would be scared of Dan is that she wasn't beating him. And I don't mean scared in the, I'm frightened, he's going to come through my door. She wasn't winning in the courts, but she knew, in my opinion, she knew what was going on. Remember, she is a co-conspirator, listed as a co-conspirator. And the prosecution made that very clear here a lot of times. I mean, every single slide and every single question that Sarah Dugan read said, and all the co-conspirators here, is this their cell phone? Does this track their cell phones of co-conspirators? Does this track their phone calls? Right? It's reinforcing it. And Doug was on before. I would have objected to that because I don't think, especially when don't have Harvey there. I think, but he's got no one to object for him. He's got no lawyer in this courtroom that can object for him and all. So you just see that the PowerPoint also reinforced what was going on, because you had slides like this, but then they went to like July 19th and they called it, the prefatory slide was the money drop. So they're telling the story through Corbett, Sergeant Corbett, who is our Mike Easter for the moment, right? Telling the story through Sergeant Corbett about what's going on, telling that story. And sometimes it can be really, again, almost like forensic accounting, pretty tedious to see, but they're doing a great job, I think, with the slides, with the visual effects, okay? Talking about the different calls that are made and when they're made. And again, do you have the feeling that I have the feeling Wendi absolutely knew, and this is the feeling that Donna knew. They're building up to this, that Donna knew that she's in a lot of these calls, and the calls with Charlie and all, and she signed the checks, to Katherine Magbanua, knowing that Katherine Magbanua said she worked there, and she did say she worked there because she had checks, and so you could make an argument that she worked there if she had checks, right? It's beyond me. But then the crucial fact is, and even if Charlie were controlling, say, Mom, she's my girlfriend, I want to give her money, blah blah blah, and it's my money. I'm at one point I'm the head of this Adelson Institute. So please, Mom, just sign these checks over to her. This is the way I'm supporting her. That could have happened, except they stop after the bump on 4/19/2016. After that, no more checks were signed by Donna Adelson to Katherine Magbanua. Okay. But I also think, as I told you, she's a liar because she said she didn't know Luis Rivera was involved. Then why would you know to drive to Luis Rivera's residence? Okay. Why would you know to drive to Luis Rivera's residence the night of the killing, where you're going to meet up, and you meet up with Sigfredo Garcia? Why would you know that unless you knew that Rivera was going to be involved? So Katherine Magbanua wasn't all that, shall we say, honest either. All right. She clearly, to me, that she lied. She was still trying to minimize, I think, her conduct, even though she said, even though she said, I'm here because I couldn't come to grips with it, she was still trying to minimize her conduct. I don't remember what the call about. And then Kaplan would have to say to her, well, you do remember this? Yes, I do. So there's no doubt in my mind that she knew everything that was going on. And that's why she should have taken the transactional immunity deal that was only offered to her 2 times. Why? Because she knows everything. All right. She wants to appear sweet and cute on the stand, even being in jail for life. She's not going to help herself being sweet and cute because she also lied on the stand. All right. And the defense is going to go there. The defense is going to say, wait, you're going to believe this woman, about my client, that she had. Here's what the defense will say. She testified that Charlie Whitted made a call to my client. There's no proof of that. There's no proof that Charlie made a call to my client. There's no proof that he was talking to her. Maybe he made a call, but there's no proof he was talking to her. Did he get her? Because she's a liar. Look at what she told you. You believe that, right? You absolutely believe that? Of course not. And she just says, oh, I'm just sweet. I'm sorry. I didn't know I was going to get to this. I didn't know what was in the bag. I didn't know what was in the trunk, come on. All right, come on. All right. So, but she did say that Donna washed money, and that's why money was moldy. And so we did, in our thumbnail, Missy did a little bit of artwork, put Donna in a washing machine with money. I don't know if you've seen it. It's pretty great artwork, by the way. All right. So we leave, Corbett leaves. Now the jury has close to 2 hours, not quite, but close to 2 hours. Now, thinking about this bump, which they haven't actually heard the real specifics of, and they haven't seen it. All right. When you see it, it is going to be great. When you see it, it is going to be great. But in the process of Corbett being on the stand, I think he's also kind of nailed Wendi to the wall, right? Now, if they're planning to prosecute Harvey, they still need Wendi with her use of immunity. Excuse me. All right. Let me just take a sip. They still need Wendi with her use immunity. You will know if they plan to prosecute Harvey, depending on whether or not they arrest Wendi, depending on what happens after this trial, right? I don't want to get too far ahead because I have to think they have to convict Donna first. And then they may think to themselves, if they don't convict Donna, what do? Do they go after Wendi? I think they have to at this point. But then Donna's going to testify for Wendi and give her the support. I'm not sure they're going to arrest Harvey. I'm not sure they're going to arrest Harvey, although they did go to great pains today to call him a co-conspirator. Now, at 81 years old, with his wife, if his wife gets convicted, could they possibly grant him immunity and let him dime out his daughter at this point? I don't know. Also, remember, the state has to think about the kids, right? The state has to think about, you have 2 children here. You have Lincoln and Benjamin. They're still under 18. They've been living with Wendi. They know no one else but Wendi and the grandparents. All right. Charlie is out of the picture right now. They really don't know Rob, right? So what about the kids? Do you arrest her and take the kids away who are already victims, all right, and been victims for all these years, or do you wait until they're 18? Think about that. What do? Do you want to get Wendi so much that, and then the kids go to grandparents they don't really know, who I think are now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Mr. and Mrs. Markel are divorced, but they still have attended the trial sometimes together and all this past week and in other trials. But where do you send the grandkids? Do you send them to the grandkids with the grandparents that don't know them? I mean, what goes on? Psychologists, psychiatrists, children's psychiatrists will have to deal with that if that happens. I see all of you want her arrested and all of you want her taken, but I do think you have to put the kids into this mix, and maybe the prosecution does go after Harvey and she testifies, and that's another couple years, because every trial seems to be like 2 years, and they wait for her and wait for the kids to grow up. But I think the prosecution did hone in a little bit more about Harvey. But then again, we had Katherine Magbanua say, because there was a call to Sigfredo Garcia to Harvey, which everyone said, oh, wow. But apparently it was Sigfredo looking for Charlie, and he, off the internet, got the wrong phone number. He was looking for Charlie, and we're going to hear that voice message. Sandy B says, send the good brother. He may not want them. He may not want to bring the children into his life at this stage of his life and have to deal with all the issues when he doesn't really know them. So this becomes a real problem, in my view, as to what they do with Wendi. Or do they let Wendi stay out on bail and raise her kids, but have her arrested? I guess a lot's going to depend on whether Donna gets convicted. If Donna does not get convicted, then what? Donna does not get convicted, then what? Is the theory that Wendi is the Don of the family? And Wendy's defense, it had nothing to do with me. It was Charlie. Is that the view? And he did it, and he did it. He obviously loved me as a brother, so what kind of problems my family was going into, and he decided to take it on his own and do it. Well, that would be out of character, right? That would be really out of character of Charlie, who, as Rob said, was not interested in that kind of stuff. He was interested in girls, women. He was interested in go-karts. That's interesting. He was interested in jet skis. Oh, that makes sense. He was on the canal there. Take a sip of coffee, excuse me. So that would be out of character that Charlie would be the lead in this, even though Mom would call her lovable son. And, I heard a beep in my ear. You know what that means? That means I'm being joined by my co-partner, co-owner of JSTV, who's been in that courtroom, Michel Bryant. So Michel Bryant, we're talking about everything that went into court, and we're standing waiting with the bump, and the judge leaves us for 2 hours after we begin to hear about the bump. Hello, what can you tell us?
Yeah, I thought that was interesting too, because we'll see how they get into the bump with Sergeant, as opposed to, of course, the FBI, who was really orchestrating the whole thing. And this bump, from what the witnesses told us so far, only relates to communications. The follow-up only related to communications between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson. And so, he gave us just a little taste of what that might mean, the timing. The bump was at, I want to say 1:49.
1:47.
And then at 2:09 was the...
2:09. Call to Charlie
was the first call from Donna to Charlie. Obviously, the bump did what it was supposed to do, and we've talked about it in some length and detail with Michael Easter, former FBI guy as well. So, again, I think we are moving toward the crescendo, which may not come today, but I think tomorrow, absent some folks we're not anticipating, I think the state could rest tomorrow by the end of the day.
Well, we'd have to hear the jail calls, though, right, from Donna.
And
it could have to hear the bump, the call. I guess we have to hear the calls, right? From
all
Donna.
of that stuff could be tomorrow.
The whole day.
Sergeant Corbett might have some of that today. They tease a lot of these assets with him.
Right.
The setup, the acquisition, but we never hear them. So that could all play out in conjunction with the FBI. It's hard to tell how they're going to do this, but if you're just looking at the primary witnesses that we expect and the evidence we anticipate, I got to believe that the FBI is almost a day.
Right. I think Friday. I think they're going to rest Friday. With leaving on a jet plane.
They lost some time today, obviously, this early break for some sort of scheduling purpose. And I heard that, you guys may have tapped into this as well. It was just chatted about as we were heading to the break.
Sorry.
that Ms. Dugan thinks she has about another half an hour on direct.
40 to 45 minutes, right? Yeah.
I never trust attorneys. They were just briefly, Your Honor. Just no. So maybe it's half an hour, maybe it's an hour. So the judge was laughing almost as if it's outrageous that this witness has been on the stand through multiple breaks. And clearly in this case, he's been on longer than anybody else. And so I understand the court pointing that out. But I think the FBI is going to be on longer. So
yeah, interesting. I do want to tell you that Janet Demeanor, who was accused of possibly being anti-Deb Jimmy, has agreed to come on our show. She's going to come on after court on Tuesday, probably around 5:30. So just so you know, good. We've had some schedules. She said either Friday or Tuesday was fine, but Tuesday was better for her. So I said, we'll make it work for Tuesday.
Sure.
So
good.
Because as you know, I won't be on during the day at Tuesday, but I'll be back by the 4:30 hour, the witching hour. Excuse me, I'm having a coughing fit.
Have some of your macchiato, whatever your thing is.
I'm doing that right now while you're talking.
Yeah. And so, I'll be here on Tuesday. I'll back in the normal home studio really on Friday. So, I posted a little interview I did with Rebecca, one of my court friends, and one of the things I learned when I was talking to her is that we were talking about she's a local, so she's crazed about this case and has been decided to come down and take it all in, having watched Charlie's from afar, meaning still here in Tallahassee, but not in court. And I said, well, what do you think about that false start from last week? She said, yeah, that was my fault. I mean, not last year. That was my fault. Well, how exactly was that your fault? So if you listen to the interview that I did with her, just a few minutes, we were on a break, the morning break. And I love in Florida, you can record in the courthouse. Not
amazing.
In the courtroom,
right.
But
in
you
the
can
courthouse.
right there in the hallways, whatever. And so we had a little quick conversation about it. So it's interesting. Check that out to see how this woman, Rebecca, is taking blame or credit for what ultimately derailed the first attempt to get this case going in September of last year. Interesting. Anyway, and I got your note. I saw that Mr. Markel is there. I have not had a chance to do the bump with him, but I will definitely say hi and give him a card, or as Jimmy calls them, a magnet. And then, just, see if he has any comments now or, in the future, if we'd like to reach out.
Yeah. I mean, I feel for him when he's there, and then they give him a little extra space on the seats. And, to listen to this again and again, and to relieve his son's murder again and again. And I think the prosecution this time, by the way, I thought the prosecution this time, I don't know, something about this seems to be a little even more effective, maybe because they're moving up the ladder a bit, and there's some new information we haven't heard about, like the kind of cars that Jeff had, and the kind of car that was initially rented by when they tried the first hit and it was unsuccessful, right? And all. To me, it just seems more success. Maybe because we've seen it so many times.
Could be, and I keep asking myself as the evidence unfolds, how does this get to Donna? How does this get to Donna? Because it's all very interesting, and we know the story, even though we're getting some new nuggets. And I don't want to get to the end of a particular witness and a series of questions and be saying, so what? Because it doesn't get me to Donna. And I realize you've got to lay the foundation, and I get that, and they're doing that. But ultimately, you got to get me to Donna. So I'm looking at all of that underlying information about the first attempt. And I don't even know if in June of 2014 they were going to try the hit then, or if they were just trying to figure out how it would work. I don't know. I don't give these guys a lot of credit for smarts. Once Sigfredo fires the gun off in the floorboard of the rental car, hits the fuel line, basically making the car inoperative. I don't give them much credit for doing anything else. It's just that they're just not bright. And so maybe it would have happened in June had they not had issues along the way. I don't know. But my point is, none of that really ties Donna very closely to what happened. We're seeing all of the information between Charlie and Katherine Magbanua, and then between her and Sigfredo, and between Sigfredo and Luis Rivera. We're seeing tons of that, and I get it. but I still need to get over that hump. From this morning, I didn't see a lot of that. I did think it was interesting. We heard Harvey's name come up again.
Again.
And
again.
And I saw him in the hallway, and you know how it is when you have people that they're kind of acquaintances, but it's a professional level, and this is a very unique situation because this guy's watching his whole family go down the toilet and wondering if he's next. So it's just a respectful kind of nod, to one another, like we understand what we're doing here, but not invasive. But every time I see him, and then I see him thrust into the story that's being told, man, I just wonder what's going through his mind.
By the way, Colin Lang has who said something in jest, and we answered it as if it wasn't a jest. And she's got a great sense of humor. Has a crush on you, Michael. You're both married, but
your personality and is well. Thank you. Thank you so much.
It makes him feel good. But Sheila, as you know, wants to know, can you tell us why the floorboards are making that sound in there? I mean, we're hearing a lot of boom, boom, boom when they move around the courtroom.
It doesn't look. I think it's the mics, just the locations. It's not like they have special floors. It's a pretty basic courtroom in the sense of how it's built. Except, as I said, it's much bigger than it looks on TV. The well of the court is nice. It's roomy. Sometimes you feel kind of claustrophobic in there. That's nice. The gallery is way deep. I think I estimated it holds 85-ish, probably 50 or 60 today. But otherwise, it's not really noteworthy in terms of. I mean, you can see the courthouse behind me. It's modern, right? I mean, we're in Florida here. It's not really historical in the sense of like New England might be.
Sacco Vanzetti courtroom with all the problems of
yes. I mean that now it has even more weird history to go along with it, right?
Right.
But what I do like, and this was true in the Orlando courtroom as well when we were there covering Sarah Boone, they generally have that big open rotunda that goes from the floor, the lobby, all the way up to the top floor of whatever it may be. So if you look at this interview that I did with Rebecca, we're right up against the railing of that. And you might be able to get some of that perspective. But basically, you can go to the railing at whatever floor you're on and look straight down to the lobby. It's just a very open kind of atrium kind of feel, which is great. It doesn't have that oppressive kind of heavy weight that some courthouses do, either because they're old or because they're built like institutions. And they're not built for design. They're not going into Architect magazine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Zoe Z says it's a raised floor in the courtroom to run electric and audio cables underneath. Raised floors are often louder for normal walking. Really interesting. That makes a lot of sense.
I can't disagree with that. It makes perfect sense. I just, from an observation standpoint and from hearing inside the courtroom, you don't notice the thing. You don't notice the thing. And I've always suggested.
Where are you sitting, by the way? Sheila wants to know where you're sitting.
Right now?
No, right now. I think in the courtroom.
In the courtroom. I'm right behind. There's a guy. I can't remember what outlet he's with, but I do like his setup. He's got a laptop, which is kind of rigged up like you're in a marching band. It's got straps that go so that it can be like he could be walking around and typing and stuff. He's an Asian gentleman or perhaps Japanese, but some people have labeled him Mr. Miyagi. I'm just saying that by point of reference. I'm like right behind him. And so it's basically right behind.
For some reason, is he a reporter or a blogger
he is.
or YouTuber?
Yeah. I can't remember the outlet he's affiliated with, but it's a pretty cool rig that he's got.
Wow.
Anyway, so that's basically a line between Harvey, him, and then me. And I've moved within that same little quad, depending on, people are not as, how humans are about seating. It's almost like, hey, I've been here for the day. This is my seat. When I come back tomorrow, you better not be in my seat. They're not quite as accommodating that way. If you come in a little later, as I did, because I was doing the interview during the break, I'd come back and the seat that I had was taken. So I sat directly behind, but same kind of quadrant there.
Right. Yeah. All right. So how about the testimony? What are the jurors doing during this testimony?
They have one thing they have that's a great advantage for them is I mentioned there's like a movie screen right across from the jury box, but they also have monitors right there in the jury box. So a lot of these charts and maps and texts, you know, you don't want to be peering all the way across the room to see what they look like. I have a little trouble, and I'm looking at the big screens that are mounted on each side of the gallery. I'm back now. I'm back one row, so I'm right where the court TV setup is.
Right.
Think of going to a concert. You know, there's that big sound system that's used right in the middle of the concert audience. You
Right.
know, so they can hear everything and balance the sound. This is kind of the same. It's back in the corner of the courtroom though, but they have a little special monitor there, so I can take a peek at that one and sometimes see things better than I can see here. But more importantly, the jury has these same kind of monitors right there in front of them, and they're attentive. I mean, they're following.
When you go back, please tell the court TV people that, you know, like we had to go find a PowerPoint slide. When the PowerPoint slide is up, especially when they're reading like text of a transcript and all, they should leave it up when he's testifying so we can see what he's talking about, which the jury's looking. What they do is they glance to the slide and then they glance back on the witness. So you don't have time to look and analyze the slide like the jurors. It's really annoying, I have to tell you.
I believe you. I agree. And I don't know what their technological abilities are. If they have, what they should have is, because they have the Elmo, right? The Elmo is where they're placing hard copies. They have PowerPoint, which is what they're using with the sergeant, right? That's a totally different animal. But they Court TV should have inputs for both of those so that they could just switch to that shot. And that way
they switch to the shot, but then they leave it. They leave it and go back to putting the witness on. And so you can't, when he's talking about all these different
you can't follow along.
You can't follow along like the jury's following along. I've taken screenshots of some of them. And then the most important one, which was the transcript testimony of Dan Markel's message to Wendi in the morning, they went to it and you didn't even have time. A couple of people got a screenshot and then they left it and went right to the witness again. And, you know, you can't follow it. And then you couldn't hear, I don't know, in the courtroom, you really couldn't hear the call.
That's too bad, because I didn't even look for a transcript because it was so clear that I could just hear every word that he said. And I hadn't heard that one, or I don't remember hearing it from time past. But, you know, that was probably the last communication that he had with anybody. Very civil, cordial. You know, that's what I'm taking from it.
Well, he was on the phone. He was on the phone when he got killed with his friend. Remember?
Well, yes, that I'm not counting that one. That one was disrupted. But yeah, he just leaving a message for Wendi. Here's where I am. Here's what I'm going to do. You know, just matter of fact, typical X type communications when you're dealing with children and, you know, dual households. So yeah, I was impressed with the quality of the sound. I never even looked for a transcript. So they showed it briefly, and it was on the big screen for a minute.
Yeah, and then you couldn't. Then they played the call, and you really couldn't hear it into the feed. By the way, Luby Les is so thankful for Michael for making this journey for us. We all are thankful, Michael. He's the Energizer Bunny. He just gets up and he goes.
Oh yeah,
and then he goes afterwards. Yeah, but I'm anchoring here. You know, it was the funniest part when you came in before. I was like, I'm anchoring here, but I have this new microphone, right? That I can kind of move a little bit. Not my IFB.
You're not tethered. You're not wired in with the mic.
I could unplug the IFB and I still get the sound. And I was actually on the floor doing my push-ups, right? And then the judge was like taking a break. I was like, oh, let me get up here, put my jacket on again, and untether myself again. But yeah. You know, but it really was.
So, are you doing the 100 push-up, 50 pull-up challenge? Are you doing that?
No, I'm not doing that. I'm doing my plain old 100
thing.
push-ups. I think that you can kill yourself by you just ask people to start doing full push-ups and then 150 pull-ups, and they aren't in shape. They're going to have a goddamn heart attack. I'm sorry. I think it's outrageous. I've told people how I've done this, and I do the modified push-ups. I make no bones about it, but I can also pick up half my body weight easily by doing them. But if I first started, I couldn't even do one. And every day I added one, and some days I couldn't add one. So I'd get to like 7, and then I would there'd be like 4 or 5 days on 7, and then I'd add another one. And as I could add one until I got to 100. And that took a while. That didn't take 100 days.
I would challenge anybody to do 100.
Right. Know? And it's very hard. And then so to do 100 full complete push-ups and then 50 pull-ups, that's not a way you get healthy. That's a way you can get
not unless you're already there.
Yeah.
That's not. I mean, the body's an amazing thing, but it doesn't go from 0 to 100. You know, you
No,
gotta
no.
kind of get there. Hey, Oasis Cat answers that question that my mind couldn't. That's that the call was not played in previous trials.
It was not played. Oh, I thought it had been played. But I tell you what, yeah, that's you have to be, God bless these parents, really. They're just unbelievable that they're there. How close is Mr. Markel sitting to Harvey Adelson?
Yeah, they're. If you were looking at, I'm going to reverse the direction here. As you're looking back toward the gallery, as you do from the TV cameras, the right side has about 2 fewer rows at the front. So even though Harvey is in the very first row, that makes him 2 rows back from the front row for the side that Mr. Markel is on. So they're probably equidistant from the aisle, one side and the other, but Mr. Markel is 2 rows closer just because of the way the seating is set up.
And so he
wouldn't really see him. He'd be kind of like back behind him. So unless you can't turn around from the church pews when you're in church, you're not supposed to turn around through.
Right.
But he would have to do that to see Harvey.
Okay, but they're on opposite sides.
Yes.
Of the courtroom.
And I have never seen Harvey is almost always hovering just outside near that rotunda, wandering around there.
Right.
And I've never seen Mr. Markel just kind of hovering anywhere. He seems to disappear to somewhere.
They must have a victim,
or group,
right? Or a victim's room for him that he can go and he can relax, because the cameras do go to, sometimes they're on him. And if you don't know who he is, sometimes news networks will say that's Mr. Markel or Harvey. You've gotten used to, because I thought it was fascinating. And talk to me about this: that the way the prosecutor all day, Sarah Dugan, had her PowerPoint slides, and she had pictures of everybody on there, except when she didn't have Markel. When she'd taken Markel off, and she says, and this is a slide of all the co-conspirators. Can you tell me what calls occurred between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson from this slide of all the co-conspirators? I mean, I thought
I'd be objecting to that.
Me too. And Doug too. We'd all be objecting.
Yeah, and I made some notes about that. One of them, drag races starting earlier today. One of them more cosmetic. They used very nice pictures of everybody. I mean, if the jury looks at the Donna Adelson picture and then looks at her, they might be thinking, is this, because it's really a lovely, flattering picture.
Right.
And she's
got her blonde hair, and she's thin, she's got
just
that
made
chiseled
up.
look.
So, after a few, months in the clink, that changes. So, but I've been sensitive to that too. And I've been trying to listen carefully enough to see if they draw a distinction when they're talking about co-conspirators. And quite often she would be talking about Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera and Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua. But she does stray into lumping Donna Adelson in there subtly.
And Harvey and Wendi, because the pictures have them all. It's the Adelson crime family, so to speak.
Visually, there's no way she's separating them out. But when she's asking the specific question, she walks the line about lumping those alleged co-conspirators into the mix with the convicted co-conspirators. Yeah, right. I think it's definitely objectionable.
But there's been no objection.
Not a peep. Not a peep.
Not a peep. There's been no objection.
I would have objected to the picture, because that is so ingrained, in your brain. You see that. I think he did, though. Here they are.
I think he did. They objected to the PowerPoint. Remember, there was that whole thing. They objected to the PowerPoint. The judge overruled it as a demonstrative exhibit. So they did make that whole objection. But this whole thing, there's more drag racers again.
Yeah, I just don't know if it was the PowerPoint as a whole, because it really is manipulated. They bring the text out to the points they want to make. I don't have a problem with that. I think it's demonstratively very nice. So I'm not sure if their objection was as pointed as get those pictures out of there, or it was just we don't want the whole thing in there, and on that they lost.
And they also would have, let me ask you this, they'd also have no standing, would they, when it comes to Harvey or Wendi, because they haven't been tried? So the only standing they'd have would be Donna.
Yeah, they'd have to create some sort of intervener status for that purpose. That might be a little sketchy. But if you're sitting there at the table, and they are already convicting you by lumping you in with everybody that has been convicted. That's highly prejudicial, in my opinion.
Yeah, I thought that should have been objected to it, but I thought the prosecution did a great thing because they're reinforcing to the jury. Here's all the co-conspirators. Here's all the
Yes.
here's my bicycle wheel, right? Excuse me.
It's like you don't have
I'll be
much
right
to
there.
do. We've done it here for you already. You just have to fill in the guilty part. We've done the visuals for you already.
Yeah, and in my bicycle wheel, this was like a circular wheel. It just wasn't finished, right? That I keep talking about the spokes that we taught law school
From the hub
conspiracy
on out
from the
to
hub,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Right. There they were, and there were lines drawn. A lot of times there were lines drawn. Here.
The one I really like is the one where they put the number of calls or text between the parties. I think that is such a clean graphic. I would steal that if I need something like that again. It's really
so Dizzy and
nice.
Missy. That's the graphic we need. Somebody must have taken a screenshot. I did.
Yeah,
post
I
a
did
few
see it posted
screenshots.
somewhere.
Well, I posted a few. I don't know
okay.
if I posted that one. I posted a few because I had to get them, but before they took them down, and then put them up on. I was able to. We were able to get the one of the voicemail. A number of us was. Some people took it. I posted the communications again. Yeah, I think I have that. I have that one communication between Harvey and Donna. Then they had one at a certain time. This was not just all the whole time. But
no,
yeah,
they do it at certain points in the investigation.
Right. I was able to get screenshots of two of them, which I put them on our X account. Okay. Showing the call activity. One of them has Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua 15 times, and then Magbanua to Rivera, whatever. Here's the problem I had. The jury has to. Maybe they don't have to buy Magbanua's telling the truth. Maybe they just have to buy that she was part of the conspiracy. She said she didn't know Luis Rivera was part of this crime, and yet the night after the hit, she drives to Rivera's house where she meets up with Garcia. So, I mean, if she didn't know, why is she going to Luis Rivera's house if she doesn't know he's part of the whole hit?
Yeah, which she had said in her earlier testimony, she didn't know him, that, she learned of him and about him through her baby daddy, Sigfredo Garcia. So, she's sketchy. I mean,
she's sketchy, right.
I'm looking at some of the, the anti-Wendi stuff here, too. And again, because this doesn't come through Wendy's testimony, it's not protected in any way if they can use this material to go after Wendi. But things like what happened after the shooting and who called whom, and what her concerns were, how she didn't call the school, she didn't call Dan to find out where he was, Danny. All of these things that you would think a normal person might do.
And we've talked about that. That was damning, right?
Yeah. I'm still thinking of that phone call, which is kind of creepy.
And then Corbett did kind of what you did, and I'm referring everybody back to the website. Although maybe in this period of time we can play your drive here since we have time, both your drive through Truscott and the drive through Premiere, which you posted last night with Dan's last traveling. He did the same thing. Corbett went to the places that were going to be, and also the liquor stores that were there at the time. And he talked about, it wasn't ABC, but a number of liquor stores that were a lot closer to where Wendi was having lunch, as opposed to her having to go to ABC, which she claims is the only one that had Bullet liquors.
Yeah, and again, that's a deeper dive that I don't know anybody will ever. You'd have to pull up inventory records from whatever the liquor stores were at the time. Bullet bourbon is a much broader based brand now than it was 11 years ago. Mm-hmm. So it's possible. Like I said on my little drive, in the absence of evidence that she had to go to that ABC, the one near Truscott, because they had the goods, I find it a sketchy story. She'd have to prove to me they had it. They were holding it for me. I had to go there. But that's really not even her story. So
Dizzy and Missy, can we pull those two in as assets, and then we'll try to play them? We'll talk until they can be pulled in. Both the Premiere one, which is the one you did last night, and then the Truscott one. Truscott, it's TRE. People are saying Truscott.
It's like Trey Cott, TRESCOTT.
Yeah, and because that to me that was really telling, Michael.
Well, what was funny is I was starting to do the loop, and I mentioned this on the video. I said, I'm not going to even calculate the time from her home. And I think I may go by her home tonight, her former home, just because somebody commented about, I talked about tract housing, TRACT, which is a, very specific kind of, cookie cutter is a derogatory term for them, but it's allowed a lot of people to own homes that couldn't, because when you build homes that are based on a similar model, all the materials are the same, all the construction is the same. It's like the Ford Model T, right off the assembly line, makes the product more affordable for people. So a tract home is really a good concept and a good idea. In the East, you don't see it a lot because the neighborhoods are so old and so established. But here in Florida and a lot of places out west where I'm from, tract homes are normal. So I didn't do her neighborhood. I went right to Trescott because I decided I'm not going to track this to the liquor store, because it's clear to me there were way too many liquor store options close by that she didn't do. But I may go do that neighborhood just so people get a sense of what that was like and what a more, modest home might be. Because she was definitely, it was a downward trade. Let's put it that way. From where they lived on Trescott to where she ended up on Aqua View, Aqua Velva, Aqua Ridge, whatever it is. Yeah.
That was an old aftershave that I think football players did.
Yes, it was.
So hopefully we can get those pulled in while we're talking here, because we still have another hour, and I think we are, so you can see them, because I think they're really, and that way you can narrate them too. Well, you did narrate them on the on the videos, but we could turn the sound down and have you narrate them live too, right? Because I think it was.
And then I can fix a mistake I made. Wasn't a mistake. It was somebody pointed out that, hey, I thought you were going to show where they put the crime scene tape. And I went, oh, I forgot. It was right near really the last hump before you get to 2116 Trescott, which is the address.
That's the speed bump, right?
Yeah, there are 5 or 6 along this route, but I think it's the fourth one. It's the one just before you get to the Trescott property at 2116.
We'd like to pull in the premiere video that Michael did last night with the gym, but first we'd like to pull in the tribe to Trescott. If we could play that, and then Michael will, if we turn the sound off, Michael will narrate it as we're doing it. I don't know if you can turn the sound off of that video if you pull it in. I think we can.
I think so. Yeah, they should be.
Yeah. And then also he can do last night's drive with the gym premiere, because that was really just sad.
Yeah, that was more just kind of like an homage to what this guy was last doing within an hour and a half of getting shot in the head.
Okay. Yeah, I know. So does that make sense? If we can pull those in. So what else?
So let me ask you this, because I may have misheard this. So let me ask you this. And Rebecca and I were talking about it. I told Rebecca, we were caught on camera. We had a Coldplay moment. So then we did the interview. But I said, how many minutes did he decide it was? Because he did a lot of the driving. He even went on the longer road trip. That began at 8 o'clock or 8:30 at night. Right. It's a good idea. He did all of that. And just coincidentally, the 18th of July this year, just last month, was also a Friday.
We were on the air.
Obviously, that changes every year, right? But because of leap year, it's been 11 years plus leap year. It ends up being on the same Friday. So he was able to recreate a lot of the timing conditions that took place back when the murder took place. That was unique. He came up with, I thought, 9 minutes difference. Yeah. Somebody else said they heard 12, and I
thought I heard 9.
I thought I heard 9. That makes perfect sense.
Missy also missed. Missy, we're trying to have you and either one, both of you, pull in the 2 drives Michael did. The Trescott drive the other night, and then I see that's pulled in. I think there you are, and then the premiere drive. So I think
that one there, the one I see right there. I think that is last night. I don't know.
Night. Okay, well, let's do that's last night. That's last night. This is the premiere drive. Can we turn? You want to narrate it live? We'll turn the sound off on the video. Okay. Maybe we'll turn the sound off on that video and let's play it, and you can narrate it live.
Okay. Here's me. Oh, so I'm getting up to this premiere club, which is tucked way on one side of town, but people have no problem finding it because it was packed. This was at about 6 o'clock last night. And I really just wanted to kind of get a spatial orientation for the video we saw of Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera entering this main driveway after following Dan Markel up this driveway, heading right toward now the entrance of this building. And it is just packed with cars on both sides of this main entrance. So it's very popular. Again, 6 o'clock at night, that's going to be the case. Less so at, 9:15, I think is when he said he was going to be there that morning. He left from the gym at about 10:30 to go home. So I'm just cruising the neighborhood here, the parking lot, just get a feel for what had to have been happening that day. And I keep saying, people have had answers for me, but I keep saying, I wonder why these guys didn't just go to 2116 Trescott, hang out. They knew the address. They must have known a little bit of his schedule. Remember, just before this, he dropped the kids off at the private school they go to. Then he came over to do his workout, and then they followed him. And I just wondered, what isn't that? I mean, look at all the evidence they got because they followed him, right? They wouldn't have had any of this evidence, but they decided they had to follow him. Again, not the sharpest dudes. So they wait for the hour or so that he's inside the gym. And then when they come out, he comes out, they just follow him. So I just felt it was important to get a sense of what this space was like. This was the last, I called it, I think his last reality. Because this was for him, this was, normal day, drop the kids off when he had their visitation. And then, he'd go work out if he could before he went to work. Remember, as a professor, and again, it was July 18th. So I have not heard anything suggesting he taught summer school. Maybe he did, maybe a class here, a class there, but the schedule would have been pretty open for him, I would think, as a professor in the middle of the summer. So this is one of the last kind of normal things that he did before his life was ended. So as I'm leaving, here's the normal parking lot, and you can see how busy this place is because they've got this vacant lot right here just to catch overflow. So while other businesses have died, everything else that we've talked about in this case, Dolce Vita, where they got the undercover video of Charlie, gone in 2019, that disappeared, went out of business. The Mosaic, where Wendi was first, I guess, I don't want to say, she wasn't arrested then, but she was brought in for police questioning on that day. And again, that would have been within I think it was 3 hours. She went there for lunch at about 12:30. So within 2-3 hours of the shooting, she was already, talking to the cops. And she said more than once when she's telling friends like, Jane, I don't know how they found me. They're police. That's how they found you. I mean, you just start checking it's not like you're on the run and you're hiding in Tallahassee. I'm sure you were pretty easy to find. And so she's having lunch with a couple of friends, and that's where they get her. But that place is gone. So the premier gym has not only survived, but seems to be doing quite well.
Yeah, interestingly enough. And then the night before, because you're down there, after you had your 14-hour trip plus your court day plus your interviews, you went and did we play the whole?
Yeah, this is the Trescott one. Okay, so
tell us what this is. Set this up.
We're on Centerville, which is a road that really bisects the whole town. I'm sure center of town, has probably been one of the main roads here, but over time it's morphed into this. It's kind of it'll have right-hand turns that look like you're at an intersection, but no, you're still on Centerville, and it'll go from 2 lanes to 4 lanes to one intersection where you have lanes going opposite directions and then merging. It's a public planning nightmare. Anyway, so I'm on Centerville, which takes you to Trescott on one side of town, and that's where we're heading. And I had come from where Wendi Adelson lived, where I am going to go back there tonight, and it's about 5-6 minute drive, maybe more. But I just decided, because of the whole liquor orientation, I said I can't buy it.
Well, initially you were going to go to the ABC liquor store from here.
Yeah, I was going to time both. I was going to time from her house at the nearest ABC liquor, and then from her house to where she ended up going. And the difference is so ridiculous. The cop said 9 minutes. It's got to be a minimum, because it's crazy. So I've just turned on to Trescott.
And she said she could see the crime scene tape from where?
Okay, so get ready for your humps and bumps.
Okay.
Let's can we stop it right there for a second? I'm sorry, I don't think I have control, and nobody wants me to have control.
No.
I think so. She had said in one of her testimonies that she started to turn on Trescott and then couldn't because the crime scene tape was there, and so she just immediately did her 4-point turn and went where she needed to go, back on Centerville. Well, that's insane, because nobody has testified from law enforcement that they blocked it off that close to Centerville. And as you can see, the drive, we can continue now, thanks. So as you can see, the drive continues. It's like a half a mile or more to the actual crime scene, 2116. Why would police put crime scene tape? If I lived in that neighborhood with all these homes and they're blocking off my whole neighborhood, I'd be pissed off, because it's just not necessary. So as we go through the speed bumps, and each of them have their big, hump signs, we get to about the third or fourth, and I'll show you that's where the crime scene tape actually was put up. Here comes a bump now. Somebody advised me that I had forgotten to. I promised it, and I didn't deliver. I didn't say, "Oh, here's where it was," so I can get a chance to fix that right now. And it's a lovely neighborhood. It's unfortunate. It's a double yellow line with speed bump neighborhood, so it tells you something. It gets a lot of traffic, which is definitely a downside for property values there and for convenience for those that live here. There's another speed bump, and I believe it's the next one. Oh, here. Oh, are we already there? I feel like we're backwards on this video, like it's inverted, but maybe I'm just seeing it inverted.
You went over a bump right there.
Yeah.
Your car just moved.
Yeah, or I might have been looking at something on the side, like just to show the houses. Most of them single-story ranch style, some capes. There's a cape right there that we're just going past. And here's this would have been where I believe where the crime scene tape was, that hump right there. So,
right here. Can you see the house from here?
There's a lot of trees, which would have been there in July. It's Florida. So maybe if you knew what you were looking for, and maybe if there were a lot of vehicles, I want to make sure this is the right. Let's continue on. I want to make sure this is the right speed bump, and we'll know because it's the one nearest the house. I'm reading my closed captioning, so it'll help me see where I was. Let's see if there's one more speed bump, then it will be that one. But if there's not, and we come up on the house, we'll know it's the one that we just passed. It is a long haul down
This is a
Truscott.
long way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why it's just ridiculous to think they would put crime scene tape at the intersection of Centerville. That makes absolutely no sense. Yeah, see, we're still going. I think we're still 2/10 of a mile maybe away. Here's a nicer, more kind of antebellum, almost colonial type. Okay,
It's Mr. Geiger's house.
There's Mr. Geiger's house. So that was the crime scene tape. Was, it's hard. This video seems to be kind of a little jumpy. So I don't know if we're getting a real sense of how close it was, but it was definitely not at the entrance where she suggested.
It was obviously in the previous speed bump, and then they said that she was the only car that came actually to the crime scene tape. Exactly, everybody else would see it from afar and turn around, and see the vehicles too. And there was only one car that came, and so the inference is that it had to be her car, because she said she went right up to it. But then you really couldn't see the house from there, and that would lead me to want to call and say, "Hey, former fam, I don't care who you are, what's going on? Anything happening?" But I see, there's another notice for a speed bump, but it's after the house, right? It's right after the house.
Yeah, let's.
All right, this is the murder house right on the right? This is the right.
Coming up.
Right.
Yeah, the garage is on.
Here's Mr. Geiger's.
This is Geiger's. I mentioned he has a porta potty there.
There was a speed bump back there.
Speed bump was right there. So I think that's the one right there.
Stop it right here. Here's the house.
And here's the house. There's the garage, and there's the driveway. And so I think it was that one just 2 houses back.
Okay, right. That makes more sense.
Perfect sense, of course.
Because that would be Mr. Geiger, and that would make more sense. So she would drive. Everybody else saw it and left. And I think we're going backwards a little bit. We're going to go backwards.
One of two things happen.
Yeah, we're going to go backwards. We're going backwards a bit, Michael.
Okay.
We're going to go back so we can see, because there's a sign that shows you where it says speed bump. Okay. Yeah. And then we can.
So one of two things happened with her testimony. Either she lied thinking it sounded better that she was further away when she turned around, right? Mm-hmm. That seems to be the most reasonable. Okay, so there's the bump, and that would have been the crime scene tape 2 houses before.
And is that Geiger's house that we can see over to the right?
This greenish one, it looks like. As we go forward, we can confirm that he has the bay window in the front. That's the window from which that picture that's been in evidence has been.
Yes, there it is.
has
That's Mr.
shown.
Geiger's house.
Yeah,
on
with
right.
the porta potty. Doing
Right.
some work there. So yeah, it's two and a half, 3 houses before the crime scene, which that's
And here's the house. Here's the garage that Dan Markel was shot in.
Yeah.
That makes more sense that they would put the crime scene tape there.
So why does she lie about that?
Why does anybody lie about anything?
I just think it makes her sound more believable in that it was a shortcut, whatever that means, and she couldn't see anything happening. But she gets caught because the cops say, no, we put it way down here within 2-3 houses of the crime scene. So
Right. And then she's doing it when he didn't turn around. So normally you see crime scene tape right up there. You're like, whoa, unless it's in your neighborhood, and then you go right up. What's going on? Right?
Or maybe if your baby daddy's still living in that neighborhood, you might be.
Well, maybe
hey, Danny, what's happening? What's going on?
How about if you stop and ask the cop what's happening? How about if you drive right up and say, sir, I have my kids live with my ex-husband here. Is there something problem? I mean, right? And wouldn't you do that? I mean, the normal person would at least do that.
Yeah, I agree.
And then you gave up. You kept driving, and it was so far to get to ABC Liquors. You said, this is ridiculous. And I think that's what the sergeant did. Corbett did. He was like, wait a second, there were a lot of liquor stores a lot closer to where she was going for lunch.
Without a doubt. In fact, as you leave Trescott and it hits Baden, I think is the street, it's on the other end, there's an ABC Liquor right there. Right at that intersection.
Was it there at the time, though?
No, I know because I cut off, and I didn't know it was that close, to be honest, that I shut down the recording.
Yeah.
But yeah, I turned the corner, I went, bam, there it is. I mean, you could walk from their house at 21. You could walk there without too much trouble.
Yeah.
On the other hand, where she lived prior on the day of the shooting, she could have walked to the ABC near that place. So that's how remote and distant they truly are.
Yeah, and just I wonder we haven't seen that invitation. I don't think as you guys would know. Did that invitation ever get entered into evidence at all? Because
the Evite, the Evite.
Right.
You know what's interesting? Did you see what's interesting about that? The use of the kid's name. She used the Adelson name for the kids, right?
Right.
Before the murder.
Right.
We've heard all of the information about, it's so traumatic because they were getting, with Markel as their last name, because he had been, the victim of a crime. They were being bothered. Well, this was before the crime. So why are you changing their names now?
That's the first time I heard that today. I didn't realize that. But you can print an Evite out, or Evites get saved. Go to the people that had it, because she said it specifically said only had one thing that they wanted was bullet bourbon. If you're stocking the bar, it seems to me you'd have a lot of different things.
I would think so. Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
So that's a little sketchy to me. I mean, I'm trying to look at all of these things objectively, but so many of them seem so obvious that Wendy's involvement was early on and constant, and she and Charlie, with the help of Mom, were crafting this plan.
Well, definitely the calls that the TV repair men were on their way over. Oh, come on! By the way, did they ever get there, the Geek Squad? And say, oh my God.
Yeah, they did. And they said they were there, I think she said, for about an hour. I mean, I could look at that TV and say, hey, your TV's busted here. And supposedly that Geek Squad contract allowed for free replacement. I bet you it doesn't apply when it's clear somebody chucked something at your TV.
Right.
That's why I wanted to know more about that. I want to know more about, how, that's that spidery, typical impact type breakage,
Mm-hmm.
And how when I was back in the day, I was going to college and I was communicating radio and TV major. And my grandmother at the time said, I'm glad you're getting that, 'cause my TV has a problem. She thought I was going to come over with my toolbox and fix her TV. And obviously she didn't know that what I do relating to TV is useless. I can't help you. So
that was really cute. But those were to me totally important things. Now I know you have things that you want to do. We still have. They're not coming back to 12.
He wants the attorneys back at 1:15.
1:15 the attorneys, and the jury
And the
back at
jury
1:20.
1:30. 1:30.
1:30. 1:30. So we've got another 45 minutes. You want to have to? Is there something we can play here for all of you while you keep chatting while Michael goes get some lunch?
I think, and you should take a break too. I think I'm trying to think of the most recent testimony. Obviously, anybody who hasn't seen the Rob Adelson testimony, that's solid.
Mm.
You could watch Katherine Magbanua again, but it's not different enough that you're going to say, "Oh my God." I think the Rob Adelson stuff is worth taking a look at and that's a decent chunk of time. So
Yeah,
I'm just audibleizing here from the field. Whatever you guys want to do is fine with me.
Yeah, whatever Dizzy and Missy can pull in. All right, and that way, if you haven't seen the Rob testimony, to me that was, wow.
It was the first time ever. He's in a very unique position. He's the black sheep of the family, and he's got some interesting observations. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, and the other thing while they're looking for that before we pull it in, that I thought was interesting. They're making a big deal that Wendi agreed to the relocation motion, and remember the defense brought up the fact that she had emails saying, "Look, maybe it's the best thing. It's helpful to me. I really didn't want to go anyhow." And that was the year before Dan Markel was killed. So then what changes? What changes? And I think what changes, and I think with Dan's, they thought that helps Donna Adelson. I think it hurts her. Because what changes is the filing of what the prosecution is calling the grandma motion, which is a regular divorce motion for contempt and everything else, but it has in the basically the alienation of parental rights by the grandparents, which would be to sever the grandparents' rights to have the kids, to see the kids because of parental alienation. I think that all hurts. It almost helps Wendi initially for the year until it looks like she's involved in the hit the year after. But I think that hurts Donna Adelson. I don't think the defense did any favors by bringing that in. What are your thoughts about that, Michael?
Yeah, no, I think you're right. And I think when the prosecution focuses the jury on their job, which is connecting Donna Adelson to this mess, no matter how you can, that kind of evidence it's going to help. It's going to help make that connection. Hey, I have a question for you about something from earlier today. Because I really am not quite sure what the prosecution is suggesting about this. They're doing the tracking of the Adelsons, Donna and Harvey,
Right.
after they hear. Remember, Wendy's being interviewed with the cops up till about like 7 o'clock. I can't remember the exact time it ended because I usually can't get through the entire thing, and I haven't zoomed to the end. But she's with them about 6 hours. And we know that Jane comes along at about 5:30. So I know it's like 7 or so before she gets a chance to call her parents. She does and calls Harvey and Donna. They hit the road on the way up north to help their daughter. And they go by Charlie's on the way, right? So there's a lot of this evidence about texts and messaging between Charlie and Donna as to who is where when. Like Donna gets to his house at a certain time. He says, give me 10 minutes. But it's really more like 30 before he gets there. Anyway, they do all this math to establish that there's about a 30-minute gap in time between what it should have been to travel to Charlie's and the time that it actually took, according to the numbers they got from the cell phone, right? So I'm just, what are they suggesting? What is the prosecution suggesting happened in that 30 minutes?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't get that because I just figured, well, maybe there was different traffic then. You're talking years, right?
It just seemed, and they reinforced other travel routes that seemed consistent with their, they have some software of some sort that tells you travel times.
Right.
But on that particular event, it was a 30-minute gap. Ooh, okay, what's happening? What are they suggesting? I can't wait to hear how they put that together.
We'll see, because it's going to be a surprise. Okay, we have Rob's testimony. We will see you all at 1:30. Michel Bryant will be in that courtroom, I think, unless they kick you out.
Yeah, the day's young, but hopefully I'll be in there. All right, see you all later.
See you all later.
since maybe 2012?
Yes.
All right. What do you do for a living in New York?
I'm an ENT.
Okay, so you're a nose and throat doctor?
Yes.
And how long have you worked as an ENT?
For 20 years.
How do you know the defendant in this case, Donna Adelson?
She's my mother.
And Harvey Adelson's your dad?
Yes.
Wendi and Charlie Adelson are your siblings?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you grow up?
In Coral Springs, Florida.
Is that a bit north of Miami?
Yep.
About how long of a drive?
About an hour north of Miami.
Okay. When y'all were growing up, did you all, the five of you, live in the same house as a family?
Yes.
And who's the oldest child?
I am.
Okay. Who's the middle child?
Charlie.
How many years between you and Charlie?
3 years between Charlie and I.
And then who's the youngest then is Wendi?
Yes.
And how many years between Charlie and Wendi?
3 years.
Okay. When you were 18, did you move out of the Coral Springs house?
Yes, when I went to college.
Okay. And did you go to college at University of Florida?
I went to Tulane.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Did you live in Gainesville at some point?
I did, yes.
Okay, thank you. So after you went to college at Tulane and then went on to med school, went on to residency, throughout those years, did you continue to talk to your parents and your siblings on a regular basis?
Yes.
And would you see them a couple of times a year?
Yes.
When you were in school, would you go home for the summer?
Yes.
Based on your personal observations throughout your life, of your parents and of your siblings, who is the leader in the family? Who tends to run the show?
I think my mom.
Okay, so Donna Adelson.
Yes.
Would you describe Donna Adelson's personality as being more controlling or more laid back?
I think more on the controlling side.
What about, is she kind of a more assertive person or a more passive person?
More assertive.
What about your dad, Harvey Adelson? What's his personality like?
I think he's more passive, more go with the flow.
Okay. So they're kind of opposites in that way a bit?
Yeah.
When you and your siblings were growing up, was Donna Adelson a very involved parent?
Yes.
And when I say involved, as far as with your life and with your friends and with school and with that type of thing?
Absolutely.
Did she have certain fixed ideas throughout your life of certain things she wanted to happen in you and your siblings' life?
Yes, absolutely.
Was it acceptable if you decided to not do those certain certain things that she was fixated she wanted you to do? Was that acceptable to her or no?
No. I think she had certain sort of rigid, fixed ideas or impressions for what she wanted for us, and if you went along with that, things were fine. If you didn't, things were not fine.
Did she have strong opinions about who you all married and what you all did for a living and those types of things?
Yes.
And you're obviously a doctor. Was that an acceptable profession to her?
Yeah, that was okay.
Okay. And was that one of the reasons you became a doctor?
Yes.
Okay. How involved was Donna in yours, Charlie, and Wendi Adelson's life after you grew up, became adults, and had kids of your own?
I think still involved.
Was she more involved with your life, Charlie's life, or Wendy's life, would you say?
You're probably more involved with Wendi and probably to a lesser degree with Charlie.
Okay. And then would you be she's the least involved with your life out of the three?
Yeah, probably because I was older, but sure, I agree.
Okay, so you're the oldest child. You're out of the house before the other two?
Yep.
Okay, and then you also lived other places after you went to college throughout the rest of your life?
Yes.
Now, was this like a healthy level of involvement that she had with the three of your lives, or was it more of like a micromanaging as you saw it?
I think it was certainly between over-involved and controlling. It probably lended itself more toward controlling, but there's in various realms, more or less. But I think certainly that was a tension.
Okay, so a little more on the controlling side.
Yes.
And does that include your personal lives as far as your relationships and in your professions, your jobs?
Yes.
Was it Charlie who always needed more attention than the other two children?
I think so, yes.
When did Wendy's life start becoming one that she needed to pay or give more attention to?
I think when she had some troubles in her marriage, I wasn't aware there were any troubles in her marriage until Wendi left. But I think around that time when she had two young children, I think that was when she became more involved. And I was, at that point living, a pretty good distance away.
Okay. Were you living in Philadelphia at the time?
Yeah, but first in Philly and then in New York where we live now.
Okay. And so Charlie always got a lot of attention, and then Donna also started giving her attention also to Wendy's life once Wendi starts going through the separation or divorce.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. From your interactions with Donna Adelson through your whole life growing up and even as an adult, would you describe her as someone who's mentally sharp, thinking about things from all angles, or is she someone who's a little more gullible? Yes, sir.
Objection is sustained. You may continue with your examination.
Were Charlie and Donna Adelson dependent on each other or pretty independent from each other?
I would say Charlie was probably somewhat dependent on my mom to help him out with organizing stuff, his dental practice. I think he probably relied on her a lot.
Okay. And you mentioned the dental practice. When you were growing up, who owned the dental practice?
My dad.
Okay. And throughout your life, was Donna Adelson in charge of the money at Adelson Institute?
I wouldn't know the inside workings of it, but I always remember my mom like signing the checks and writing the checkbook at the table, like when I was back in middle school or high school. So.
Okay. So even back then, she would do some bookkeeping or payroll type things at home.
That's my memory of it.
Okay. And then did the dental practice, you said it obviously started out at Harvey's. Do you remember a time when Charlie Adelson took over?
I remember my dad making a joke about him having a very understanding boss because Charlie was now his boss. So.
Do not testify to what others have stated out of court. You may testify as to your knowledge, but not what someone else specifically said. The objection is sustained. You may continue.
I understand you were telling us how you remember that, but can you just tell us around what year do you remember that happening?
Around 2012, Charlie purchased the practice.
Okay, and then was there a time that you remember Charlie somehow selling it back to Harvey Adelson as then becoming the head of the practice again?
I will permit you to answer the question if you have knowledge of this matter.
My memory of that was sometime in like fall to winter of 2015 to 16, somewhere right around there. That's my memory.
Okay, so fall to winter of 2015.
Turning into 2016. That's my memory.
Okay. Now, you mentioned Donna Adelson doing payroll at Adelson Institute throughout your life. If someone were to ask Donna Adelson, or if someone asked Donna Adelson to do something, is she the type of person that just snaps to it, or does she have some questions first?
Overall, this is not going to motion. You may answer the question.
No, I don't think she would just snap to and do what someone told her to.
Okay. Is she the type of person who's going to have some questions if you ask her to do something?
I think she would definitely have some questions.
Okay. How did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markel when he and Wendi first got together and were headed towards marriage?
He was very positive about him.
Okay. So he was somebody she approved of.
Yes.
All right. And how did that change as Wendi and Danny's relationship soured? They ended up moving towards divorce.
So I really only heard anything bad about Danny after Wendi moved out. I didn't hear anything bad about him prior to that date.
Okay. So just kind of went from everything's fine to then hearing bad things about him.
Yes.
And when you say hearing bad things about him, like from her? From Donna Adelson? I'm
yes.
sorry? Okay. And how did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markel in 2014?
I mean, she hated him.
Would this come from your knowledge of that? Come from things that she would say to you?
Yes. I mean, yeah.
Did you observe that Wendi played a bit of a damsel in distress, in your opinion, in the divorce?
Yes, I think that's a good way to describe it.
Did Donna Adelson ever talk to you about Wendi Adelson and Dan Markel's divorce?
I apologize. Did Donna Adelson? I apologize. Can I hear the question again?
Did Donna Adelson ever talk to you about Wendi and Dan Markel's divorce?
Some. I mean, the phrase that sticks in my head is that Danny was depoting Wendi to death. I wasn't involved with all the various motions. I remember that phrase. I remember there being a lot of court motions back and forth. But I remember that phrase. I remember some complaints about like very long either mediation or depositions that Wendi had to endure. Okay,
so this is Donna saying Wendy's having to go through these things.
Yes.
Okay, and just telling you about it.
Yes.
How did Donna tell you that, or did she tell you that how Wendi was planning to leave Dan Markel and give him the news that she was leaving the marriage?
I think we're going to need to rephrase this in such a way the witness can answer, Ms. Dillon.
How did Donna Adelson describe to you how Wendi Adelson left the marriage?
Object to hearsay.
Student, please approach.
Okay. What did Donna Adelson tell you about the plan for Wendi Adelson to leave the marriage?
Sure. When she told me that when that she had been in Tallahassee for several months.
This is Donna Adelson, had
Yes,
been?
that she had been in Tallahassee for several months, renting a new place for Wendi, arranging for movers, moving money around, and getting things set up. I only knew this after Wendi had moved out. But she was relating to me what had occurred over the summer. And so I heard this all at once, but, probably 5-6 days after Wendi had moved out. And then told me that somewhat gleefully or, pleased that they timed the phone call to Danny right before he was supposed to give a speech at the meeting he was at.
Okay. So a couple questions about that. You said Donna said that she had been up here in Tallahassee moving the money around and getting things ready for Wendi. Do you mean for when Wendi moved out and needed a place of her own?
Yes.
Okay. And what did Donna tell you that she did to try to, hide the fact that they were renting a place for Wendi?
I remember her saying she had used her maiden name so there wouldn't be an Adelson up here renting, or hiring movers or such.
Just so like word of mouth wouldn't get around that Wendi Adelson was renting an apartment, something like that.
Sure.
Okay. So they used Donna's maiden name.
Yes.
Donna did. And then you said that their plan was for Wendi to call Dan Markel as he was getting on stage or right before he got on stage to give a speech at a conference.
That's what I was told.
Okay. And what was Donna's demeanor when she was describing this plan to you about how she was able to set up this place for Wendi to live in, everything was ready for her, and then this is how she gave Dan the news?
I think she sounded.
Donna is the one that gave the news? If not, then we
I believe the question was, what was her demeanor? You may
Yes, sir.
answer the question.
She sounded pleased to me.
Did you ever see Donna Adelson doing anything to help Wendi Adelson with the divorce?
I think she was, answering a lot of emails and looking over, emails that went back and forth, looking over motions and such.
Did you personally see that when she was visiting you? Did you see Donna Adelson doing those things?
Yes.
Okay. Was there an occasion when you all were in the hospital and Donna came to visit and was doing those things in the hospital?
I think it was at our home at the time, right before he went to the hospital. But yes, that's where we, saw the email.
Okay. And while she was at your house during that time, was that when you were living in Philadelphia?
That was in Albany.
Albany, okay. Did she want the Wi-Fi at that time so that she could get on the internet and work on these filings?
Yeah, she said she had things to do to help out with the divorce.
What date would that have been? Do you remember?
October of 12.
Did Donna Adelson tell you that Wendi Adelson was trying to get permission to relocate to Miami?
Yes.
And did Donna Adelson tell you about the $1 million bribe she wanted to offer Dan Markel?
Yes.
During the year or two after Wendi Adelson left Dan Markel, how much time was Donna Adelson spending in Tallahassee?
Jeff wasn't here. He had personal knowledge of her being here.
You may answer as to your personal knowledge on the subject matter.
I can rephrase, Judge. Did Donna Adelson tell you information about how much time she was having to spend in Tallahassee?
She said that Wendi needed a lot of help because now she has 2 boys on her own, and so she was up there a lot. And I think yes.
Okay. Who cared more about Wendi Adelson's divorce from your conversations? Was it Donna or Charlie?
Donna.
What types of things does Charlie care about? What are kinds of things is he really into?
I mean, like go-karts, jet skis, going out, boats, not Wendy's divorce.
Okay. And is Donna Adelson very into her kids and grandkids and their success?
Yes.
Do you think Wendy's divorce or her moving, do you think Wendi and her boys moving to Miami was particularly important to Charlie Adelson from your observations?
I don't think so.
During the divorce, from your conversations with Donna, was she fixated on Wendi taking this job with a guy named Gary Cohen in Miami?
Yes, that was a common discussion point.
Okay. Did she seem like it was just something that she kind of thought would be a good idea, or something that she seemed to have a real obsession with?
It came up a lot in my discussions with her about this job with Gary, where she'd be making $1 million a year and to be a partner. And it was something that was brought up a lot, that she'd be able to take care of her kids in a way that she couldn't up in Tallahassee. And then it was probably the one thing that she mentioned to me, the only time I heard any anger after the murder had occurred, was that I asked, is Wendi going to go work for Gary now? And she told me that.
Did the job end up not working out?
As far as I know, it didn't.
Okay. And that you heard some anger from Donna when that happened?
She said that his partners wouldn't let them hire her until they.
Okay.
Sorry.
But there was some anger there because the job didn't end up working out.
Yes.
They couldn't hire Wendi, or didn't want to hire Wendi after all.
That's what I was told.
Okay, thank you. Now, during the summer of 2014, did Wendi Adelson, I'm going to move on to 2014 now, did Wendi Adelson send you a text where she referenced having a boyfriend?
Yes.
And was this before Dan Markel's murder?
Yes.
Why was that memorable to you?
It was just unusual. Wendi, never was someone who would, share her, romantic life or boyfriends, or, tell me or, text me about anyone she was dating. So it just stood out as, unique or different.
Okay. What did she, was there something in particular that she said that struck you as also unusual?
Objection, hearsay.
Okay. I guess, was it your impression that your parents knew about this boyfriend at the time, or no?
No, the text said, don't tell the parents.
Well,
Sustained. Members of the jury, you are to disregard the last response of the witness.
may I approach, Judge?
You may. You may continue your examination, Ms. Dugan.
Okay, so I was asking you about this text that you received from Wendi Adelson. Can you tell me about this text?
Sure. She texted me that she was going to Gainesville for the weekend, and this was 2014. So I last lived in Gainesville about 3 years prior to that. Mentioned that she wanted that I mentioned the name of Jeff. I asked who was Jeff. The response was my boyfriend. I responded, I didn't know, and she said you wouldn't. I didn't hear it from the parents. She says they don't know. And so it just struck me as, and then she sent me some pictures of Jeff with her and the boys. It struck me as unique because she'd never shared the name or photograph of a boyfriend before.
Okay, so
Before you continue, Ms. Dugan, members of the jury, as to the last question and response, you are not to consider the hearsay statement for the truth of the matter asserted. You may continue.
okay, so it was unusual for her to talk to you about boyfriends at all.
Yes.
But you also felt it was unusual that she's telling you about this boyfriend when even your parents don't know about him yet.
Right.
And she was closer to her parents at the time than you.
Correct.
Okay. What date was that text message sent?
The very end of June, like 26 or 28 of 14, but that last weekend.
Okay. So it was prior to 4th of July weekend.
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember where in those photographs Wendi is with her sons and Jeff?
Like Wakulla Springs, something like that.
Okay.
And they're in front of a board that said that.
And did you let her know you wouldn't mention him to her parents or to your parents?
Yes.
Did that strike you as so unusual that after Dan Markel was murdered, you felt, I guess, compelled to tell police, like, hey, I heard she has this boyfriend she hasn't told anybody about named Jeff?
Yes, I did. The FBI came to my house and I spoke to them once, and either it didn't come up or, it's a bit nerve-wracking talking to the FBI, and that they didn't ask any questions about that. And then, I guess over the ensuing week, I'd heard about like this Prius and this unsolved murder. And I remembered, it struck me as odd that I was sent these photographs of a boyfriend and not to tell the parents about him. And so that's when I wanted to have a clean conscience. So I reached out to the FBI and I said, I don't know if this matters, but I figured I would, tell you about this. And they came back for a second interview and looked at the pictures.
Okay. When is your father, Harvey Adelson's birthday?
July 5.
Okay, so on July 5th of 2014, how old would he have turned that year?
70.
Okay, and this is about 2 to 3 weeks before Dan Markel was killed?
Yes.
Did your family do anything to celebrate his birthday that year?
Yes, we had a party at their condo.
Okay, was there a gift from the family or from any of you to him?
No. I remember an email, and my dad is not someone who wants gifts or a big deal made about him, and so the email is like, your dad doesn't want gifts; he just wants all of his kids to be with him on his birthday.
And was that from Donna Adelson?
Yes.
So she's basically just letting know you and your kids coming is going to be his gift.
Correct.
And everybody, all the kids and grandkids being
Correct.
there. Okay. Did the family ever discuss going on a cruise?
No, not with me.
When a birthday gift is given for somebody in the family, does Donna Adelson typically say, we're going to get him this, everybody owes this much, everybody's going to pay a third, or whatever it is?
Yeah, if there was like a big gift we're getting, or they said, we're getting this for someone, and you can be part of it, that was not uncommon.
Okay. So tell us about the party. You said it was at the Continuum?
Yes, at their apartment.
Okay. So is that like a condo building in Miami?
Yeah, on Miami Beach.
Okay. On Miami Beach, like South Beach?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it a secure building?
It is very secure. It was, we were staying at a hotel down the street, and there was armed guards, and apparently there's a lot of celebrities that live there. It was a very high, very secure building. Okay.
And these celebrities that live there, were they people that you knew of? I mean, you knew who they were?
Sure. Yeah. A-Rod.
Did these people have kind of guards of their own too in the building?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. So the guards that you saw were the guards in the front?
Yes.
All right. Had your parents, how recently had they moved to the continuum?
I got the idea it was certainly less than a year. Like, I don't remember exactly, but seemed like they said they were going to try living down in South Beach to see if they liked it for their retirement. And so it had to be sometime, before, because they were pretty well moved in there. But I don't remember the exact time, but if I'm guessing, like maybe 6 months before or something like that.
Okay. So by the weekend of the party, July 5th, are they like fully moved into their condo there?
Yes.
Okay. And are they living there full time? From what you know?
It seemed like that, but I couldn't. I know they still own the house in Coral Springs, so I don't know if they're just there on the weekends, but I couldn't say definitively. But it looked like they were living there fully.
Okay. Was his party on his actual birthday or another day of the week?
No, on his actual birthday.
All right. Was your brother Charlie there that weekend?
Yes.
Wendi and her sons, were they there?
Yes.
Was the party catered?
Yeah, there was. Yes.
What type of food did you have?
There were like past hors d'oeuvres, and then there was a paella chef on the balcony.
Okay. Was the party a surprise for Harvey?
No.
So you were never told, don't tell him about it, it's a surprise,
No.
Anything like that? Don't tell him. Were you not supposed to tell him anything about the party that was a surprise?
No, there was nothing about a surprise birthday.
Was there ever a time in the weeks leading up to the party that you heard that the party may be canceled for any reason?
No, never.
All right, so how did you first hear about Dan Markel's murder?
I heard the day after the shooting occurred, so that would be Saturday, July 19. I was at a meeting in Chicago, and I think I got a phone call first, and then I was in a meeting, and so I just said, can I call you later? And then I got a text message shortly thereafter, like right before 10 in the morning. It said, like, tragedy here, please call.
And are these from Donna Adelson?
Yes.
Okay. So were you able to call her that morning from the conference in Chicago?
Yeah, so I walked out and went to the hotel lobby and just hit call.
Okay, and tell us about that conversation with her.
So it's one of those moments that you'll just remember forever. So I remember being in the lobby of the Westin, and I assumed something terrible had happened, and but I wasn't ready for it. She said, so we just want to let you know that Danny's been shot, and they took him to the hospital, but he didn't make it. And it didn't make any sense. And I probably asked like a few medical questions, and they said they're driving up to go help Wendi, and we'll talk to you later. We can't talk now.
Okay. Was she crying in that conversation?
Not in the conversation.
Sir?
No, she was not.
Okay.
It was very matter of fact.
Did she ever give you any further detail that weekend about how he'd been shot, or other than just Danny was shot and he didn't make it?
I think it was the next day. So the only really other time that I spoke with him that weekend, I was in the airport going home, like Sunday afternoon. So it was definitely the next day, and it was the first time I could actually have any kind of conversation. And one of the things that she told me is it bothered me, but I didn't have any other details about. But she said that someone went to the front door and said, "Are you Dan Markel?" and then shot him. And then I said, "Well, how could you know that? Who's telling you that?" And she said, "Well, that's just what they're telling us." And
Okay. So she said someone told her that someone knocked on Danny's door, said, "Are you Dan Markel?" He said yes, and the shooter shot him.
That's the story I heard. And, later we found out that wasn't what happened, but that story bothered me a lot because there's only one way you could hear that story.
Was she crying when she told you that information?
No.
You mentioned earlier that law enforcement contacted you after Dan Markel's murder. Did they contact you to try to see if you knew any information?
Yeah, they came to our house. I was already at work, and so they talked to my wife. It had to be a Wednesday or Thursday, so I was already at work.
And is this your house in New York?
Yes.
Okay. And did you end up talking to law enforcement and answering their questions, letting them know what you knew?
Yeah, they came to my office the next day, and we with two agents, and we had we had an interview.
Okay. After that conversation with, you said it was the FBI earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. After that conversation with the FBI, did Donna Adelson ever say anything to you about having talked to law enforcement or the FBI?
It was either that afternoon or the next day, but, and she called me and said, just want to let you know, if the police come around, don't talk to them.
Okay. So she told you not to talk to law enforcement.
Correct.
Did you let her know that you already had talked to law enforcement?
Yeah, I said I already did.
What did she say to that?
She said, "Oh, well, you don't know anything anyway."
You don't know anything anyway?
Correct.
Was that an unusual statement coming from your mother?
Yeah, everything that week was unusual, but I clearly didn't know anything, but I wasn't going to not talk to the FBI if they show up at my house.
How did you respond? Let me ask you this. After the murder of Dan Markel, did Donna Adelson seem curious about who killed Dan Markel?
No.
Was there a complete lack of curiosity?
Yeah, nobody seemed curious.
Did you actually ever ask her, like after the murder, like, hey, like, what do you think happened? What do you?
Yeah, and the conversations were kind of rerouted, or that was certainly discouraged, and it was probably like maybe sometime like mid-August, when I finally had a chance to ask and say, what is going on? This was not a small event. This was getting a lot of notoriety, and I said, what do you guys think happened? And she had said, I don't know and I don't care. It doesn't concern me.
Was that out of character for her to not be curious and not be asking some questions?
Yeah, it was an unsolved murder of, my former brother-in-law, like someone that we all know very well. If it was like some neighborhood gossip, people would be interested. This was like national interest, and nobody had any curiosity about, who did this to Danny.
Is a person, you mentioned that, not only is it your brother-in-law, but it was like national news at that point as well.
Yes.
And regardless of it being national news or not, is a person dying from gun violence an extremely unusual thing to happen in your family?
Yeah, to the
conclusion of that research, the ground for which it's being offered as an adoptive admission that is permissible under the rules of evidence. And I will also find there are other grounds in which it would be permissible as well. The citation of the case that I'm relying upon for this, Jones versus State 127 Southern 3rd 622, deals with this matter, as well as the treatise provided by Professor Earhart on this matter. Are there any other issues that we need to address before we continue with the examination of Sergeant Corbett?
Your Honor, if I could have a moment, I found a case that held the contrary, but I'd like an opportunity to read the case that Your Honor cited.
Well, this is not a motion hearing, Mr. Zeldin. If you wish to place your case on the record, please do so, but I am finding that it is admissible as an adoptive admission.
Your Honor, State versus Hernandez, 875 Southern 2nd 1271. I have a copy for the state. And for Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Creates a Crawford issue, Your Honor.
I read Hernandez as well while researching this matter. I believe Hernandez dealt with the aspect of silence as opposed to affirmatively making a statement, agreeing with the statement of another. These are distinguishable, but you may briefly speak about Hernandez before the jurors come into the room.
Well, Your Honor, again, I hadn't seen Jones. However, this case specifically holds that adoptive admission must still satisfy Crawford. Again, haven't read Jones, so I don't know how that applies. But I do object, certainly respect the court's law.
Objection is noted for the record. The testimony of the sergeant will be permitted as an adoptive admission, and again, I will find there are other admissibility theories as well concerning this line of questioning. However, as to the one raised by the state adopted admission specifically, I will find it is permitted. You may bring in the jurors.
Judge, before we do that, one additional issue. The statement under an adopted admission has to have been heard, I believe, by the party that is allegedly adopting it. There's no evidence that my client watched the trial or heard her son's testimony.
As to the foundation of that, Ms. Dugan, you certainly need to lay it. An adoptive admission occurs when there is an express statement agreeing with the statement of another. Concerning any statement by your client that was made in which she agreed or otherwise it stated in some way the testimony of another person at the trial of Charlie Adelson, namely Charlie Adelson was true. This qualifies. Please bring them up.
We're back.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, I hope you enjoyed your lunchtime rest and break. We will continue with the examination of Sergeant Corbett at this point. Ms. Dugan, you may continue with your examination.
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Whoa, no further questions.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Whoa. Talk about coming back at the right time. So we left us at the bump, and that's where we left us, at the bump. She thought she had 30 to 45 minutes more when we left. I wonder why they decided to leave it at the bump. Okay, I mean, to me, that's fabulous. The jury is waiting for the bump. Maybe the FBI will cover it, and all. So, wow. Okay, we are back. Let's hear what the defense is going to do. I don't know what they're going to do. Let's see. I know, I've been there carrying all this stuff, shall we say.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
Be quiet behind my
Now,
chair.
I believe some of this you covered yesterday, but I just want to clarify a few things. These call detail records, they're generated by the carriers.
That's correct.
They're generated for business purposes of the carrier.
Correct.
So they're generated to, back when I think I got a cell phone, we had a plan with a certain limit. Now they're unlimited, but that was one of the reasons why call detail records were created, correct?
Certainly, billing purposes, yes.
And what about network load?
As far as the creation of records,
Yes.
so network load, there are reports that I spoke about, the kind of specialty reports that are more of an engineering standpoint and are used by carriers to more effectively manage their network. Amongst other things might be load, be something that they would be considering with those records.
Now, the call detail records that you've testified about extensively over the last couple of days, they do not contain precise geolocation data for a handset, do they?
The majority of the records that I've spoken about, no, do not.
And specifically, the records that you relied upon for mapping purposes that you displayed earlier.
That is correct. All of the records used for mapping are strictly cell site locations. So the locations that you've seen were for the cell site or cell tower the handset was communicating with, not the cell phone itself.
And using the cell site sector, you can at least identify where on a map a handset could be.
Correct.
And so when you're mapping, those dots that are on your maps, those are the cell sites.
That is correct.
They're not the handset.
Correct.
Now, there are variables that influence how a device, a handset, communicates with a network, correct?
Certainly.
Would some of those include the signal strength of the handset?
Signal strength, or really signal quality, is one of the primary things that a handset uses or the network uses to determine which cell site a handset may communicate with. So the signal quality is largely affected by signal strength, as you ask, meaning the closer you are to the tower, the stronger the signal is, generally the better quality the signal is.
Now, what can interfere with a phone or device connecting with a tower?
A number of things, primarily structures, buildings. Here in downtown, we have a number of cell sites around the area. And if you were behind this courthouse, a very large, substantially built building, and there were a cell site on the opposite side, the density of this building would probably prevent your handset from being able to communicate with that cell site. And you may choose a cell site that's somewhere else that your handset is better able to see. Topography, hills, valleys, cell sites that are on the other side of a mountain, your handset may not be able to see or communicate with. Those are really the primary things, bodies of water, but the physical obstruction, topography is probably, to me, the greatest effect.
What about network load on a specific cell site?
So load can be a factor. The handsets, as they're creating energy, this radio frequency, the signals that are going back and forth, it is a bit of noise. And so the towers, if there's a lot of handsets, that can create a lot of noise, which can affect that signal quality that I've been speaking about. So towers can choose to adjust. Breathing is sometimes what it's called, but there may be an adjustment by the tower or the network. If there is high density, then handsets can communicate with other cell sites. Generally, no matter where you are, your handset is able to see multiple cell sites and sectors at the same time. And there's a lot that goes into the choice of particularly which one of those your handset is directed to communicate with for any particular event.
So merely because a handset is communicating with a specific cell tower, cell site, and sector, that doesn't mean that that's the closest one to that handset.
That's correct.
Do the call detour records that you have relied on in this case take into consideration whether or not a tower is under maintenance or partially functioning or otherwise operating at a reduced capacity?
Only in the respect that if it were not functioning, then it would not be listed in the records. If it were not operational, the handset would not be able to communicate with it. So when I see a cell site and sector in the records, I know that it was operational because the handset did in fact communicate with that.
But there's no way to tell from the call detour records that you relied on here whether or not a specific cell site was partially functioning.
I don't know exactly what you mean by partially functional.
Well, were any of them operating at reduced capacity? You can't tell that from the call detail records, can you?
I could not tell the load or the capacity on the tower at any particular time, no.
And so you just listed a number of factors that can affect call routing and cell site selection, correct?
I did, yes.
Now, those same factors can influence when a call is handed off to another cell site, correct?
They can, yes.
And so not only in this instance do we have a handset that is moving on a highway, but you also have those other factors that could influence what cell site the handset is communicating with.
That's correct.
And understanding all of those variables, that's critical to you analyzing and interpreting the data.
It is, yes.
And so would you agree that the analysis that you conduct has some inherent limitations?
It certainly has limitations as far as nothing in the analysis that I've done is meant to say exactly where a handset is. We're unable to do that. Again, I talked about inclusion and exclusion, that we know the general service area of a cell site, and so we include and exclude locations. But the limitation to the effect of we cannot say exactly where a handset is correct.
And so in other words, it involves some degree of estimation or inference?
I would agree with that, yes.
Now, could you pull up the presentation that you were showing us earlier?
I do have it, yes.
I want you to turn, let's start with one thing that the state brought out. Let's go to the frequency report. I believe it's on slide 28.
Apologies, a little trouble getting back there.
All right, let me
Slide
tell
28,
you.
the frequency report for Donna Adelson.
I'll go back behind
Can
the.
you explain to the jury again the process of creating this report? I believe what you said yesterday was that you put the data from the carrier into a tool.
A program, yes.
Okay. And then you did the same for Charlie Adelson's CDRs?
Correct.
Katherine Magbanua?
Correct.
Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes.
Luis Rivera?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Really, most uneasy set of records that we had, the frequency report is one of the first things and most basic things that we do with the records.
Now, there's a process that you have to go through called, I believe it's called deduping. Are you familiar with that?
It depends on which way you're referring to it.
Okay. Well, when you're talking about call detail records and frequency analysis, there's a way, and I think you gave us an example yesterday on some of your slides about how one communication event can show up multiple times.
Correct. So we do see with certain carriers that a call that comes in that is routed maybe to voicemail creates multiple events and it creates multiple records. And some of those will be tied to the same number. Some of them are tied to kind of a not fictitious, but a routing phone number. So they will really count against the frequency for a particular target. But as I mentioned, these frequency reports are very general ideas of relationships and associations. So for these, we mentioned that it does include things like miscommunications, calls that went to voicemail. It may include the multiple events, because those things are generally distributed equally across all the calls. It's not just one phone that's going to create those multiple entries. All phones calling in should create about the same things. So it's certainly not meant to be an exact number of communications. It's just an idea of, again, kind of relevance and association.
Okay, so in that vein, if you could look at, let's see. Let's see. So let's look at, I believe it was slide 122.
Yes.
Okay, now with respect to this slide, have you gone into the data and manually removed duplicate events?
I have, yes.
And the same with have you done the same for slides 26 and 28?
Slide 26 is the frequency report for Charlie Adelson, and I believe that 28 is, again, Donna Adelson's. No, I have not removed duplicate events from these frequency reports.
Okay. So those aren't accurate.
They are accurate. They accurately represent from the call detail records every time that cell phone number appeared in the records.
Okay, there's a poorly worded question. I apologize. It's not accurate in the sense that there are not 80 actual communications between my client and her son.
There may be fewer. Again, this includes those routed events, the not answered, going to voicemail. All of those are included. Text messages, voice calls, all of those are included in this tallying. It is just from the raw records.
And so in other words, you see the 80 up there. You recall, I believe it's the AT&T records could have 3 separate events for one communication. Is that correct?
They could. That would generally only tally 2 for a particular phone number, because that third event is generally going to have a routing phone number in it.
Okay. And so this does not account for that.
It does not.
I believe on slide 98, if you could turn to that. Can you keep going? It might have been the next one. Erase this text after you read it. Was the text erased?
The text was still in the iCloud return, so I could not tell you if it was deleted from the device or not.
You never got the handset that iCloud is associated with.
That is correct.
And that would be Charlie's phone.
Correct.
Okay. Slide 116. Okay, looks like on this one there are 2 conversations between Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, correct?
One is an attempt. So as it says, Charlie attempts Katherine. This was an inbound that I don't believe was answered, or that any actual communications occurred.
Well, okay, so the one event, we don't know what was discussed, do we?
We do not know.
slide 117. We don't know what was discussed between Charlie and whomever he was speaking with at the Adelson residence, do we?
We do not.
119. We don't know what was discussed between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson.
We do not.
120. We don't know what was discussed between Katherine and Charlie, do we?
We do not.
And we don't have the content of the text messages the data indicates took place.
That's correct.
Now, with respect to the calls to the landline, do you know anything about the signal strength for the Adelson residents in Coral Springs? You know, as far as their ability to connect with local towers back in 2014.
I only know what I have seen from looking at different sets of records. I know that their handsets have events with location that are consistent with their home on a fairly regular basis. I can do analysis and determine if the handsets are home or not. So as to whether that's great signal or not, there are a number of events their handsets are creating with cell sites near their residence that would be consistent with their residence.
I know that there are parts of my house where I can have a conversation, but if I walk into the garage, I don't have a good signal. You don't know where in the house that they were to have any sort of conversation in their home.
I do not.
Now, if you could go to 135. And advance one. So during this 36 to 48 hour period, does the 7 communications or attempted communications between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson indicate a spike?
I would not say so, no.
Okay. And for what time period did you review their records?
We have records that span years. And they are a little different for each person. For some, we have several months. For some, we have years worth of records. So I have looked at periods of time for their records spanning several years.
Okay. Now, specific as to Donna Adelson, Charlie Adelson, you have at least 4 or 5 years worth of records for them?
Probably that many, yes.
If not more.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And so the amount of communications or attempted communications that are indicated during the June 2nd and June 4th, as you refer to it, flurry of communications, 7 is not a spike.
I do not consider it an abnormally high number of communications.
Okay. Now, same with respect to the July trip. Can you advance to that slide, please?
Apologies, it'll take just a second.
Okay, this is a little hard to follow. I'll tell you why. He's uncomfortable, defense attorney, with the issue of the technology and crossing an expert, right? That's what's going on here. I have all my notes, and when we have a break, I'll go through it. We developed a cross for Ron Sullivan, which you did find in Hernandez's case.
I believe that's what you're looking for.
Yes.
And you'll see the
Now,
difference.
again, this is
and what you prove.
approximately 38 hours time period.
Correct.
Going back
The
behind.
4 communications or attempted communications between my client and her son, those do not represent a spike, do they?
They do not.
And so the flurry of communications that you testified to earlier, at least as it pertains to my client and her son, did not take place, did it?
I'm not sure where the characterization of a flurry came from. I don't believe that I used the term call flurry. We were looking at calling analysis or calling activity during certain periods of time. And the only question being asked of these of the analysis in this time frame is, was there the potential for the exchange of information from one person to the other? And that's what we see, that there is communication from one person to the other across the subjects during a time frame that may be more significant than others. It's not meant to reflect a high volume or a different tempo of communication, just that there is at least the potential for the exchange of information.
Now, let's talk about the emails briefly. Go to slide 140, please. And you testified this morning that this was sent out. Now, Evite is an online platform where anyone can go in and create an event and send out invitations, correct?
That's correct.
Back in 2014, do you have any personal knowledge as to how that website operated?
In 2014, I do not.
And I believe that you indicated that there was an indication that Donna Adelson was unfamiliar with that process.
Correct.
As we sit here today, you cannot testify that Donna Adelson created that event on evite.com, can you?
I can only testify as to the email where she asked if her invitations had been sent yet, and where she describes how she entered the contacts, how she entered the invitees as contacts. That's the only thing that I can take from that email.
Now, also with respect to the emails, there were quite a few search warrants done for email accounts in this case, correct?
Yes.
How many emails were recovered during this investigation?
Oh, how, like total number?
Yes.
Oh, hundreds of thousands.
Specific as to donnahardy@gmail.com, how many emails were recovered?
I do not recall the total amount.
In excess of 50,000?
I believe so, yes.
In excess of 70,000?
I don't recall, and I've only seen a subset of those.
Who decided
emails.
what subset you would review?
Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Let's look at slide 143. And you testified earlier that this was an email from Dan Markel to Wendi Adelson in January of 2024 concerning their schedule with the kids beginning in April.
January of 2014, but yes.
Yes, sorry. Are Are you also aware that there were subsequent emails and text messages between the two of them where this schedule changed or was modified?
I'm not aware of any changes or modifications.
So you have not reviewed them, or you're not aware of them?
I'm not aware of them. I have not seen anything. I have not done a great deal of research into the schedule with the children, but I am, as I sit here, not aware of any changes.
How did you decide to put this email in the presentation?
The emails are reviewed by whomever is investigating the case, assisting to investigate. They're provided to the state attorney's office for a determination as to what should be included in the presentation.
With respect to Wendi Adelson's phone, are there different types of extractions that can be done on these devices?
Yes, there are different sort of levels of forensic examinations that can be done, yes.
And what are those levels?
Well, it kind of varies by device, by time period, by forensic tool, but we generally talk about a logical extraction where we're we're taking the majority of information we can get access to kind of in a logical fashion. If this appears to be a text message, it's a text message. Phone call is a phone call. It is not as thorough as generally what we may consider a file system or a full file system extraction. So those are kind of the basics.
Okay. Which one is preferable when conducting an investigation?
We want the most detailed that we can get.
And the most detailed for most handsets is going to be a full extraction, correct?
It would be, but there are a number of things that may prohibit us from getting that full file system or full extraction. Encryption, passwords that cannot be broken, phones that are not supported by forensic tools. We frequently want the full extraction, but are unable to get it.
Now let's talk about Wendi Adelson's phone. Her phone was searched pursuant to consent, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And there were no limitations to that consent.
I am not the one who obtained the consent or did the examination, so I don't believe there were, but I don't have firsthand knowledge of that.
Okay, well, I believe, are you aware that Wendi Adelson gave a lengthy statement to investigators?
Yes.
And during the course of that interview, she voluntarily provided her cell phone for extraction.
Again, I believe that is correct.
And are you aware that she put any limitations on that extraction?
I'm not aware of any limitations.
And so what type of extraction was done on her device?
A logical extraction.
And as we've discussed, a logical extraction is not a complete extraction from a device.
It generally has less information, correct?
In this case, if you look at the extraction, the forensic extraction, there's significantly less data in her phone extraction than in other devices' extractions in this case.
Yes, there is less data, but that may be an indication of less data on her device as well.
I want to talk about the morning of July 18th of 2014. I didn't write down the slide number, but you indicated earlier that, and you had a slide that Wendi called Donna, Donna called Wendi. Can you pull that up?
I can.
Thank you. What slide number is this?
This is slide 196.
Thank you. So slide 196, your analysis reveals that Wendi called her mother first, correct?
Well, these calls are as noted, at the same time. So they're both at 8:09. And one of the limitations we have with some of the sets of records we have is that some were provided with only hours and minutes of call, and some were provided with hours, minutes, and seconds. So these calls actually occurred in the same minute, but it's possible that Donna's call was first.
Don't you have records that indicate seconds?
We do have records that indicate
Specific
seconds.
for this day?
I don't know if we have specific for this day. We have multiple sets of records and multiple overlapping sets of records.
You have been involved in this case since its inception, since Mr. Markel was murdered, correct?
Yes.
And it's typically in your field best to use records that have more data rather than less, correct?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Have you gone back to determine who called whom first?
I have not, but I could.
And so if I were to tell you that records with seconds reveal that Donna Adelson gets a call from Geek Squad and immediately calls her daughter. And then while Donna is calling her daughter, Geek Squad calls her daughter. Would that also be consistent with both calls happening at 8:09?
Yes.
And by using the records with more information, you would be able to present this in an accurate order, would you not?
They both indicate the time of 8:09 for the calls. And as discussed or as presented, hopefully, that there was a phone tag that occurred here at 8:09. And so that, yes.
I believe you had moved to slide 210. Now, this is after the text message exchange between Wendi Adelson and Dan Markel, correct?
Correct.
And that's the one where after Mr. Markel had left a voicemail for Wendi texts him and saying, swimming won't work today because I'm picking the kids up at 3:30.
Correct.
And then they kind of have a disagreement about the time that Wendi can pick the boys up.
They do.
After Wendi gets that information from Mr. Markel, she then calls her brother.
Correct.
She didn't call her mother.
No.
Now, I believe after this call between Wendi and Charlie, I think it's on slide 213, he tries to call Donna.
Correct.
30 seconds, that indicates to you that the call did not connect.
More than likely.
I believe if you go to slide 272. May have gotten a slide wrong. If you can back up a couple of slides, please. Okay. So the text, I believe that the state inadvertently mischaracterized the evidence and testimony in the questioning. The last connection to a cell tower for Donna Adelson was at 8:59, not 8:35, correct?
For 8:59, for location, like location that we would use?
Yes.
I don't recall an 8:59 event.
Okay. I'm sorry. So you have the 8:59 as the text message,
That's correct.
and that's from Charlie Adelson's iCloud,
That is correct.
and you don't get location from that.
We do not. And so probably important to point out, some of these are chats. So they're actually occurring over the data network. They're iMessage versus carrier-based text messaging, where we're more likely to see locations associated with text. So with the iCloud and knowing that those are traversing the iMessage or the Apple network, it's common for us not to have locations attached to those.
So in that regard, iMessages aren't going to show up in call detail records.
They do not.
Other apps, communication apps, are not going to show up in call detail records.
That's correct.
Now, this tragedy took place a little over 11 years ago, correct?
Yes.
And up until your July 10th, 2025 deposition, you had not done the drive yourself, had you?
That's correct.
Did you do any research to determine what construction had taken place at I-95 between July 18th of 2014 and July 18th of 2025?
I-95 where?
Where you drove?
Not the, I know that there was a number of changes to I-95 at the area where it separates from the turnpike, the Florida Turnpike. I did specifically look at the turnpike in relation to Mr. Adelson's residence to make sure that there had been no changes in the roadway there.
Okay, so the turnpike, it's your testimony that in the last 11 years, the turnpike in that area has not been widened?
I don't recall it has been widened. The off-ramp is in the same location. The aerial photography is exactly the same for that exchange. And again, the drive was done because there was a question raised somewhere along the way about the ability to get off the turnpike and to Mr. Adelson's residence. And so just to clarify that, and that more research was done. And so again, looking at that, there's been a number of changes around that area. Water drainage has been filled in, buildings have been built, all kinds of things have happened, but the roadway itself remains the same.
So again, my question is, has the road been widened? Has there been construction?
There may have been construction and replacement. And I can say with certainty, and I can look at it again, but with certainty, the routes, the off-ramps, the exchanges are in the same position that they are. If the lanes are a little wider, there was no significant change in anything about getting off the turnpike and getting over to Mr. Adelson's road.
Sergeant Corby, I don't know if I'm asking a poor question or you're misunderstanding. Has there been construction on the turnpike in the last 11 years?
I'm sure there has, yes.
Did you do anything to determine if that had happened?
Yes.
And yet you're still giving us a qualified answer.
You're asking about widening. I don't recall seeing, and again, the area that I looked at was the turnpike, the off-ramp of the turnpike, the exchange that goes to the east, and then connects with Mr. Adelson's road. There were no changes to that. If the turnpike was widened somewhere, that may be possible. I did not look for that. Again, I'm looking for the path of travel had not changed.
So you looked for records that would be consistent with the state's theory.
I looked
to establish that the route hadn't been altered in any way.
The question raised was, can you get off the turnpike and get to Charlie Adelson's residence? And the answer is yes.
Now, what were the traffic conditions on July 18th of 2014?
I do not know.
Did you do anything to try to find that out?
I did.
And what did you do?
I tried to research through Department of Transportation if they had traffic and crash data going back that far, and I did not find any.
Is that because the retention period had been exceeded?
Most likely, yes.
What is a retention period?
I do not know the exact retention period.
No. Tell us what is a retention period.
I'm sorry. A retention period would be a policy of a holder of information for how long they hold that. And so carriers have retention periods for their cell phone records. It may be 1 year. And after 1 year, they purge that data. Could be 2 years, could be 10 years. But that retention period or is a policy for how long they retain records.
So as we sit here today, do you know the retention period for DHS&B to keep accident records?
I do not.
What about construction records for I-95 and the turnpike?
I do not.
Did you do anything to collect construction records for I-95 or the turnpike between July 18th of 2014 and the present day?
No.
How many lanes were on 95 between my client's residence in Miami Beach and her son's residence back in 2014?
I do not know the exact number.
What about now?
It varies. There were 6 or more in certain places. There was construction going on when I drove.
What about the turnpike? How many lanes were on the turnpike back in 2014?
Again, varies by the location where you're at, but 2 to 3 in any direction.
And what about now?
Same now. I say same now. Depending upon where we're talking about. So I'm looking at a very narrow stretch of the turnpike. Talk about the turnpike, it's in entirety. I'm sure it's undergone a lot of changes.
Now, when you did this drive, you had gas in your car, correct?
I did.
You did not have to stop for gas while you're doing this test drive, did you?
During those particular sessions or sections, no, I did not.
You had snacks with you?
I did.
So you didn't have to stop for snacks?
I did not have to.
Did you stop for any meals along the way during this drive test?
During these particular sessions or sections of road travel, no, I did not.
And there's a reason I'm going to ask this question. How old were you at the time you did this test?
55.
So not in your 60s, not in your 70s.
Not quite.
Now, have you ever been on the highway, got behind a slow-moving vehicle? It frustrates you, right?
It may, yes.
And you have an opportunity to pass them, you drive by, and you see someone older driving.
Sometimes, yes.
Do you know how fast Harvey and Donna Adelson were driving on July 18th of 2014?
I do not.
And so, not knowing how fast they are driving, can you give an accurate estimate for how long the drive would take them?
I think I can give an accurate estimate. based on speed limit and distance, but as far as how which is, I believe, substantiated by segments of travel. So the travel from the 832 point to Charlie Adelson's was very consistent with the estimations. The travel from 1053 to the hotel, consistent with estimations.
I want to stop you right there. The 1053 point, can you pull that up, please?
I believe it's actually here.
Go to the next slide or series where we show 1053 to Orlando. Perfect. That section of the turnpike is not as in an area that is as densely populated as the section to the south, is it?
It's not.
And so the section south on the turnpike, you're going to get more commuter traffic than you will in this section, correct?
I would agree with that, yes.
And so you're not going to necessarily be in as stop and go traffic as you would if you were to the south.
Usually, yes, I would agree with that.
Now, was anything done, or let me ask this differently. Do you know whether or not at the time Donna and Harvey Adelson left their apartment on Miami Beach to start driving north, had they eaten dinner?
I do not know.
Did they have a full tank of gas?
Do not know.
How many times did they stop to go to the bathroom?
Do not know.
Did they stop to get coffee?
They may have.
This was late night.
I did.
And you're much younger than they were at the time. You stopped for coffee.
I did.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Sergeant Corbett, you just made a statement that I believe your deposition testimony contradicted. You said the time that it would take to get from their residence to Charlie Adelson's residence. Can you, with the call detail records, place my client, Donna Adelson's handset at Charlie Adelson's residence on July 18th of 2014?
From cell site locations in the records? No.
And at no point on July 18th of 2014 can you place Donna Adelson's handset and or Harvey Adelson's handset connecting to the same cell site at the same time as Charlie Adelson's handset.
That's correct.
So from the call detail records, you cannot testify, you cannot tell this jury that my client was at her son's house.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Correct.
Yes, sir. Did the text messages place Donna Adelson at Charlie Adelson's house?
I believe the outside your house text message is indicative of her being outside his house.
Okay, that's what Donna Adelson tells us in that text message, right?
I believe so, yes.
And then she has an hour and 6 minutes, was it, of unaccounted for time on the stretch of the drive that's on the same stretch of the drive where Charlie Adelson's house is, right?
Correct.
You got lots of And did you do this drive in 2025 because the defense questioned the fact that you hadn't done it, didn't know if you could do it in the 2025 depot?
There was a question as to who raised it. I'm not certain.
Okay, thank you. You got lots of questions about construction on the turnpike. Defense asked if their client could have gotten stopped for that extra hour that's unaccounted for in construction. Did Donna Adelson tell us in that text message where she stopped on the drive? Did she say she was outside of Charlie Adelson's house?
Agreed.
Okay, and then Charlie Adelson gave her his estimated time of arrival at the house for 10 minutes from then. Is that right?
Correct.
If the Adelsons were just driving really slow on that first part of the drive where they have over an hour of unaccounted for time, would they then have had to speed up to normal cruising speed for the second part of the drive where they made it from the 1053 location to Orlando in consistent with a consistent amount of time as the estimated time that we see on Esri?
Yes. The second part of that, the second half, if we'll call it, of the trip was done at close to the estimated time. So the speed and travel were close to what would be expected. The first half of that trip, it was not.
Okay. And when you did the drive and went from the 832 or 834 location?
Yes, one of those.
One of
before
those two.
before the end of the 835 call.
Okay. 834 location. When you did that drive, were you able to get on the same day of the week, the same time of Friday night, from that point to Charlie Adelson's house in the estimated amount of time?
I was, yes.
Okay. And same with the second part of the drive from Charlie Adelson's house to the 1053 location. Was that consistent with the estimated time from Esri?
With just a few minutes, yes. Or
Okay.
within just a few minutes.
All right. And you would have been driving in the same conditions in North Miami, same date, same time of day as the Adelsons drove in 2014.
As close as I could get.
And did you say in this the emails for the Evite that Donna Adelson told Evite that she entered the invitees as contacts?
Correct.
In the beginning of cross-examination, defense asked you a bit about the things that could affect cell site towers, several variables that could affect cell site towers. But if those variables existed that affected these cell site towers and kept the cell site towers from having too much load to be able to handle this communication, would we see phone communication with those cell site towers in the records as we do?
Again, if the tower was not operational, no, the handset is not going to communicate with it. But those things, again, when we're talking about the inclusion and exclusion, where a handset could be, we're aware that there may be cell sites that are closer, that may be stronger, bigger, taller. And all of that we take into consideration when we estimate the area that might be consistent with where the handset was.
Is there anything in the records that caused you to believe these records or analysis is unreliable in any way?
No.
Just a second. No further questions. Thank you.
Sergeant, you may step down, finally.
Okay. Except that nothing when the jury laughs that he can step down finally.
Please call
Okay?
your next witness.
Not good. Let's see who they're going to call and then we can talk about this.
Former employment is the witness that we've asked camera not display his face. So I would ask for instruction on that at this time.
Very well. The witness's face is not to be displayed based on his prior employment in law enforcement. Certainly his voice and audio may be broadcast, but not his face.
And we have a very brief recess.
That's fine. Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury room.
Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. We're probably going to have like an undercover type officer whose face is not going to be disclosed. of some sort, because, and it's current employment. That's what I am understanding right here from this, right? But, I know. Let's talk about this cross-examination. All right. First of all, cross-examining a cell phone expert is some of the most difficult things you can do.
You all can
all right?
see it.
Let's wait. Let me
Please
listen.
use the restroom or stretch your legs now if you need to before we resume with the testimony.
Okay, yeah, that's what I think too. Is I think this is the bump FBI agent. That's my guess also. Okay, so let's talk about this. Oh boy, the bump and tickle wire, and I'm on the air. I don't mind being on air on my vacation for that. Ooh. Okay, but let's talk about this cross-examination. There were some points that were good, but they were lost in. Lawyers are very uncomfortable cross-examining cell phone tower experts, and they should be, because they don't know what things are about. I sent you to take a look, and you can Google it. I developed a cross for Ron Sullivan. It was supposed to be an eyewitness of the FBI agent in Aaron Hernandez, and you'll see the difference of how we cross based on the cell phone tower. All right, it was thematic. It was short. It was to the point. Boom, boom, boom. Now let's talk about the hour and a half first. And you have to excuse me. I have something that's broken in the next room, so the repair people are here, and I think the sound may bleed into the studio. But you know that I'm up in the cabin and all. All right, so let's talk about this. First of all, that drive. Look, there's going to be variables in a drive when you're doing a drive, 11 years later. I mean, that's what happens. Okay. What the outside your house, this relates to the outside your house text and how long it would take for Donna and Harvey to drive from Miami Beach up to Charlie Adelson's house. And there was an hour differential. Michel Bryant and I didn't understand what the hour differential was, or even a half-hour differential when it was testified before lunch. But what it is the implication is Donna and Harvey had to stop actually to pick up money, right? They had to stop to get the money that they're going to give Charlie. That's the implication. Quite frankly, if this were Alan Jackson, this cross-examination. So you're talking about a man who was 74 years old, right? Or 70 years old at the time. He's in the car. You don't know if he's driving. You don't know how fast he's going. Did he have to pee 10 times? Because that would be me, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. All right. I have a bladder the size of a pea stone. All right. Did they stop for gas? Did they stop for snacks? I can tell you when I drive up to the cabin, sometimes it'll take me an hour and 45 minutes. Other times it'll take me 2 hours and 45 minutes. Did they stop for you simply don't know the particulars. So you're 11 years later, you're trying to have this jury make an implication, right? That indeed that they were doing something nefarious. That's why it took longer, and they really were outside the house. Now, so you if that had been the cross, boom, 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 that would be great. Also, the cross was rocky because it wasn't thematic. They started with a slide between Harvey and on how many calls that were made. All right. It turns out that indeed, and think about Alan Jackson doing this cross. You mean that there were 500,000 communications or 50,000 communications between my client and her husband, or even 100,000 communications, and you just pulled out 7, 8, 9, 10, 28 that's reinforced, that you think reinforced the prosecution's case? Where are the other 100,000? Where are the other 90,000 for this jury to review, ladies and gentlemen? You mean this is what you come for the jury, and you want them to have this implication when you don't know a pattern has been developed? Think about this type of cross, because this is where he was trying to go. Who directed that you're only going to have a subset that bring it to court, a very limited subset? Oh, the prosecution's sitting there who wants to convict my client 11 years later. They directed you? The Department of Law Enforcement directed you? Okay. You didn't ask us to come in and have any input, did you, sir? Right? I mean, so that's the type of cross I would do. By the way, I know you're saying this is a rant. This is actually how the cross-examination would have to go. All right. Donna Adelson with the birthday thing. I'm not even going to go there because I don't think that was important. But let's talk about cell towers in general. The reason why they were developed and this whole building system and point-to-point where you could have a cell tower is if AT&T first had a cell tower up, and I'm a Verizon customer, and I drive past an AT&T tower and I'm using it, then AT&T bills Verizon for my use. That's how this whole thing about hitting cell towers was developed. It was developed for billing purposes, all right? And the billing purposes records weren't kept that long. But that's how it was developed. And so what he was trying to show is that the reason that the hitting of the cell towers and the records were developed were for billing purposes, not for forensic purposes, not to solve a crime. But he didn't make that point, all right? And then he went to some slides, slide 26, 28, 116, 117, 119, right? And he's talking about how the towers can actually you can actually hit one tower, but it really doesn't hit one tower. And you end up on another tower. And the reason why you do is there could be a load on the tower, or there could be bad weather, or there could be too much at that azimuth on the one side of the tower. But he didn't make that clear. And we did that in Hernandez. So sometimes when you're in a busy location, for instance, you're in Miami Beach, there's too much load on one tower. So it just redirects your phone and puts you across the way. And so you're really not across the way, but your phone is pinging to a tower that you're not on. So he doesn't make that point, right? I mean, he just goes on to about the transmission. So here would be my question. So I would start with the fact that this was handpicked, right? This was handpicked because of the law enforcement. 100, the subset of whatever, 28 or 91 hits out of 100,000. That's what you showed this jury. You picked it. You didn't ask us to consult. You didn't ask us to see. And you don't even have the other ones that the jury can see. You're giving us misinformation, sir, to try to convict my client who's sitting there because you have a cause, right? That's what you're here for. You're here to convict her. Oh, no, I'm not. Yes, you are, sir. You're not here to prove her innocence, are you? Because you weren't asked to find that. And by the way, you don't even know if the pings you have off the cell tower is correct, do you, sir? Because you have no idea if on 11 years ago, if my client was driving, her phone pinged off a cell tower that moved it to another place, because the cell towers are now different, right? Aren't they, sir? In terms of the load, in terms of the capacity. You have no idea. So all of this, sir, is actually speculative, isn't it? He will say, no. Yes, it is, sir, because you can't tell me with 100% accuracy it's true, and you want this jury to convict my client beyond a reasonable doubt, right? I mean, that's the kind of cross-examination you needed. It's an Alan Jackson type cross-examination. It's a Linda Kenney Baden type cross-examination, because you don't then keep up with you don't know as much as the person. You're trying to make your points, okay? Because you can never keep up with an expert. I've told you that. Never, never, never. You try to keep up with an expert, you lose. So you have to go beyond what the expert's ready for. The transmission, they don't even have the records. Why? The records aren't kept. The records aren't kept for a lot of this work and a lot of these things over a period of retention. Retention can be 10 days. It can be 3 months. It can be 6 months for everything he's talking about. So you have to stand up, not put the jury to sleep. So while he had some points, what this looked like to me is that some experts schooled him. He kind of understood it, but wasn't comfortable with it, and therefore couldn't make the points like I would make the points. I'd be in and out of that cross-examination, quite frankly, in 10 minutes with my points on the board, and the prosecution wouldn't be able to come back, right? Now, you may think it's all bullshit. You may think the prosecution still proved their case, but at least you have a theme, and at least you have a theme the jury can follow and understand. And the theme is that the information he's giving you is so unreliable 11 years later that you can't say it's reliable. Not only that, it's not only unreliable because it's 11 years later, it's unreliable because it was handpicked by law enforcement when you have thousands or hundreds of thousands of things to pick from, and the jury is only getting a very small slice of it. So there you are. That's the story. And that's why if you're an hour different or half an hour different on the ride from Miami Beach to maybe Charlie Adelson's house, let's assume you were going to go there because you were picking up money, it didn't mean anything. And they were actually coming up to see their daughter, right? An hour in a long distance ride didn't mean anything when you're driving at night with older people who may have to stop. Now, I'm not saying that I believe it, that I think that Donna Adelson is innocent. I'm just saying that the cross-examination has to be thematic. It has to have a point. It has to catch the jury's attention. And when you're dealing with somebody who's been on the stand for a day and a half, you want to eradicate his testimony within like 5 minutes. You want to eradicate his testimony with the first question about the subset, about law enforcement picking it. You want to eradicate that. You want to put them right on trial right off the bat. And that's how you have to cross in this case, okay? At least that's how I would have to cross in this case of that witness. And at least it got your attention, right? got your attention as to there may be problems in what he presented. There may be problems in what he presented, but the defense attorney, in my view, was so uncomfortable with what he was doing in terms of the issues, in terms of what he was doing. And yet he has some good themes. But when you're doing a thematic cross-examination, you have to make sure the jury understands your themes. And the theme really has to be, this was biased, this was selected, this was cherry-picked, and you didn't take into account any of the factors that would make your analysis wrong. Okay? And there you go. All right, so that's what we're talking about here. Now, let me just tell you, a grateful little fam. Yes, thank you for gifting a Justice Served TV membership. Thank you very much. 007, Texas. If you had 2 snacks and went 4 miles when you were 60, what money did you give Charlie flipping criminal? But that's a redirect. But look, if I'm a defense attorney, my duty is to defend, and my duty is to develop the best type of cross-examination to defend. All right. How would you like to cross-examine Mike Easter? Right. He knows a lot more than we know. Right. He's been teaching us a little bit of what we know. But you also have to learn from your expert. And that's sometimes you have consulting experts, not testifying experts, what the limitations are in terms of what's presented. And then you, as a defense attorney, have to develop a style and a theme and questions to go from there. And that's where I would eradicate him within 10 minutes.
All right.
And it may not change the verdict, but at least it would give Donna Adelson something to at least maybe
Just one
say,
moment.
hey,
For the gallery,
how
once
about it?
again, just as a
Okay, let's
reminder,
look
while
at
the
here.
testimony is taking place today, if you step outside of the court.
Okay, so that's the 007. There were some problems, but I don't think he helped them anymore, because right now it didn't do anything to really help Donna, even though there were tidbits and there were points in there that were extremely helpful. And if they are helpful in any way, it's because that nexus that Michel Bryant's relating to doesn't think is proven. But if that's what you're trying to show, that there's no nexus to connect Donna to this plot, that's the cross-examination still that I would give. And I just did that on the fly, right? I did that on the fly. I think I'm amped up because I have another, while we were listening, and you said, where am I? I was getting, actually, my husband, exactly, I told you, this was our vacation week. He's working. It was my vacation week. He's working all week. I was having another dirty matcha coffee, So if I look a little green, like Wicked, that's because the matcha tea will be all over me. So the next witness, I assume, is going to be the undercover operative, the UCO, that we saw in the bump. That he's not going to, he is not going to give his address, and he's not going to be appearing on camera, which is kind of interesting, because is he going to be behind a screen? Is he going to be behind a screen in front of the jury? Because there are people in the courtroom. I'd like to know from Michel Bryant what's happening. But in any case, if you are an undercover operative at any time, judges really kind of frown on having your face before the camera being broadcast on broadcast TV, because it just makes it easier for people to see you, find you. And let me tell you that, to be an undercover operative, that's a different type of person, especially people that do it for 2 or 3 or 4 years and they're put into that mafia setting, right? It's really incredible what they do and all. And remember, they have to audition here, at least for this bump. All right. And we saw him from afar. We saw him from afar in the FBI video that Sanford did. So obviously, before Sanford presents him, I think we're going to see him. I don't see any other officer whose name and whose face and whose identity and location of where he's presently living, which is in another state, needs to be protected, but the UCO. So we're going to see. He's in the courtroom. There's the courtroom. It'd be great. I'll try to get Michel Bryant and see, are they seeing him? Let me see. Your bumpers coming in. Why they're being so cautious about an agent whose name we know and whose image has been broadcast, I don't know. That's what Michel Bryant said. Are they putting him behind a screen before the jury, or is his face going to be in front of you sitting in the courtroom? All right, so I just told you with Michel Bryant that my bumpers coming in, what they're being so cautious about an agent whose name we know and whose image has been broadcast, I don't know. But I think it's because it's just easier. He's probably had other undercover operations in the past 11 years, and it's just easier to protect him. Now, in some places, that's not the case. When we saw in YSL where they try to protect undercover operators, who's they're not even undercover officers, who's like all over the pages of the police, right? This is a different story. So I just asked Michel Bryant if they're putting it behind a screen, like Serpico, if you look at it all the time, or is it, is he going to be in front of the jury? So let's see. Guarino in Massachusetts State Police. Eventually, we did see Guarino. Look at the difference between how, though, Corbett testified and Massachusetts State Police testified. Michel Bryant said he's right here, face and all, unprotected with his face. I assume, yeah, Michel Bryant said he's right here. So this is what the great thing about having Michel in the courtroom. He is our eyes and he is our ears. And I'm going to be fascinated when he comes out after court ends today to talk with him, right? To speak with him, right? Don't let Donna see him. Donna's already seen him, all right? Donna's got the earphones on now. She didn't have much of them on earlier today. The earphones, by the way, hurt when you keep them on all the time. It's just like, when you have earphones regular. And a lot of times they're not really on her ear. They're kind of like near her ear. They're before them. I don't know where Michel's sitting. Let me ask you. He's unprotected with his face in the courtroom. Where are you sitting in relation to him? All right. I'm asking Michel Bryant that right now.
On
Here we
April
go.
19th of 2016.
I was.
Can you explain what the operation was?
My role in the operation was that.
May I interrupt you for just one moment? Could we approach, Your Honor?
Okay, I'm just going to go behind my Tubi avatar and take a sip of my coffee. The coffee made with love, Michel. If you're watching, I don't know if you are, but there you are. So now we're going to go behind we have to. He's sitting right there. Michel Bryant said he's sitting right there. So I asked him, where are you sitting in relation to him? Everybody in the courtroom can see him, right? But I think it's a good idea because it's been 11 years and there may have been a number of other undercover operations that he's been involved in. We don't know. And therefore, there's other people that may have something against him. I wouldn't want to be the one that causes somebody to get hurt, would you? The cameras are being really careful, right? All right, so the cameras are being really careful here. Michel's avoiding being seen by JSTV. What is in your coffee? Okay, this is a dirty matcha. So you make a foam cream and you mix matcha tea, usually ceremonial grade, into it until it's a real thick cream, about maybe 3/4 of an inch on the bottom or an inch, depending on the size of your mug. And then you pour coffee over it. Then you pour another layer of regular cream without the matcha. Then you pour more coffee. Then you pour another layer of the foam. It's not really cream. It's kind of like the foam that you can get, and then you sprinkle dirty matcha over it. Okay. So that's what's in my mug. That's a dirty matcha. They're very popular right now. Donnie Braska, Marrera says, always wears dark glasses, even now in his 80s. Yeah. So Jacqueline Goodard says Bob Alessi would not have been uncomfortable. I wouldn't have been uncomfortable either. But Bob Alessi also would have stayed away from the things that made cell tower things boring. Remember, we had Michael Easter on a number of times on a show. Didn't he make it so interesting? He made it so interesting. And he'd be the person that you'd hire, that they had hired, that would talk to them about a lot of different things, police procedures. So sometimes you hire an expert to testify. Sometimes you hire an expert to train you and develop a cross-examination.
My role in the operation was of a gang member, and what I was instructed to do was to contact and bump Donna Adelson.
What does bump mean?
A bump is a law enforcement operation during which an undercover agent or an undercover police officer would conduct a face-to-face meeting or encounter with a subject or a person of interest in an investigation. And what we look for, the results we look to get would be one or a combination of either I would try to extract, or the undercover would try to extract information, or they would try to pass on information, or possibly set up a future meeting with the individual, or tickle a wire or a telephonic intercept, or tickle a wire.
In this case,
Tickle
was
the
it an
wire.
attempt to tickle a wire?
Yes, it
Okay,
was.
so we had a wiretap going at the time that you did the bump.
Yes.
Okay. And what does tickle the wire mean?
Well, when you tickle the wires, when you're doing a Title III, what we call a Title III, a phone intercept, and there's not much activity going on that phone intercept, what you want to do is approach somebody and see if they will start talking about whatever the investigation is looking into.
All right. So you were asked to approach Donna Adelson. Is that what you did?
That is correct.
Where did that happen?
I believe that happened in South Miami, somewhere near her residence.
Okay. And did you just walk up to her on the street, sidewalk?
I did.
Okay. And what did you do?
Well, I was instructed to walk up to her and engage her in small discussion as to why I was meeting with her, and then eventually handing her a flyer.
Okay. Is that what you did?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you the flyer. I've marked as States Exhibit 83.
Okay.
Is that what you handed Mrs. Adelson?
I don't
This
think
is it,
we've
yes.
seen the flyer. I'd like to see it.
States 83.
Okay. States 83 is admitted.
Okay, so it's a standard 8.5 by 11 sheet paper, right? Regular piece of paper,
Yes.
okay? With a printout of an article relating to the murder of Dan Markel, is that right?
That is correct.
And at this time, it's been a couple of years since the murder was marked.
Yes.
And over here in handwritten, can you say what was printed there?
Yes. Just call and text, and that's my undercover cell phone number and the $5,000 which was being asked for.
Okay, and this cell phone number that it belongs to the phone number that's written here, are you personally going to carry that around and answer it if someone calls it?
That is correct. That's solely in my hands, and I'm the only one answering. Or
Right.
a voicemail would answer.
And is there something you need to do if that occurs to record the phone call in question?
Well, the way, and I can't reveal too much tradecraft, but if I received a call and it went to voicemail, it would do a remote recording. It wouldn't be on the actual phone. So I didn't have access to any voicemails.
Okay. But if you're going to take the call, is there something you do that causes the call to be recorded?
Well, yes, I had to do something on the phone.
All right. Was the interaction, the bump that we're referring to it as, where you approached Donna Adelson and spoke with her, was that audio recorded?
It was audio and video recorded, yes.
How was it recorded?
I had an audio and video on my person, and I believe the surveillance security team also recorded that.
So we've got one angle that's what you're wearing and another angle from across the street.
That is correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 112, a thumb drive containing those two recordings?
Yes, I have.
And are those fair and accurate recordings, both of what you were wearing as well as the one taken from across the street?
Yes, they are.
Move into evidence, States 112, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 112 is admitted.
I'm showing you States 117. Are there your initials on 117?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Were there phone calls that were made from or to the phone number on the phone flyer in connection with this investigation?
Yes.
Are those phone calls contained on States Exhibit 117?
Yes, they are.
Move into evidence, States 117, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 117 is admitted.
And states 117, those are all the phone calls associated with this number on the sheet here. We've got one from you to the Adelson Institute Family Business. Recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then one from Charlie Adelson to this phone number. Is that right?
Yes.
And one from Donna Adelson to this phone number, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And those are all the phone calls. Nobody else called the number during the course of this operation that was answered.
That was
Right?
answered, yeah,
Okay.
correct.
There were a couple missed calls, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Interesting that he's not going to put in the videos. That's going to be Sanford, obviously. He's setting it up for Sanford. They get like 2 bites at the apple here with the bump and tickle the wire, because Sanford's obviously going to put in those videos and the audio. That's not me typing, by the way. So they're allowing the pool camera to show his tie and his hands. Okay. Yeah, I think it's a 1-2 punch. I mean, what they're doing is we keep hearing about the bump. Now they set up. You've seen the UCO, and
Good
then
afternoon, sir.
Stanford must follow. Okay, let's
Good
look at the
afternoon.
cross.
I have a question.
Sure.
When you indicated that you were playing the role of a gang member, what does that mean?
Well, a gang member is anybody that's involved in any type of organization or regarding criminal activity, involved in criminal activity.
Well, I know what a gang member is. I'm asking what were you going to do? What were you trying to portray yourself as? How was your demeanor? How were you going to act as a gang member?
You mean during the bump?
Yes, sir.
I was actually very friendly.
For the bump that was on the street?
Yes.
Okay. Mrs. Adelson told you that you scared her, didn't she?
I think she was startled. I mean, I'm not good looking, so maybe that scared her, but
Were you dressed up all pretty like you are today?
no, ma'am.
How were you dressed?
Just jeans and t-shirt and open, I believe, like a bluish button down, open.
Okay. When you say you were friendly to her, was that what you said? You were friendly to her?
I was told to be very polite to her.
And were you?
I was.
Did you invite her out to lunch?
No, not exactly.
Okay. The area that you met her at, how was that selected?
That I don't have the specifics. Special Agent Pat Sanford would be better to answer that.
Were you aware when you went out there that where you would run into her at that specific time of day? I mean, you just didn't stand there all day waiting for her, right?
I did not.
Okay. You knew a specific time in general that you thought you would see her there, correct?
The investigative team, I'm sure, did their homework and they knew. So
Okay. Are you aware that that's the route that she took from where she was living down the block to pick up her grandchildren from school?
I was made aware of that, yes.
Thank you. Now, in the bump, with the flyer that you handed to Miss Adelson, you had some information on there, $5,000. And when you spoke to her, what did you say to her?
Well, when I engaged her, to the best of my recollection, I said to her that we know that their problem up north had been taken care of, and that Katie and Tuto are being taken care of, and my brother Tato has not been taken care of. He and his family have not been taken care of, and that they should take care of him and his family, something to that effect, him and his family, like they are taking care of Katie and Tuto.
And who's Tuto?
Tuto, from what I understand, was Sigfredo Garcia.
And who was Tato?
Tato was Luis Rivera.
you have a really interesting accent.
Yeah, that's because I'm fluent in Spanish. Yes.
Okay. Are you of Spanish descent or you just have learned that?
I am.
You are. Okay. Thank you. You do it very well.
Thank you.
So you tell her that you know that her family is taking care of Tuto and Katie, but not your brother Tato.
Correct.
And Tato is Luis Rivera.
Correct.
And he was incarcerated at that time.
Correct.
And you told her that in the Broward County Jail, the two of you have been together, right?
I don't believe on the bump I said that.
Okay. And you tell her that you need $5,000 to take care of Tato, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And she told you she didn't know what you were talking about.
Well, during the bump, I didn't mention the 5,000 or anything. I didn't mention the money.
The piece of paper said $5,000.
Well, the paper did, but verbally I didn't say it to her.
You said they needed to take care of Tato.
Yes, but I didn't say the dollar amount.
But you handed her a piece of paper and it
did.
had it on there, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
Mhm.
She didn't pay you the $5,000, did she?
I don't believe they ever did.
Okay. And that was on April the 19th of 2016, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. So that's the 19th. As of the 23rd, you still had not heard from Mrs. Adelson, and so you sent her a letter, did you not?
That letter, I did not physically do it. That was the investigative team that wrote and sent that letter.
Were you aware of it?
At the time, I wasn't.
Did you become aware of it?
Later on, yes.
Okay. And the gist of it was nobody had heard back from her, correct?
I don't remember reading that letter.
So, but you're aware the letter was sent, right?
Later on, yes.
Okay. And then move forward all the way up to April the 28th of 2016. Mrs. Adelson has not called you back, correct?
I don't remember the dates that, accurately. I don't remember.
Okay. Well, there's a phone call that's been introduced into evidence. So.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah. But you're asking me before that. I guess on the 28th I received a call.
Well, on the 28th, you actually called the Adelson Institute.
Yes,
didn't
I
you?
did call.
Okay.
Yes.
So you were the first call then. You
Yes,
called the Adelson Institute.
Correct.
And
Correct.
you were trying to reach Donna Adelson.
That is correct.
But she was not there.
Correct.
So you left a message saying, you're Sammy, and you haven't heard back from her, and let her know I called.
That is correct.
Okay. But she doesn't call you back right then, does she?
No, she did not.
And she didn't pay you the $5,000 you were looking for, correct?
Did not.
Okay. And so call the Adel Institute and get no response. So then May the 4th of 2016, you sent a text to Donna Adelson at 2:09 in the morning, correct?
That is correct.
And on that text, you said, still have not heard from Donna. Wait a minute. No, I'm sorry. So you don't take me serious. You think I'm playing. You have some puta?
I think Puto.
Puto, call me to see if I'm for real. If you think what Katie baby daddy did for you can't come back, you're, excuse my language, fucking crazy. I want the, and then it doesn't say now, or I'm going after the 100K, right?
That's what I was told to write, yes.
Wasn't very polite there, was it?
Well, that's usually how somebody that's blackmailing somebody or extorting somebody in the criminal world would probably talk to somebody, yes.
Sure, it's more aggressive, right?
Absolutely.
Because you want her to incriminate herself by talking to you, pay the $5,000. You're looking for her to talk, right?
I'm just looking for her to send the money.
But she didn't send the money, did she?
She did not.
Okay. And then you got a call on, let's see, that was May the 4th. You still don't hear from Donna. But on May the 6th, no. May the 4th, you get a call from Charlie Adelson.
That is correct.
And you talked to him,
I did.
right? And that recording is in evidence, so we don't need to talk about that. But basically, you don't get anywhere with Charlie. He doesn't offer to pay you the $5,000, right?
No,
Did he offer to pay you the $5,000?
no, he did not.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, on May the 6th, Donna Adelson calls you back on that number that you had put on the paper, correct?
That is correct.
And we're going to listen to the call through another witness, but the gist of it is She's telling you, you tell her you know everything about everybody involved, right?
Correct.
And she tells you, you got the wrong person. I'm not involved, correct?
She did.
And she tells you, if you know everybody who is involved, go to the police, right?
She just said, go get the money from, she didn't say, if I know everybody. She just said, I believe she said, just go collect the money.
We'll play it so we'll know the exact
Okay.
words. But
That's fine.
she didn't offer to give you the $5,000 then.
No.
And she encouraged you to go get the $100,000, which was the reward at that time for
She did.
providing information regarding the homicide of Dan Markel.
She did.
Take your time.
So obviously, it just confirmed that we're going to hear probably through Agent Sanford all of the calls and see the.
Yeah, I'm done with my questions.
That's it, she said it.
Direct examination.
So we're going to watch the video a little later with another witness, but did Donna Adelson have any children with her when you approached her?
She did not.
Okay, nothing further.
Good question.
Will the witness be recalled at all? You are released. Have a good day.
Your Honor, keep them under the state subpoena, so that we can call in our case in chief. Please.
Very well. The defense may call you as a witness. They will let you know. if they-
Defense is keeping him under subpoena to call him in their
My
case?
understanding is that we're coordinating that through Investigator Newland at the State Attorney's Office.
Yes.
So we'll keep you informed.
Please call your next witness.
State calls Special Agent Bronstein.
So the defense wants to call him back and is going to coordinate it with Special Agent Newland. And so now we're going to have another witness. Again, that's either the judge or somebody in the front row with the type. Michael Bryant said that somebody's typing in the front row and has a setup, a keyboard like on a halter. So that's a possibility there. So I miss who they say they were calling next. Special agent. Everyone's a special agent. If they're in, they're always a special agent. Now let's see what's happening here. He's up there. He's already there. Is there a reason we don't have sound from him, or maybe I don't have sound?
Ronstein.
How are you employed?
A special agent with the FBI.
Brownstein?
How were you employed back in April of 2016?
Special agent with the FBI.
All right. And did you participate in a surveillance operation on April 20th of that year involving Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
Was your involvement in that operation related to a wiretap that was happening simultaneous with the surveillance operation?
Yes.
What was your role in the operation?
That day I started off on physical surveillance of the undercover bump operation for officer safety purposes. And then for the remainder of the day, I was to be available for surveillance as needed.
Did you conduct some surveillance at a restaurant by the name of Dolce Vita in Miami?
Yes.
Where is that restaurant located?
North of Miami Beach. I don't remember the exact intersection.
Sunny Isles Beach, sound right?
Yes.
Are you from, I guess you said you did surveil the bump that took place earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your objective at the Dolce Vita restaurant?
Moved towards the Dolce Vita restaurant with the intent of conducting physical and technical surveillance of the meeting inside. Upon arrival in the parking lot, I met up with a technical agent from the FBI and received surveillance equipment in a bag. And I made my way into the restaurant and got situated as close as I could to Charlie and Katie.
Were some photographs taken of, is it Charlie Adelson you're referencing and Katherine Magbanua?
Yes,
Were some photographs taken of them outside the restaurant?
I believe so.
Okay, was that before or after the meeting that you're referencing?
I don't know that I can speak to that. I was not doing photography at the time.
All right, let me just show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 137 to 140. Are you able to recognize these exhibits as photos of those two that were taken outside the restaurant where you did your surveillance on the occasion we're talking about?
Yes.
So I'll make sure they're all very accurate.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence 137 through 140.
Any objection? States 137 through 140.
Publishing 137. Publishing 138. Publishing 139.
Finally, the camera operator catches up and we get to see what the jury's seeing.
Publishing 140.
I don't know why, there you go. I mean, I just don't know why the camera operator's not staying on what's being published.
When you entered the restaurant, how close to the target subjects were you able to position yourself?
Say about 10 to 12 feet.
Okay, so just at the next table.
So yeah, I want to say it would be the next table over, but there was possibly a span where there should have been a table. So just estimating based off recollection, it would be about 12 feet.
All right, and did the bag contain any video equipment?
I believe so.
All right, so you were recording both video and audio of this restaurant conversation?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the equipment that was inside the bag there?
I had not seen it before that day. That was my first look at it.
Did you understand how to operate it when you went into the restaurant to use it?
Yes.
Okay, so you were able to successfully capture that restaurant conversation with
That's
that
correct.
equipment? Okay. Can you describe anything about their demeanor that you observed during this conversation?
It was tough to hear because of the air conditioning system. Based on visual observation, body language, they're having a conversation with each other. They're paying attention to what each other was saying. I could not make out very many particular words, except there was a moment where the AC was abnormally quiet for the restaurant. I did hear something, but it was a very small snippet of a sentence. They maintained their conversation with each other, and throughout the duration of my sitting in there, I became less and less worried that they would notice me sitting nearby because they were paying very close attention to what each other was saying.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to review the recordings of the that came out of the operation from that day?
Yes.
Okay. And are they fair and accurate recordings?
Yes.
And I asked you the date, April 20th of 16, but I didn't ask you the time. Do you know the time that meeting occurred, time of day?
Afternoon around 3:45 or 4.
And I asked you if you had an opportunity to review it, State's Exhibit 114. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move 114 into evidence.
Any objection? States 114 is admitted.
Any efforts to clarify the audio from that recording and try to take out some of that background noise, would that have anything to do with you, or would that be somebody else's job?
That's somebody else's work.
All right, no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination. You may step down.
Okay, so we'll hear that at its future time. The air conditioning caused some problems, and they had to clean up the video in the background. Next witness. So it looks like Sanford's actually going to put in all the conversations, FBI Sanford. This is his case, and then end with him, with her on the jetway. That's what it sounds like to me. Because these are all foundational, right? It's this Sanford's case. He made the call. I think Sanford always was counted as the closer, right? And the last thing is her and Harvey trying to leave on the jetway. Leaving on a jet plane. How'd you like my bump guy, huh? My bump guy. The bump to try to tickle the wire.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? I do. You may take your seat. Please speak loudly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
James Keith McElveen, M-C-E-L-V-E-E-N.
How are you employed?
I work as a forensic scientist. I'm an electrical engineer. I work at Wave Sciences in Charleston, South Carolina.
And what type of work do you perform at that business?
I mostly do audio research, particularly in forensics.
Can you describe your education and experience in that field?
I am a master's level engineer, electrical engineer, and I've had 35 going on 40 years of experience.
And as part of your work, do you clarify audio recordings?
I do. I also sit on committees that write international standards for audio forensics.
And approximately how long have you been doing the type of work that you did in this case specifically?
Probably about 25 to 30 years now.
Judge, at this time, I would tender the witness as an expert in the field of electrical engineering,
Electrical engineering and forensics.
electrical engineering and audio forensics, Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to void the as a witness?
Not on these topics.
Any objection to him providing an opinion while testifying?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify in the form of an opinion in the fields of electrical engineering and audio forensics. You may continue.
I think you testified you have a master's in electrical engineering, is that right?
That's correct.
And you were the program manager for a government organization that included tech ops work?
Yes.
Okay, and also have done some work with private companies doing government contract type of work, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you found the company that you're currently with?
I did.
Okay. Have you published articles related to your field?
Yes, I have multiple.
Have you ever testified as an expert before in this area?
I have.
Okay. Were you asked to clarify some recordings made at the Dolce Vita restaurant in association with this case?
Yes, I was.
What items were you provided with?
2 audio video recordings from 2 different devices that were in the restaurant, one of which had better video and one of which had better audio.
Okay. And were you able to put those together and give us the best product that you know how to give us to help us make out the words the best we can?
Yes.
All right. And in that process, do you do anything that changes or alters the speaking voices that are on the audio recording?
Only how do I put this? We don't alter the subject's voice. We leave it natural and as untouched as possible. What we do is suppress everything else that's not in that place we're trying to focus on.
What were the issues with this particular exhibit as far as being able to hear it in its raw form?
Well, it was a restaurant and a busy restaurant. There was everything from typical restaurant noises with coffee grinders and espresso machines and such as that going on. The position of the recording devices also made them pick up noises coming from the kitchen. So there was dishwasher and vegetable chopping type sounds going on back there, kids screaming, voices playing in a television. So it's easier probably to list what wasn't on the recording than what was.
Okay. And can you explain the process you used to clarify the audio on this exhibit?
Yes. So what we do is we treat the sound that's captured on the recording more like it's the light captured by a camera. So if you do any photography and you use a lens, you may think of the classic taking a picture down a picket fence, and you can focus on one of the wooden slats in the fence and it's sharp, but all the rest of them in the foreground and the background are blurred out and maybe invisible. So that's our approach, and we're able to set the focus spot on the subjects that we were asked to enhance, and then blur out, like those missing pickets in the fence, everything else in the restaurant.
Okay. And are the results of your audio efforts contained on the exhibit in front of you, State's Exhibit 115?
Yes.
All right. And did you also, for us, pair the audio with the video that was available of that particular event?
In Dolce Vita, we did not.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 116, which does include both the audio, the video, and the transcript of that event?
Yes, although we did not review the transcript content.
Okay.
We did review the audio and the video, and it does match the enhanced audio that we provided.
Okay. So everything seems to be appropriately lined up with the audio clarification that you did.
Yes, I just don't want to step outside my role as in audio forensics and speak to a transcript.
Understood. All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence States 115 and 116.
Any objection?
If I understand the witness's testimony, he's not able to say the transcript is accurate.
That was Ms. Magbanua's part, Your Honor.
She is already authenticated as a part of her testimony.
No objection, Your Honor.
States 115 and 116 are admitted.
Did you also do some work on State's Exhibit 132, a recording from a Matt Surrey restaurant?
I did.
All right, and were the same processes that you previously described with the prior exhibit used on this one as well?
They were.
Okay, and does State's Exhibit 132 contain the audio product that you generated?
Yes.
Okay, and has the audio been paired with the video accurately in State's Exhibit 133, also in front of you?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence States 132 and 133.
Any objection?
Just a moment, Your Honor. No objection, Your Honor.
States 132 and 133 are admitted.
All right, and then you also have an Exhibit 118 in front of you. Did you do some work on a phone call? Phone call?
Yes.
Okay, and is the work that you did on clarifying that phone call fairly and accurately contained on State's Exhibit 118?
Yes, it is.
All right, Judge, that's just for identification only at this time. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Okay. With respect to the second restaurant footage that you enhanced, am I to understand that you enhanced an enhancement more recently? Did you provide additional materials recently to the state attorney's office?
What we did was not an enhancement. We only took the audio track and put it with the video track. So
that's what you.
We didn't touch anything, but just basically saved the processed audio that we did and the original video, and just saved it in a different format.
Okay, so then that's what you did recently?
Yes.
Okay.
So no enhancement done in that step.
Okay. And then, yes, were you ever provided with the audio of the interview done by law enforcement of Wendi Adelson on July 18th of 2014?
No, I was not.
And specifically the end of that interview when Miss Wendi Adelson calls my client.
Not to my recollection. I do not believe so.
And so the government did not ask you to do that?
Correct.
Just a moment. Nothing further, Your Honor?
Redirect examination.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You may step down, sir. Will he be recalled by either party?
Not from the state judge.
No, Your Honor.
You are released. Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
They call Special Agent Brian Kendall.
There's the man, by the way, with the laptop that's around his. When he stands up, you see the halter that it was kind of falling down. That's probably what we're hearing. So we're doing another special agent. I assume that the state's going to end with Sanford and put all this. Michel Bryant is still a couple of rows behind Harvey Adelson. The witness stand is in direct line of his site, just so you know. We're probably not seeing him because he's over a little bit left, but where he has been seated. So these are all agents that are putting the background in, laying the foundation. That's my assumption that Stanford will be Patrick Stanford's his case. He'll put all the conversations in, and he'll end with the jetway, and that may be tomorrow. Unless they start him today. I mean, we're only at 3:22.
Raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Brian Kendall, Brian Kendall.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed at a private investment firm.
What about back in April of 2016?
At that time, I worked as a police officer for the city of Plantation, and I was also assigned to a federal task force.
As part of your work with the federal task force, did you participate in a surveillance operation involving a Charlie Adelson?
Yes, I did.
All right. Was the surveillance that you conducted of Mr. Adelson related to a wiretap that was happening simultaneously with your part in the investigation?
That's correct.
What is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to surreptitiously record Mr. Adelson at a restaurant on the night, I believe it was April 20th, 2016.
How about April 21st?
21st, correct.
Okay, and who was Mr. Adelson meeting with at that restaurant?
His father, Mr. Harvey Adelson.
All right, and was that the Matsuri restaurant?
Yes, a sushi restaurant in Miami.
What equipment was used when you went in to record?
I had a covert surveillance recording device that recorded in audio and video.
How covert was it?
It wasn't the most sophisticated device. Would you like me to describe it?
Yes, please.
It almost looked like what they call now a man bag or a large bag that had a hidden recorder and video equipment inside of it.
And was there any sort of strategic problem with using that sort of messenger style bag under the circumstances inside this particular restaurant?
Yeah, so when I entered the restaurant, I saw Mr. Charles Adelson and Mr. Harvey Adelson sitting at the sushi bar. There was an unoccupied stool next to Mr. Harvey Adelson, so I took a position directly next to Mr. Harvey Adelson because it was extremely loud in the restaurant. I put the bag directly on the sushi bar between myself and Mr. Harvey Adelson.
Okay. And what does it mean to get made?
Obviously, when you get made, they identify who you are and they know you're up to, maybe they identify that you're law enforcement or they know what you're doing.
And do you think that might have happened on this effort?
I think it was pretty obvious that my actions were probably a little suspicious to them. Correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review the recording from your messenger bag device, State's Exhibit 131?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate recording of what was captured from your device that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And as far as clarification of any audio that was present on that recording device, would you be responsible for that, or was that Mr. McElveen that we just heard from?
Yes, I never even, other than authenticating it, I'd never reviewed it.
All right. Move into evidence, States 131, Your Honor.
An objection.
No objection.
States 131 is admitted.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by either party?
No, Your Honor.
You are released, sir.
Thank you.
Please approach.
Special Agent Pat Sanford.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Yes, sir.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Patrick Sanford, S-A-N-F-O-R-D. I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been employed with the FBI?
Approximately 26 years.
Sorry, one moment.
Here we go.
Were
Just
you
as I
asked
thought.
to
Breaking up
assist in the
here.
investigation of the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, I was.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I was called originally to assist with outside leads on the case. There were some interviews and some other follow-up things that happened outside the state of Florida.
I think
They
in the
asked
end,
me-
it ended on the jetway.
As the investigation continued, became more and more involved.
The other guy retired and kind of left you holding the bag, right?
He did.
Okay. Are you familiar with Luis Rivera and his role in this case?
I am.
Were you a part of the initial interview of Luis Rivera when he was attempting to become a witness in the case?
Yes, I was.
And do you know the date on which his proffer was given?
I could refer to some notes.
Okay, if I said the date, would you be able to tell me if it sounds
would.
right or not? September 30th of 2016?
Yes.
All right, and the investigation had been ongoing for some time at that point, right? I mean, the murder occurred in 14.
That's correct.
Okay, and in the proffer that was given by Luis Rivera, was there anything new, particularly interested in anything new that you were able to corroborate that law enforcement didn't already know before that interview?
Yes, there was.
What was that?
One thing was he told us the day before the homicide occurred that him and Sigfredo Garcia were riding around in the green Prius in Tallahassee when Mr. Garcia accidentally shot a hole in the floorboard of the Prius, and it actually disabled the vehicle, and Mr. Garcia had to actually fix the vehicle to get it running again.
At the time that you conducted the interview of Rivera, you knew that they had rented the Prius, right?
That's correct.
Law enforcement had already traveled to the location in Miami where the Prius was rented and identified the car and the VIN number and all those things, right?
That's correct. I'd been down there and done all that.
Okay, but we didn't know to look for this hole in the floorboard.
No, there was carpet in the floorboard and you couldn't see it.
Okay. Did law enforcement, in an attempt to corroborate this new fact, go back to locate the vehicle again and see if there was, in fact, any evidence of what Rivera was describing?
We did.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as 48 through 52.
Of course, if they'd done a great search of the car first, how could you miss it? You would take up, you would think, the carpet, but you'd find it. So, but obviously, it's a new fact.
Are these fair and accurate photos of the vehicle once you found it for this second time after Rivera's interview?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 48 and 52.
An objection?
No objection.
They are admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Publishing states 48. Had the vehicle changed hands by this time?
Yes, it had been sold by the rental company.
And had it been repainted?
It had.
Were you still able to see at some of the seams of the vehicle where that silver pine mica color, you could still kind of tell was the previous color?
That's correct. Like in the door jambs and under the hood, there was some clues of that.
All right. States Exhibit 49, were you able to confirm this was in fact the correct vehicle by the VIN number?
That's correct.
States Exhibit 50, what does this image show?
It shows the passenger side of the vehicle. It has a directional rod put through where the bullet hole traveled, shows the direction of travel.
So the hole was still there under the carpet?
The hole was still there in carpet, correct.
Publishing States 51. Did the hole actually puncture the gas line as Rivera described?
That's correct. That is the fuel line that you see there with a with some kind
I'd like to see it, cameraman.
to put it back together to make it run again.
States Exhibit 52.
And there it is again, just a close up.
Stinks. I don't know if I can make it any better. Old-fashioned way. So this little piece that's attached to the gas line is the repair that was done on it.
That's correct. You can see where the bullet would have severed the line, and it took that piece to connect it back together.
Anything else that Rivera told you that you didn't already know?
Yes, he told us about that the homicide had to take place on the day that it occurred because he was traveling out of, Mr. Markel was going to be traveling out of town the following day.
And were you able to confirm that Mr. Markel did in fact have plans to travel out of town the day after he was killed.
He did. He was planning to go to a conference up in, I believe it was New Jersey.
And Mr. Rivera's proffer also enlightened us to the June trip, right? There was a second trip that preceded the July trip in which Mr. Markel was killed.
That's correct. He talked about the June trips also.
And were we able to corroborate that through the testimony of Sergeant Corbett that we just heard from?
That's correct. We had several instances that were able to corroborate that.
All right. Are you familiar?
Speak up, please. I'm having trouble.
You can just speak up a little bit louder, Special Agent.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the wiretap that was conducted back in 2016 in reference to this case?
I am.
Whose phones were tapped?
It was Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua.
How many cell phone calls were intercepted total as a part of that wiretap?
Well over 10,000 calls and text messages.
All right. And did you review a disc of the calls that have been deemed relevant for this jury's consideration?
I did.
Okay. And are all of those calls contained on that I guess this thumb drive actually states Exhibit 99. Are those fair and accurate recordings of the calls that we intercepted in this case?
They are.
All right, Judge, I'd ask to introduce States 99.
Yeah, objection. States 99 is admitted.
Permission to publish by way of demonstrative B, Your Honor.
You may.
B as in boy. Did you find any evidence in the calls relating to Donna Adelson meddling in her children's lives?
We did.
Okay, and I want to ask you about specifically Wendy's life and her purchase of a house. Are you familiar with the fact that Wendi Adelson had a contract to purchase a house in 2013 here in Tallahassee?
Yes, I am.
All right, and that she pulled the plug on that house on Halloween of 2013. You familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And are you familiar with the evidence that Katherine Magbanua gave regarding being approached on that same day by Charlie Adelson about what ultimately became this murder for hire?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And have you reviewed I'm sorry, oh gosh. Let's strike that. I'll come back to it. I also wanted to ask you about meddling in reference to Wendy's dating life. Did you hear anything about that on the calls?
I did.
Okay. And specifically, I think this one's called 989. What's the gist of what is on that call?
Mrs. Adelson's talking to Charlie Adelson, and they're discussing Wendy's current boyfriend, which is his name is Dave, and talking about different ways to keep her dating Dave and keeping her from breaking up with him.
All right. And is Donna Adelson enlisting Charlie's help in dealing with Wendi?
That's correct.
All right. Managing Wendi.
Correct.
All right. Permission to publish at this time call 989, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
And if we could start at 8 minutes and 56 seconds or thereabouts. We have no power, so we're requesting a recess.
Members of the jury will take a brief break. They will escort you to the jury room.
Okay, I was just about to tweet something out because about the pictures and all, which we'll do afterwards. This is a brief break. We told you we thought that Patrick Sanford, he is the veteran FBI agent. This was his case. You saw him on the jetway when Donna Adelson and Harvey were going to Vietnam. Some say fleeing. I assume the prosecution will say that. Let's listen to the judge a second. He's going to put all the calls in, though, FBI agent.
So for all of our advanced equipment, we need the repairman.
I guess the tech in the courtroom is having a little bit. But can you imagine this hit team But Luis Rivera issued a proffer in 2016, told the FBI 3 facts they did not know. Okay, that they had shot up the gas line in the car accidentally and had to have it repaired. Can you imagine that, by the way? Also, I don't know, when they searched the car initially, why the FBI didn't pull up the carpets, the floorboards to see. I mean, if they were looking for evidence, but they didn't. But leave that alone for that, because that allowed them to get this piece of information that told them Luis Rivera was telling the truth. The second thing, they told him that Dan Markel had to be killed on that specific day because he was leaving to go to a conference out of town, and they confirmed that that was true. They had not known that. And then he told them about the first attempt that they were going to kill him in the June trip that they had not known. So 3 facts that they were able to confirm that Luis Rivera told them that actually made his proffer to turn state's evidence and get a deal. He's still in prison, but you heard him testify early on. And that's what proffers are about, and what kind of evidence you can give that would be helpful in the prosecuting. And remember, that was back in 2016. The murder occurred in 2014. So they were investigating this case. And so Luis Rivera really becomes the break in the case with that proffer when you think about it, right? Because he's able to tell them that. Agent Sanford, in my opinion, is going to play all the calls, all the wiretaps. He's going to play the bump and the tickling the wire. I was so excited when Mr. Bumper came on the stand, whose face we didn't see. Although Michel Bryant saw him, it was full view of everybody in the courtroom. Michel Bryant's right there, clear view of the witness stand. We are so excited that we're there for the first week of this trial. We had moved our tickets back earlier because we thought this was going to move quicker than all. And sure enough, here we are. And it looks like, to me, this would be the bring home witness. And you would end, if I'm the prosecution, with the jetway, right? You're ending with the jetway. All right. So, but Sanford would have been the one. Remember, Mike Easter told us, in charge of who he picked. He picked Mr. Bumper, the UCO undercover agent, undercover operative, who would be the one that tried to get the wire tickled because of the bump. And we haven't really even talked about him yet in terms of the cross-examination of him very much. But Sanford is going to continue to testify. So let's go back and talk about the UCO. The cross-examination was actually pretty good. It brought out the point that the money that was requested in the bump and that they tried to tickle the wire from was never received. But the bump had an effect, because immediately from, I think it was 147 to 206, Donna Adelson called her son Charlie. So it had an effect. It actually did cause that wire to tickle. But then the cross-examination pointed out that nothing happened, right? There was nothing happened. The money wasn't sent. And then they had to up it a little bit. And he, at May 4th, 2016, a text from the time they first did the bump, which was much earlier, and said at 2:09 he sends a text to Donna Adelson that if you think basically we're fooling, we're not. We need money. You've been taking care of Katie and her baby daddy, and we need money. You've given them $100,000. We need money. And Donna Adelson did call him back as a result of that text. And she's saying, well, if you know this, why don't you go collect the money from them if you know them, or go to the police. So clearly she was being, either she's innocent or being pretty sophisticated. But she never went to the police. What the defense is missing is that she never went to the police, right? If you have somebody trying to extort you, right? I mean, which is what their defense is now. They were trying to be extorted, right? That was Charlie Adelson's defense. You're going to go to the police, especially since you know that your son-in-law has been bumped off. So what are you going to do? You want to protect your family. You're going to go to the police and say, look, this guy's trying to collect money from him. They could have been the killers that killed my son-in-law, but she never did. So this bumping and the tickling the wire was extremely effective. The defense made it seem like it wasn't effective and all. And makes it seem like, well, you stopped her when she was on her way to pick up her kids. Well, that's where you knew where she was, but the kids weren't with her. And it was a very quick interaction. And it didn't hurt her because she was clean enough, clear enough, and free enough to call Charlie. So the bump and the tickling wire did have an effect, because if she's scared of these people, and that's what Jackie Fulford tried to say, well, you try to intimidate her and all, and he said, no, I wasn't trying to do that. I was just told to basically make her pay attention, right? That if you had that, she tells the bumper, Mr. Bumper, the UCO, to go to the police, but she should have been the one that was going, if indeed she thought she was being extorted. And that's why this bump and the tickling of the wire was so effective, even though she didn't pay the $5,000. It got her to call Charlie, it got her to call the UCO back, and it got her to give a response that basically is nonsensical to the UCO. So that's why it was extremely effective, and I think Jackie Fulford missed that point. I am sure that the prosecution will make that point in summations that we have. And then we had some other witnesses, Agent Brownstein, McElveen, who cleaned up. They were getting the wiretaps from Charlie and Katherine Magbanua at a restaurant. Another one getting a wire conversation. It wasn't a wiretap, but a wire conversation. A conversation intercepted sitting at a restaurant from Charlie and his father. And then these have all been cleaned up, and we're going to hear all these, through Agent Sanford. And the funny thing is, I had texted Michel Bryant, who was in court. I texted him. It was in court, or we've been texting back and forth, right, as you know. And I had said to him, this was at 3:20. Sanford today or tomorrow? The last witness, I imagine, ? And he said, yeah, lots of piecemeal witnesses today. All right. So that's exactly what we were talking about. Was there going to be enough time for Sanford today or tomorrow? And then Sanford just magically appears. We kind of know how to try a case, and we kind of see what the prosecution's doing. And since the prosecution wasn't putting in the wires and wasn't putting in the conversations through the people who had cleaned them up or had taken them, right? They're putting them through Sanford. It was very clear that he was going to be the last witness to bring it home and pull it all together for the jury. And as a matter of fact, Mike Easter told us that Patrick Sanford, being the lead agent for the FBI in this case, he would have been the one to pick the UCO, the undercover operative. He'd be the one to go over the scripts. He'd be the one to basically control everything, and probably the one in conjunction with the U.S. attorney and the state's attorney here to decide whether Luis Rivera's proffer was good. Okay, so we still have, after they get the equipment fixed, apparently that's the problem. Nice to see tech equipment breaking down, even in a trial, right? And all the jury's probably like, is this guy going to play everything? Because it's very clear. He starts with this teasing about the proffer. And I don't know whether a proffer has ever been explained here. So if I were the prosecution, though, I would explain what a proffer is, right? I would explain what the proffer is. A proffer is where you're bringing somebody in who you're representing. It could also be called queen for a day, and say, I have information that'll break the case, but I want a deal. And you kind of have negotiated a deal beforehand. And you say, and the government will say, well, if the proffer is good, this is the deal that we will get. You all agree on it. Then you bring your client in, and nothing that client says in the proffer can be used against the client. It's almost like you have immunity in that proffer. That's part of the agreement, right? They're not going to prosecute you based on that in case the proffer does not satisfy them. Unless you're committing perjury, because you're doing the proffer under oath, right? And the three things that Rivera gave them, and Rivera is very smart, as you saw him on the stand. He's very smart. The three things he gave him, that is in the Prius, the first car rented, they shot the gas line, checking the gun. All right. You can't. This were Keystone cops. You'd say, oh my gosh, these two hitmen, but they're very serious hitmen because they were very successful hitmen. They're just not the type of hitman that you thought of initially when you think of like some of the mafia movies, right, that we've seen, The Godfather or Goodfellas or whatever. Or maybe they are like Goodfellas, right? So the 2016 proffer gets them that the Prius was shot up. They go track the Prius down. It had been sold, repainted it all, and then find out, and I will get pictures of those. Those are called dowels that are going through. They show you where the bullet hole had actually nicked the gas line. It wasn't that they just shot through. They nicked the gas line, and they had to go get it somehow repaired before they brought the car back. Imagine renting the car and driving the car with that kind of repaired gas line. I hope it was safe in all those years. I guess so. And that the second thing is that the hit had to be done on that specific day, July 18th, 2014, right? It had to be done on that specific day because he was leaving. He was leaving to go to a conference, it turns out, in New Jersey the next day. And then, and that also falls in the line with Jeff possibly being a fall guy, and he wanted to set Jeff up. And then the prior June trip where they came to kill him, that would have been closer to the initial hearing of the grandparents' motion. Initially, it was supposed to be May 15th. It was adjourned to June, and then it was adjourned to July 18th, and it never got heard because Dan Markel would be killed. So, Aaron Penner, why offer Wendi partial immunity and not hire someone else? Well, Wendi wasn't really offered partial immunity. She was offered use immunity to testify in the trials because they felt that use immunity is nothing that she said the trials can be used against her. But they have all this other stuff, right, that they can use from all these other people. And now you're seeing it, right? So they're not offering Wendi, who they believe was they needed somebody with inside information of the hit. That's what they needed. Harvey doesn't have inside information of the hit. He didn't hire the hit people. I don't think Wendi had she didn't hire the hit people. Charlie did. That's why they offered Katherine Magbanua. That's why they offered her the two times they offered her transactional immunity, because she thought she was the one who could give up Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia and everybody else. And she denied it. She wouldn't take it in the two attempts. So then when she's not taking it, if I'm Luis Rivera's attorney and I'm being charged and I'm like, well, no one else has got a deal. First one in gets the deal. And I've got that. And then, I can get the best deal because of anything, because I'm going to be the first one in. They have to go to Luis Rivera. But you need somebody with the inside information that gets you right inside there. Even Wendi is I think, could be crossing.
Back in session.
Okay, here we go back. Let's listen. Patrick Sanford. We've been waiting for him the whole time.
And standing for the jurors.
It's a copy of 85 on your table there.
Yeah, you're right. There is a spousal immunity there with Donna also, but I just don't think Harvey would have that information. You need an insider. You need an insider. All right, we're still looking like we're still getting ourselves together, probably because.
Jury entering courtroom.
There we go. I'm like, come on, let's go. I want to go. Let's go. It's not a very happy defense team over there, I can just tell you. I mean, I'm a defense attorney, I know.
You're welcome to sit it. May proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry about that. Agent Sanford, in front of you is a copy of State's Exhibit 85, the wire call summary. Can you tell us what is contained in that exhibit?
It's a list of calls that we selected, calls in a couple of text messages in a little bit of a timeline, and mostly it's chronological order.
The dates that the calls were made and who they're to and from, that sort of thing?
That's correct. It
And
just
does
has
fairly and accurately depict the identifying information for the calls contained in State's Exhibit 99?
That's correct.
Okay, Judge, at this time, I would ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 85.
It's 85 is entered.
May I have permission to provide copies to the jurors, Your Honor?
You may.
Madam Court Reporter, would it assist you to have a copy of the summary? All right, we were about to listen to call 989. Judge, we're going to advance the call to 8 minutes and 56 seconds, but I thought we'd start just at the beginning to give the jurors an opportunity to put on their headsets. We provided headsets for each juror with a number, and there's an accompanying volume control in the front here. So my suggestion is just let everybody tinker with it and get settled, and then we'll move the call along.
For that, use your notepad still. I believe there'll be one copy that goes back later, but use your notepads.
All right, start publishing.
And then they're testing their audio using the headsets.
Sir? Right.
What's? I don't know if I'll wear them for all of it, but just to make sure I can hear it properly. Probably so you can clearly hear. I think that might be your copy because that's his. Yeah. You aren't going to be left in the dark.
Hey, how are you? Good. How are you? Good. Just got off work. Oh boy. I had some barbecue up in Jupiter. That's why I just wanted to avoid traffic.
Oh, okay. So you're done for the week? You're not working tomorrow, are you?
I actually am working tomorrow. Oh. I know. And then that was off Monday.
Yeah, that's true. That's right.
That's fine. I don't care.
Good?
Yeah.
Just trying to earn a living.
Tinker?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, let's go to 8 minutes and 56 seconds. Please.
Because I'm in that demographic of guys I want to date. And I don't have a problem telling her, like, you couldn't go to secret model budget at 37. I'm not asking for her to be. No.
So it's how unusual a guy can be.
Of course.
Of course.
I have done.
I know.
Well, to be honest.
I know.
And I will continue to talk to her. But there's a limit to, there's a point at which someone purposely will do what you're asking them to purposely do the opposite.
And she's going to screw her life because they're infinitely another day. They're infinitely another day.
What's that?
There's not going to be another
No.
day.
No. The reason why is I'll never tell someone you can't win the lottery twice. But I can tell you this, the probability is not in your favor. Probability is not in your favor of winning the lottery once. Winning it twice, even more. And that's how I talk to her. Because what happens is if
that's what she needs to do.
You get experience where I don't ever offend her. Because I don't talk about her. I just say, wait, listen, if you put a 37-year-old Victoria's Secret model in front of me, I wouldn't want to get serious with her. Why? When I could do it with a 25-year-old.
I said, a 25-year-old's gonna be 18 in 15 years. I go, you wanna buy a car with high mileage or low mileage? I go, listen, Wendy, you don't wanna date a guy that's 50. You know why? Because he's too old for you. And he's gonna be 60 in 10 years, and in 10 years from now, you don't wanna see yourself as a 60-year-old. I get it. So it is what it is.
But you can definitely ask her why she's not going out and saying this, because she was there with her clean spiel and it said,
I know.
but it opened it to you.
Of course. But just hear me out. I can talk to Wendy differently than anyone can. But even when I do, I don't reference it as saying, Wendy, in a million years I would date a girl like you with 2 kids. Because it's true, in a million years I would. What I would say is, Wendy, the Victoria's Secret model, I wouldn't have you set me up with if she was 37. And that's just, it's a double standard, but that's life. And she knows about double standards in life. It is what it is. So all I can say is, like, when I talk to her and I put it in those terms, she gets it. She gets it. But, you know, obviously it doesn't help that she's got these fucking friends. Don't tell her that she deserves the Superman with some guy who's a doctor who's single, who's just dying to take over the responsibility of 2 kids who aren't his. Like, and there's tons of very wealthy, successful, young, good-looking guys wanting to date her because nothing's more fun than having a 6-year-old fart in your face while you're trying to talk to your girlfriend when you get home from work. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's
cool. Only someone like him who's got to boys who knows what it's like, could understand it, and doesn't bother them.
Yeah, and it's not only that. Let's take a good example. Ted Berman. You're a little fucking odd, had that crazy mom lived on the other street. The lawyer. Okay. Ted Berman got divorced from his wife. He engaged now. I told you about that, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, he took a whole bunch of people. He took, Warren Sapp. Football player. Yeah. He took Warren Sapp, Javon First, a whole bunch of his friends, like paid for everybody for like 20 people to go for the weekend to Lacasse. We'll go there and spend like $50,000. So his wife ended up sleeping with Javon First. So anyway, so he's engaged now to a girl that he's known forever. Okay. He has 3. I'm in that age group. I don't know.
I had her pause it for a moment to explain that beeping noise that we just heard. What is that noise?
That's the sound that it makes when the officer who's monitoring the call, he minimizes it. So
Okay,
he'll
so
hit a
we're
button, it stops it, it makes that noise, and then when he presses it again to monitor again, it picks right back up on that same spot, basically.
All right, but we're gonna sort of
But it
pop
jump-
in and out of the conversation when we hear that noise.
Exactly. There's not a big pause in between. You'll hear the noise, and then the conversation will pick back
All
up.
right, and am I correct that the people that are being intercepted do not hear the noise, the beeping?
That's correct. They
The
do
idea.
not.
Okay. All right, let's play a little more.
One. And I'm wondering if 2 that 1. I mean, yes, your kids are a blessing to you, they're worth it to us.
Yeah, that's right.
But, I mean, listen, do I look like the kind of guy that wants to go home from work and talk to my 37-year-old girlfriend while her kid farts in my face? No, with my nephews, I love them. But as far as dating someone, hell no. I want to go ahead and tell my girlfriend, listen, let's go away for the weekend. What time do you get off next Friday? Okay, I don't want to go like, oh, we got to deal with, can we get the in-laws to watch them, what their schedule will look like? It's not just Wendy, it's Wendy and the 3 boys. It's 3 people you're dealing with. So you can't, and you can, trust me, I know what to say. I mean, and I know that, and a part of me is because, you know what, someone that's handed a golden opportunity.
But that, you know what? That's what she has to hear. Sometimes you get the gold ring, and you I don't know if she's got her hints or something on that.
Because she has everyone telling her that she's such a great catch, and she is. But they're not. But guess what?
They're not living her life.
they're not living her life and they're not breaking it down and saying who's, and listen, the guy who may treat her really well just may never really bother the kid. Like, there's so many aspects to it. So you can make a great guy, just doesn't really want to do anything with your kids. What are you going to do? Kick him out too?
This guy not only is crazy about it,
yeah,
he's about his beliefs and he's actually truth, and that's why.
Because the truth is, she can meet a great guy. Those aren't his boys. She just doesn't like him. What does she do? Get rid of him? He may treat her well, but he's like okay with the kid.
Tolerate the kids. We'll put up with them.
I put up with them, whatever. And then what if they're real nice to the boys on day one, but 3 years down the road, it's pretty much had enough of them. Right there. They're going through a tough time. I mean, I'm just saying.
I think you need to know that she's been given an opportunity that she most likely will never have to do. She's not only throwing it away for herself, she's throwing it away for the kids that deserve it.
But you don't understand. You could never say that to her. Well, you can. It was the same.
Yeah, I know.
You can say anything you want. It's America. I can tell you the end of the company. You can tell me the beginning.
If you were here, that's what I would do. I would try.
You fuck it up good. You fuck it up good. I tried. You would get 30 seconds into your planned speech before she told you to butt out of her life. And rightfully so, it's her life. She can tell you whatever she wants. But the difference is that I can talk to her differently.
I know. Charlie, believe me, and I'm grateful that you do. I really, you know that. You know that.
Trust me, I know. I mean, listen, she's doing great with it, considering everything she's been through. I would just like.
You know what? She's your sister. She loves you. She's a good sister, and you're an amazing brother. And I'm just grateful that the two of you have each other. I really am.
Well, I am too, but I can tell you.
And I appreciate what you do. Because
I go.
Who else is going to do it? Who else is going to say he wake up? This is not as a perfect afternoon. It's glad to be good. Thank God.
Listen, most people don't ever get an opportunity like this to begin with. Like I'm saying, to begin with.
I'm shocked that you don't.
And that's what I did. Listen,
Good. And after another day, it's the news going like, wake up.
Trust me, it's believe. Let me say this much to you. As much as you feel like knocking her over the head, I feel like punching her in the head, knocking her over the head.
Sure.
So trust me on this.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm telling you is that I'll talk to her and I will do my best, my best is very good.
I know.
And you gotta understand, the way I'll tell her too is like Wendy, she loves Jess. I think Jess is awesome. Jess will be a great friend to me. And I talk to Jess all the time. Wendy, I wouldn't leave Jess in a million years because she's 37 and she has no kids.
She's no kid, and Jess totally wants children.
Absolutely. I said, but she has to, I go, what? What's it about? So it's like you winning the lotto and saying, I'll never win the lotto again. That's not true. You still have a 1 in 14 million chance. That's like, I'm not going to take that from you. You can get out there and buy another ticket and win the lotto again. It's highly unlikely. So, and it's highly.
Okay, I think we get the idea. We're 2 years out, right, from Dan Markel's murder.
That's correct.
And who is Dave? Did you identify Dave through the course of the investigation?
We did. He's Dave Atel. He owned he was a successful businessman and lived in South Florida.
And is this the only call that happened to be captured on the wire in which these two are discussing Wendy's love life?
No, it wasn't.
They talk about Dave quite a bit.
They did several times.
All right, and they talk about Wendy's career options too, don't they?
They do.
And does the defendant, Donna Adelson, enlist Charlie to convince Wendi to do her bidding in reference to Wendy's career as well.
Correct. She does.
I'm going to publish call number 2873 at this time, Judge.
You may proceed.
Learn as much as you can from these people. Sounds like you're not learning much of anything. But I would take the course. The course is, you could do the course two different ways. I think it's either 1 week and then you take the course, or you could go like every weekend for a month and then you take the test.
I'm not, yeah, but I'm not even thinking about that right now. Like I still, I right now.
Isn't that supposed to be?
So I would be.
Is this 2873? Ew. All right, we'll come back to that one. Sorry, folks, wrong call. All right, are you familiar with the bump in this case?
I am.
All right, what's the bump?
The bump is where we took an undercover agent and had him approach Mrs. Adelson with a plan. It was during the time of the investigation, we had evidence that linked Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia to being the actual hitmen. So in 2016, we decided to created the bump to have an undercover approach her, pretending to be a former cellmate of Luis Rivera. Luis Rivera in 2016 was actually incarcerated in the Broward County Detention Facility and then went to another jail. So we wanted the undercover to pretend to be in a jail cell with Luis Rivera and pretend that Luis Rivera told him about the hit in Tallahassee with the Adelsons. Sorry, not with the Adelsons, but the hit that that was created, linking back because we had telephone calls going through, linking Luis Rivera to Sigfredo Garcia, then to Katherine Magbanua, then to Charlie Adelson, then to Mrs. Adelson here.
So it was a ruse.
It was a ruse.
Designed to generate chatter on the wire.
It was. It was 2 years after the homicide, and we started a wire, and we knew that they were not talking about the homicide anymore. So we wanted to we call it tickling the wire.
And was the goal to identify, if the pattern that we're seeing that we think is the members of the conspiracy, is that right? Who's a member of the conspiracy and what are their roles?
Yeah, we had Luis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia would talk, and then Sigfredo Garcia talked to Katherine Magbanua through the phones. Katherine Magbanua would talk to Charlie Adelson through the phones. Charlie Adelson would talk to Donna Adelson through the phones, and then it would go back, and it would always go back and forth in that order. It never skipped anyone, never, no one ever jumped over to the other person. It always went back and forth. So we had that in the phone records leading up to the homicide, but what we didn't have was the conversations.
So was it of interest to find out, if we approach Donna Adelson in this way, what's she going to do? Who's she going to go to?
Exactly.
Is she going to call the police? Is she going to call Luis Rivera? What's she going to do?
Exactly.
All right. Okay. And did you have an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 113? Is that now? 113 contains the combined videos from both the body-worn camera of the officer that approached the defendant and also the angle from across the street.
That's correct.
Okay, and are these fair and accurate recordings of the bump from both those angles?
They are.
Right, moving to evidence, States 113, Judge.
Any objection? States 113 is admitted.
All right, and the officer that played the gang member, I guess, said that he was instructed not to be aggressive or not to scare the defendant. Was that you that instructed him on that?
It was. We had we didn't want to cause concerns for the agent's safety. If he approached her being too aggressive and too scary, we didn't know how she would react, if she would possibly be armed at the time. We had no idea. So didn't want to create a hostile environment to make her become overly aggressive.
And is
cause
that
him
Is that a concern in every undercover operation that you just kind of don't know what you're going to get? I mean, it's not specific to this defendant, right?
That's correct. That's in every case. We try to minimize the risk to the officer safety and the people around.
Okay. Let's publish 113, please.
Black shorts. What is it? Yeah. Okay, I'll get that. Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. Good, don't be scared. Listen, I just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Ruthel for quite some time after your problem up north has been resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. And we want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Susan. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
Pause it, please. Does the defendant remain under surveillance for some time after this?
She does.
Okay, we see her take the paper from the undercover and fold it and put it into her purse. Does she ever take it out and look at it before she gets back into her building?
Not that we ever saw, no.
And does she make any phone calls once she goes back into her building?
When she goes back into her building, she does.
And who is the first person that the defendant calls after the bump?
Charlie Adelson.
All right, is that call A?
It is.
Okay, publish call A, please.
Hey, Hans.
No, it's fine. It's good.
Tonight after work or some other time in the very near future, I need to meet the people too.
Okay.
Okay.
Did someone write a letter to you or something?
I've got some paperwork hand delivered to me.
You're being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was, but I'm going to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay, so, I'm gonna maybe, you know, have to figure out something. You can tell it will be wherever you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Oakland Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in the Skyline Chili, and I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
Okay. So the boys will finish their, piano lesson around 4-ish and may, about the traffic over there, and may take a ride with them up there.
Does Dad know about this?
The dad's at work today, fortunately.
What's, IRS or?
You know, those IRS people, they're kind of bother you sometimes, but unfortunately not now. Okay. So I will talk to you. I'll give you a heads up if I'm going to drive up that way. Okay. And
Does Wendy know that? Is it involved Wendy?
No. So let me just talk to you later, and
What is it? Is that health okay?
Yeah.
Does it involve me or other people?
Well, probably both of them.
What's that?
Probably the two of them. So you probably have a general idea what I'm talking about. So let's just find some time to talk to each other and take the boys for a ride, okay?
You're going to take the board up there?
No, then he doesn't come home. He doesn't get here till about 7 when Dad gets here.
So the sooner you talk to me today.
Me or tomorrow, and it's important.
All right. Well, I'll be up at Mitch Klein's office. You want to come up? Oh yeah, for really.
I'm just concerned that I just have to get up there and get back in time for Wendi to get them. Sometimes she gets out a little earlier than coming out here.
Can I ask you a question? Whose paperwork sent from?
I see that, that's great. I was something that came hand to hand to me. I actually took it on today.
Like he does it right, was it anonymous or?
No, oh no, it's not anonymous. It's not anonymous. I just don't want to discuss it over the phone.
Right, whatever it is. It's silly, but if you want,
I wouldn't bother you, trust me.
Yeah, do you want me to come down to see you tomorrow? I get the day off.
Yes, that would be wonderful. Dad actually works later tomorrow. You know, he goes in at 1 o'clock. We both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So
whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
Yeah.
I hope it's not the IRS.
I just would like you to review it and give me some input as to what your thoughts are. Okay, so come down tomorrow. Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 is good.
12 tomorrow.
Yeah, he leaves at 12. He starts at 1 there, so 12, 12:15.
I'll come down and ask you that everything else is.
That would be great.
Perfect. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Love you coming by.
Let me tell you, I don't know why the judge allowed it to be highlighted when the transcript goes in. That would
you
be
describe the defendant's demeanor on this call as really calm.
Yes,
She says Dad's at work, fortunately.
she does.
Does she indicate that she's in fear on the call?
No, she does not.
She was handed a piece of paper that had an article about the murder of Dan Markel, right?
Correct.
That's what the interaction was about.
That's correct. That's what he handed her and made reference to it.
And when Charlie asked the defendant what it's about, what does she say?
She says to both of us,
Probably both of us, probably the two of us.
and then the two of us. Said it twice.
Does she say the name Dan Markel on this call?
No, she does not.
Does she say the name Dan Markel anywhere on this wire?
No, not that I recall.
Did she report this incident to the police?
No, she did not.
Is there another call shortly after this one?
There it is.
Tell us about the next call, call B.
Call B is on the same day. It's from Mr. Charlie Adelson to Mrs. Donna Adelson, and it occurred about, I want to say about 20 minutes after the call we just listened to at 2:35 p.m.
Let's publish call B, please.
Good. Is it you're not paying the sun tax? I don't get it. No, listen, what was I gonna say? Do you mind paying my Brown and Brown insurance?
No. it's fine.
Okay, because I'm gonna just stick with the same company. Yeah, the thing is this, if you stay with the same company for 3 years, they then try to bump you down to lower bracket.
Oh, okay. So it's a good idea that you know.
So I might as well stay with them and hope that it's actually true that they can do what they said about putting you in the lower bracket.
Okay. Do you want me to call Pam Hall?
Yeah, because I told her that my mom would call her because she's handles like that stuff in the office.
Okay.
And then just send them a check. If they have to have it for, I want to say the 29th or something.
Okay.
And I'll go and do that. And listen, whatever it is, whatever someone sent you, I wouldn't worry too much about anything.
Okay.
I mean, so if someone can write whatever they want to write, someone can say whatever they want to say, and I'm not worried. So, was it another bad review on Yelp?
You know, there's reviews come in. Sometimes they are bad reviews. This is a particularly bad one. So,
So I'm not being sued.
no, no.
Okay. All right. Honestly, whatever it is, and I wouldn't just judging from what you're making it sound like. I wouldn't stress about too much.
Okay. Okay. It's probably nothing.
Oh, yeah. Listen, people can always write. People can always say anything they want. It doesn't. Someone says you're a bad dentist, it doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. So. But anyway, I'll definitely come down. It actually works out perfectly to have the day off.
Okay. You know, so I'll make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you.
All right.
Okay?
Do I need to bring cash?
Yeah, if you take me out to dinner, I can give you that's probably a good idea, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was this, look, I should bring cash. I don't have much cash to bring.
Yeah. I'll see if I have money for dinner. Let's see what I have here. Okay.
Was it, can I ask you, is someone blackmailing you?
Well, it's a good possibility.
Do you think someone's trying to blackmail you?
Maybe.
No. That's crazy. Is there, I don't know what blackmail is for, but is there any way I can see you? You can't come up here at all?
It's going to be difficult because they don't finish the piano teacher leaves to about 4:15. And even if I came up there and got there a little at 5:15, it was going to be tough to necessarily get back here in time for you to pick them up.
Was this, can I just ask you this? Is this anything government related, or is this like whack job writing a letter to you?
Like who?
Is it like a whack job writing a letter to you, or is this government related?
No, I don't know if it's government related.
So it's not government or military or anything like that?
No.
Who was the letter addressed to?
Me.
To you? That's crazy. Did it have do you know who sent it to you?
That was a pretty good idea. But, let's walk in and let's check in. Either, and I would like to, I have to try to get you today. I will definitely, I just don't know if I'm going to get back here in time for them. We might not have many people.
So whoever sent you a letter sent you an anonymous letter?
Not really anonymous.
Did they sign it?
It's hand-delivered to me.
So someone showed up, was it like by a process server?
That's what I did was.
It wasn't.
No.
Where did they come to you at?
When I walked out of the building, coming over right, and I go past both driveways with the light on.
Right.
And I walk and about 5 feet from pressing the button so that I could cross the street to pick up the guy this afternoon.
Right.
And just as I got on the sidewalk. Yeah. Okay, Katie, so you stay up here then, okay? You stay right here. I'll work on the computer and then finish it, okay? Yeah, imagine somebody who wants you for a while. Call me down now.
And he came over and was it a young guy, an old guy?
So probably mid-30s. I wouldn't forget that face.
Really?
Johnny, we can make you a chance to go up there. I'm just concerned about getting back here in time and then you're worried. I don't think it's a good idea for the day because we don't have to go so. You know? All right. And we're going to do a check for
Well, I mean, you have to get into this stuff with insurance. I mean, it's crazy that someone hands you a letter like that. That aren't doing.
Maybe we better just keep it tomorrow, about 12:15, 12:21.
Is the person like threatening you or anything?
You're never going to have it interpreted. So let's not worry, and let's meet tomorrow. I think that's better. But let's meet tomorrow this afternoon.
All right, let me ask you this. Do you want to take a picture of the letter and send me what someone sent you?
Yeah.
So it wasn't the government or the military or somebody, some random person.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy. How long was the letter?
No, it's just a copy of all of the what was written in the letter. That was written in a copy of that letter.
Is the person threatening you?
I don't think we should.
Actually, I mean, it's kind of thinking if there's a threat, you go to the police.
Yeah.
But anyway, let me. Well, I don't mean it's people threaten you gotta go to the police, but let me see what it is. Let me see what nonsense it is first. Well, it won't be the first time I've been threatened. But
I'd like to just see what you think.
yeah, no.
Right here, right up here. So let's do that. Let's make it, 12:20, 12:30 tomorrow. That would be ideal. Okay?
Okay. You got it.
You can get paid for okay?
All right, yeah, no, I'll come down, I'll see you.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
all right, if it's something serious, I'm gonna recommend going to the police, so.
Oh, no, I know. That's what I'm supposed to do.
So, all right, sounds good.
Just for tomorrow, okay?
All right,
On this call, we hear the defendant say that this is a particularly bad Yelp review. Is this an example of code talk?
Yes.
This doesn't have anything to do with the Yelp review, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so already in call 2, we've got code words being used.
That's correct.
And she indicates that Charlie should bring cash, and if he doesn't have it, she'll bring it, right?
She does.
Does she indicate she knows who sent her the letter?
She does in a way. She knows who the person was by seeing him.
She says, I have a pretty good idea who sent it.
Right.
He asks if she wants to send him a picture of what she received from the person. What's her answer?
And she didn't think that was a good idea.
He asks if there's a threat, we should go to the police. What does she say about that?
She says at the end, she finally says something like, we might do that, something around there.
Okay, but initially says not a good idea.
Correct.
And did anyone go to the police?
No.
Does she reiterate in this call, no talking on the phone?
Did she indicate that? Yes.
Okay. And is there a third call in which Charlie calls back and presses for more information again?
Yes, there is.
How soon after call B do we get that next call?
The next call is at 3 o'clock, so about 15 minutes after that call ended.
All right. Publish call C, please.
Hey, sorry about that. Quick question for you. Well, one thing I was going to tell you is obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
Oh, obviously.
The other thing is, was the person black, white, Hispanic?
What?
And they just came up to you and they said your name and handed you a piece of paper?
No, no, didn't hand it right away. First talked to me for a while and then handed it to me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And they wearing hats, sunglasses, or?
No, nothing. Nothing. Describe them to a T.
What's that?
You could describe them to a T. No, nothing.
Was the person nervous or were they angry or?
No, calm as could be. Totally calm.
That's really crazy. Are they trying to ask for money or something?
Yeah.
If someone trying to, I mean, listen, if it's something like that, it sounds probably like you go to the police, but
And they have to, but they'd rather talk to you first and then.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, there's scumbags out there all the time that try to do stuff like that.
Oh, no.
So,
That's why, I just want you to stay because I don't want, not your father upset.
don't say anything to dad until I take a look at it, because dad drives off.
Absolutely.
On everything.
That's why I suggested, after he goes to work tomorrow.
Did the person give you any kind of like time frame or anything?
No.
Okay.
It's clear what's wanted.
What is it, kind of fancy, what do they ask for?
I don't know, this TV is probably about 5.
They asked you for $5,000?
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
mentioned, like, an ex-girlfriend. Hi, Sandra, good morning. Good, how are you? Okay.
That's crazy. Let me take a look at it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll go from there.
Lincoln going first. Okay, do that one. Yeah.
Okay. Let me take a look and then I'll
if you want to go to dinner, we'll see where we go.
Yeah, I'll go down in the afternoon and I'll take a look at whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever
We'll go for a walk on the beach or something. It's going to be nice tomorrow.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
Love you too, honey. Bye-bye. Yes.
All right, so this call, Charlie says, obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
One moment. What is the objection? His approach.
Okay, I was trying to post some of these on X. I think I just missed the last 3 of them. The defense is interesting. I don't know why they didn't object to things being highlighted, quite frankly. I mean, when you do a transcript that the jury is reading, the jury is supposed to read along the transcript, but let what they're hearing control. And, I've just seeing all this highlighting, and I don't understand it. I've never seen that before. When a jury is listening to a wiretap, that things are highlighted that are good for the prosecution. Now, and I don't know what, there was something that was helpful at the very end for Donna Adelson, where she's, Charlie tells her, I'm tempted to, maybe you should go to the police. And she said, I'm tempted to do that. But they don't go to the police. That's after Charlie comes over and probably sees the note with the article about Dan Markel being assassinated, being murdered, and all. And you see, they're also talking. Was that a Yelp review? And then Charlie does it. Well, what did they ask for? And she says 5, but she doesn't want to talk about it over the phone. So this, to me, really, I think if Michel Bryant doesn't feel like this is the connection to Donna here, I don't think he's ever going to find the connection to Donna. I think the tickling of the wire and the bump did exactly what it should do. The bump, caused her to take it. The tickling of the wire, she has then 3 phone calls to Charlie. Now, he may have come over and decided, why don't we wait? Why don't we wait and see whether they get back to you? And then later on, as we go through a week or so, then we end up with the text later on where they do, they do go back and forth with the UCO, the undercover operative there, and all. And then they still never go to the police, right? Eventually, Donna tells the undercover operative, why don't you go to the police if you can get $100,000, basically from them, and you should go to the police. But I also think there was stuff in there that it also helps Harvey, because they don't want to tell Harvey anything because he flies off the handle. So I think that Harvey looks pretty good in this call. But Charlie looks terrible. And Donna is now absolutely implicated. She doesn't even want to talk to Charlie over the phone about this, right? Let's see. I don't know what this was about. I don't know what the objection
is overruled. You may continue with your
whatever it was. It's overruled.
Oh gosh, where are we? Obviously, don't talk about things in the apartment or any place. And she says, obviously, right?
That's correct.
Why?
That's a good question.
Did you have the apartment bugged?
No, we did not.
Did the gang member have the apartment bugged?
No, he didn't.
And next, there's a statement, this TV is probably going to be about 5. Was there anything to do with the TV in this bump operation?
Yes.
Well, was the word TV mentioned to Donna Adelson when the undercover approached her?
No, not at all.
Did he say she was buying a TV for $5,000?
No.
Okay. So the TV, though, has significance in the greater context of your investigation?
That's correct.
How so?
Charlie Adelson had supposedly joked to several people about buying his sister a TV as a divorce present instead of hiring a hitman.
Right. And was that the same TV that also served as Wendi Adelson's alibi in the morning of the murder?
That's correct.
In this call that we just heard, Donna Adelson says that the person that approached her, quote, mentioned an ex-girlfriend.
Again, based on the same thing we discussed in sidebar.
Overruled. Please clarify your question, Ms. Katherine, so as clear as the context.
When Ms. Adelson is talking on this call that we just heard, she says that the undercover, quote, mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Does she say the name of the ex-girlfriend
No.
to Charlie Adelson?
No, she doesn't.
All right. Did the undercover say the name of an ex-girlfriend to Donna Adelson?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
He said Katie and Tudo.
Okay. And does Charlie have more than one ex-girlfriend?
Yes, he does.
Yes, a litany of them, right?
He does.
Okay. So when Charlie hears ex-girlfriend, does he, in fact, on the next call one of his ex-girlfriends?
Yes, he does.
Okay. And he has not been told Katie yet?
That's correct.
Okay. Who does he call?
He calls Katherine Magbanua.
Is that our call D, the next call?
Yes, it is.
Publish call D, please.
And here you go. This is what the FBI said. They knew there was a pattern. Don Adelson to Charlie Adelson to Katie Magbanua. Magbanua is how Michel Bryant would pronounce it. And then Katie's going to call somebody, and then et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is just put the stake in her right now.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
No, are you someplace you can talk to?
So what?
Are you any place that you can talk to?
You can talk to me now.
What's that?
Just talk right now. Just talk.
Okay, you got somewhere that's not loud when I'm talking to you?
I can't. It's like loud, like I can't get out.
Okay, I'm trying to walk outside and talk to her now. I can't even fucking get outside. All right, leave it on. All right. Somebody, hang on, okay. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear.
Okay. I just want you to listen to me. I'll be able to talk to you in person when I see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But my mom walked the kids. I only heard part of the story.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to go down there and talk to her tomorrow to find out what's going on.
Okay.
Because she didn't want to elaborate.
Uh-huh.
But she said that someone approached her on the street,
Uh-huh.
called her by name,
Mm-hmm.
handed her an envelope with something in it.
Yeah.
And somebody was, she really wouldn't go into detail. I have no idea what this is in reference to.
Uh-huh.
But something regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend, and the person asking my mom for some money.
What?
Yeah. So I said, well, I'm like, first what you're saying, I thought it was like something involving the IRS or a payment
Yeah.
or something like that. So I don't even know what the fuck it's about at all.
So somebody like bumped into your mom like that?
Well, they came up to her on the street after she dropped the kids off at school. I guess she brought them to school. I don't even know. But they must know her routine. They must know who she is.
Yeah.
They walked up to her. They called her by name. They handed her an envelope. And she said they spoke to her for a few minutes. And then she said they were making reference to my ex-girlfriend. I have no fucking clue what that's about.
Yeah.
And then they explained that they needed to be paid the money.
For what?
I don't know, Tom didn't want to talk to me on the phone. But
like, did she see the person? Was she like, she should have like,
oh yeah,
asked her something?
that's what I said. I said, someone's going to try to blackmail you or something.
Exactly,
Right.
right. And you're like that.
I said, yeah, you're fake police. She's like, I don't even know what this is about. I don't want to talk about it. I will take a picture and send me what it is. She's like, I just want to see it in person. So I'm going to go there. I can't even fucking go there today because I won't get out of work until 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So she's like, just.
Well, did you just talking your mom?
I don't even fucking know. I don't know what's going on, what my mom did. I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom. I mean, yeah.
This is what I'm doing with my mom.
Okay. Just checking. Just checking. I don't know what.
No, but I feel
Who knows?
for your mom, like, what the hell?
Yeah, well, I don't
know. Person, like, just going up to your mom, like, hello.
Yeah, and my mom said it involved your ex-girlfriend, so I don't even think she said who. I'm just like, you're my last girlfriend, so that's why I called me.
Well, they wouldn't want from her.
I have no idea. So anyway, I'm gonna find out. Well, they wanted money.
I know, exactly. Did she tell you? Like, what
No, she was just kind of like a little bit rattled and with the kids and was like, listen, just I should have had the day off tomorrow, but she's like, come down and talk to me. So I'm going down tomorrow to talk to her, and then I don't remember if it had anything to do with you. If they're mentioning you or any reference to you, I'll keep you posted.
What do you mean? Yeah, like
I don't know.
girlfriend.
Well, we'll talk. It could be anything, so I just assumed that.
Exactly.
But anyway, doesn't matter. So I may want to see you tomorrow if it does have anything to do with you. If it doesn't, then I feel like a fucking idiot for even wasting your time. But
Yeah, I was sure about your mom. Like, what the hell did she? I thought that was me. Was like, right away. Like,
I know. I said, Mom, was the guy wearing glasses? I was like, no, I can take the person out one out in a second. They came over to me, they spoke to me very politely. There was a white male in his 30s, no hat, no glasses, just a white male in his 30s, came up there, and she was, addressed her. So, but anyway, either here or there, I feel like an idiot if it was some other act, but anyway.
Yeah, did you have any fight with anyone over there or something?
I don't know. I mean, maybe I should just be calling everybody today.
No, yeah, you should try to find out.
I thought when I spoke to my mom, she said it's involved. They mentioned your name in it. That's why I was calling you, but I'm going to feel like an idiot if they didn't. So, but anyway, are you working tomorrow or what's the story?
Yeah, but you can always talk while you're there. Doesn't matter.
All right, what time to finish work?
Thank you. All right, let me know.
What time to finish work tomorrow?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Well, like I told them, like, I'm usually between, like, 9:30 to, you want me to get up? Okay.
What?
Anytime between 9:30 to, like, 3-ish, 4-ish, it depends.
Okay.
How often it is. Like, today I was, like, super, like, crazy.
Okay, I gotta get back in there. I'm gonna be in Miami, and when I'm done hanging out down there, I'm gonna call you. Okay?
Yeah, I'm, like, right there, so.
So figure somewhere around 4-ish, I'll see you.
Okay.
All right. Don't worry, you know.
All right.
All right. Have a good day. I'll talk to you later.
Business.
In this call, Charlie Adelson tells Katherine Magbanua that the man that approached his mother said, quote, something regarding her son and his ex-girlfriend. Did the undercover say anything about Charlie Adelson or Donna's son?
No.
Did the undercover reference Charlie Adelson at all?
No, he did not.
When Donna Adelson relayed to Charlie what the undercover did she say they mentioned you?
No.
But he deduces that he misremembers that it was just about him.
That's what it appears, correct.
Did he proceed after this call to call any of his other ex-girlfriends?
No, he did not.
Did he speak to anyone else about this other than the family members that we're going to hear in Katherine Magbanua?
No, he didn't.
Right. There was discussion of an in-person meeting between the defendant and her son, Charlie Adelson. Did that take place?
It did.
When did that take place?
The following day at about, I think it was around 1 o'clock.
Is this April 20th, 2016?
That's correct.
Where did the meeting take place?
It took place behind Mrs. Adelson's building. They actually met in the building, we believe, and then came out in the back of it and walked down. There's a sidewalk along the water behind their building. They walked along the sidewalk to a restaurant called Monty's, and there's a table out by the water, out by itself, just behind the restaurant that they went and sat at and met there and talked.
What, if any, efforts were...
Ms. Adelson, if you need your hearing assisting device, please wear it so you do not miss any of the evidence. Please ask your question again.
What, if any, efforts were made to surveil or record the meeting between Charlie Adelson and the defendant?
Yes, I had recording equipment brought in, and we tried to get as close as we could to them. They sat out away from anyone else across the sidewalk, right by the water on one side of them and the sidewalk on the other, and we couldn't get very close to them without alerting them that we were there.
Were you able to record the contents of their conversation at that in-person meeting?
No, we tried, but it was inaudible. There was no audio.
Were you able to get any photographs of this in-person meeting?
I was.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce State 53.
Any objection?
No objection.
State 53 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
I wonder if the cameraman's going to show them to us. Here we go.
Can you describe for the jury their demeanor, the way in which they were speaking at this meeting?
Yes, they were talking in very low voices, and Mr. Adelson is usually very loud, but he was not talking in a loud voice in this particular meeting. Even when they walked down the sidewalk, they were talking very low, leaning into each other, almost a whisper.
How long did the meeting last?
I believe around 30 minutes at the table.
All right. Judge, I think this might be a good time to recess for the day.
Very well. Members of the jury, we are going to take our break for the evening at this point. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to discuss this case with anyone else or each other. Also, as well, do not seek out any information or news reporting concerning this matter. Just leave the items that you were handed in your chair along with your notepads. Please report tomorrow at 8:30, and we will continue with the examination of the witness. We anticipate getting started by 8:45. Have a good evening.
Posted a picture of that meeting on our Twitter account along with a bunch of the transcripts that we saw today. If you go to JSTV TV, and you'll see them there. Michel Bryant and I will talk. Let's hear what the judge is going to say.
Ms. Kappelman, for the direct of Agent Sanford, how much longer do you believe that will take tomorrow?
It's going to take most of the day tomorrow. I do hope to get a couple more witnesses on for the end of the day.
Very well. Does either party need to be heard before we go into recess?
Judge, I'd like to be heard. I respect your ruling, although I thought that you had indicated that you were instructing Ms. Kappelman not to provide cumulative testimony when we returned.
Well, she is not testifying at all. This is about the form of the question that you're getting to.
One of my objections is that in fact she is testifying, and I failed to mention that at sidebar. So the jury is getting to hear the recorded call. There's a highlighted transcript in front of them that they're reading and reading while we're going through the call. Then Mrs. Kappelman could have asked questions like, did Charlie say this? Was somebody's name mentioned? Instead, she's repeating again what's on the call. And that's not fair to my client. That's not following the rules of evidence, and I just want to make a record. Thank you.
Concerning that matter, I've already made my ruling. She is allowed to ask questions that go to context of what has been admitted. There's nothing more I have to say on the subject concerning this. Are there any other matters?
Nothing for the say, Judge.
I'll review the recording that the state provided, and I'll have an answer to the court and the state in the morning.
Well, please report by 8:30. We will await the jurors, and then we'll continue with the examination of Agent Sanford. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, she brought up the highlighted transcript, but she didn't really make the objection to the highlighted transcript. That's what I had. She made the objection until she's reading some of it. This was a very weak objection. We'll talk about it in a second. I think the juror said tomorrow 8:30. Is that what the judge just said? Yeah. So her objection is that Ms. Kappelman, this is her objection, is reading some of the transcript and asking questions to reinforce the transcript, right? And the judge, well, she's allowed in the middle to ask questions. You don't have to go through a transcript completely void. You can ask questions. And that was her objection that she made. She didn't make the objection that this is totally improper, that is completely highlighted because it reinforces what the prosecution wants it does. It takes things out of context by just having the yellow part. The jurors are to consider the whole transcript, together. That objection wasn't there. Those are two separate things, okay? I don't know if the judge would have granted it or not, but quite frankly, I've never seen a highlighted transcript being utilized without the jurors just going to it. And then the prosecution can stop at any time and say, so when Charlie Adelson said X, she didn't say Y, right? Yeah. So 8:30 tomorrow morning, the beginning. Then interesting enough, the judge said, how long will he take? And Georgia Kappelman said, I anticipate it'll take all day before we move on. I don't know what moving on means, okay? Obviously, it's going to be cross-examination. But is there anybody else besides Sanford maybe something to do. Maybe there's something to do with witnesses that get them to the plane ramp when the jetway when they're going to go leaving. That's a possibility. But obviously, we were right. We thought, Michel Bryant and I thought they'd be finished Thursday or at the very latest Friday, the prosecution, right? Olivia Nile, this defense team seems to be missing a lot of important objections. Hi, Olivia. Yes, they are. They also don't know how to ask certain questions. I went through it earlier today. I think I did a mini cross-examination of the cell phone expert in 10 minutes that would have brought out a lot of points that would have been helpful for their client. Not that I think their client's not guilty or not going to get convicted, but I thought it was, I said, just think about how Alan Jackson or I would cross. This is how we'd cross. And you can tell for everybody in the chat, they were like, yeah, that's a cross. All right. That's a cross. It was just very, very weak. I don't know. Aaron Penner said, yes, thank you very much. I don't know if that's because they think their client is guilty. They feel defeated already. I simply don't know. But it's simply when you have somebody who is charged with doing a hit, and then she's charged with being the mastermind. She is the John Gotti. She's the Don of the Adelson family, according to the prosecution. And I have said that the prosecution here thinks that nothing goes past and nothing happens without Donna Adelson being in control. I think this bump was pretty effective because the bump tickled the wire. Everyone should go back tonight and listen to our interview, our hour and a 4-minute show with Mike Easter, former FBI, retired FBI, I should say, who was hired by Alan Jackson, never got to testify in the Karen Reed case, and listen to what he talks about. He talks about all this, all the considerations, what you have to do, what you're hoping to do. And I thought it was really interesting that Sanford said they had a pattern of phone calls, okay, which obviously Georgia Kappelman's going to rely on, that Donald Adelson would call Charlie, Charlie would call Katie, right? And then there's a question of where else the calls. And I missed what he actually said. I'm going to have to go back and rewind it. But obviously, Wendy's in there too. Harvey, kind of like with this transfer, don't tell your dad. He just flies off the handle. We keep him, we don't tell him anything. This may have been good for Harvey, quite frankly. I did say retired afterwards. He's a former FBI who he's former only because he's retired, not because he did anything wrong. Kay Schmidt gifted 5 Justice Serve TV memberships. Thank you very much. Olivia, now I still can't get over the lack of objection request for curative instruction rate, the discovery violation. I know. I mean, they should have. They were like, oh, this is so nice. They're so sweet. I mean, come on, give me a break. Not only that, there was a lot of objections. And I was like, why aren't you objecting? Why aren't you objecting? Now, maybe there had been pretrial motions made and the judge already ruled, because the judge did say, and one of the things that they did object to was the PowerPoint presentation for I would say the Mike Easter, but no one beats Mike Easter, but the Mike Easter, Mr. Sergeant Corbett of this case, right? They did object to that. And the judge said, what did the judge say? The judge said, you're late. You're late. You've had this since May. You were supposed to object by May. And then last Friday, however, I gave you time. I said, anyone has any other objections to this evidence, tell me. And they didn't object then. You didn't object then. I mean, if you're Donna Adelson, you're sitting there and hearing your lawyers didn't object on the May date, and then they're giving time last Friday, didn't object. And then he said, however, I'll give you some time, and you come back after lunch and you tell me what the problem is. And then after lunch, the attorney says, I didn't get time to go through it because I'm here. Can I tell you tomorrow? And the Judge Everett has been allowing that to happen. But then when they make the objection, it seems to me that they're very, very, very weak on the objections. They feel like they're beaten down. But I'm telling you, if I'm Donna Adelson and I've been this major Don masterminding a hit on my son-in-law for a year period, right? And talking and really kind of almost getting out of the bump and the tickling the wire, right? Because nothing happened for days, and then they had to keep tickling her. They had to keep going at her with the OC, the undercover, the UCO, right? Whose name we know, by the way. Michel Bryant actually tweeted it because it was disclosed in other documents. evidence and all. So I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know why you're not objecting to the highlighted period, the highlighted portions. And maybe you did, and the judge overruled you because maybe he said that you were supposed to object a while ago and you didn't, and therefore I'm allowing it. And since it's not a constitutional objection, let me tell you, if there is a constitutional violation, the judge cannot limit your right to object. He cannot say you have to have all constitutional objections in by a certain point. If there's a constitutional violation, which, by the way, when you try a case that's a high-profile case, or any case really, you normally file a motion like I do, and you file a motion to federalize all objections. Now, what does that mean? Okay, that means that every objection you make, you want it also considered a violation, a constitutional violation, whether it is or not, and it can be decided later. But at least you protected the right to have that constitutional violation. And you can argue many times that something's a due process violation, 14th Amendment to the Constitution. But you have to file that motion to federalize all objections. And if they had filed that motion, they could say, Judge, you have to hear us because we filed a motion to federalize that objection, and this is a constitutional violation. Instead, the defense was asked the other day, is there a constitutional violation to anything you're saying? And they kind of looked at each other and said, no. Well, there you go then. Goodbye. So long, farewell. And I don't know how much money Donna Adelson is paying, but maybe it is that they just feel that she is so guilty, her own defense team, that there's not much else they could do. But this is, to me, and I have said it all along, that this was going to be devastating testimony. The bump, the tickling the wire was going to bring this home. And even that picture of the two of them sitting alone, right? And in a restaurant outside where no one else could see them. That's why they couldn't get close to recording the situation. That even shows kind of guilt, right? Because it's not like, a lot of times you'll go into a restaurant and I'll say to somebody, this is a business meeting. I need the table in the corner because it's a business meeting and I can't have people talk. But there's also other people out there. But this clearly shows some consciousness of guilt, in my humble opinion. Now, Michel Bryant was in the courtroom all day. He had that seat, direct line to the witness chair. As you know, he took direct line to the witness chair, and he saw the undercover operative, and he now sees Sanford testifying. And more importantly, he can see the juror as they're listening to things. Some of the exhibits we didn't see because the camera operator didn't pan to them quick enough, or as they were changing on the Elmo, he pulled away and went back to the witness, and then we missed the exhibit. But hopefully those exhibits will become public. I don't know how they're doing it right there in Florida right now. No, I want all the calls. I love these calls. I mean, I'm listening with bated breath to these calls. I mean, this is The Wire. This is The Wire, right? All right. I mean, the FBI has scoped this out for so long. We're 11 years into this. The only thing you could say is maybe the jury's saying, well, this was in 2016. Why are we in 2025? That'd be the only thing that somebody may bring up. Why are we in 2025? All right. I don't know. I don't know where the defense is going to go on the cross-examination. I said to you early on that the fact that she's even discussing going to the police, and Charlie's discussing going to the police, but didn't, to me, shows that that's bad. Right? Because you could say, well, they didn't go to the police. They didn't need to go to the police. In the last tickling of the wire, the last conversation with the undercover, with the UCO, Donna Adelson says to him, well, if you know where to get the money, you go to them. Okay. You go to them if you know where to get the money. Bye-bye, so long, farewell, she basically says, thinking that helps her. I think it hurts her, because if your argument is they're trying to bring in, are you being blackmailed? Well, the reason why you're being blackmailed is maybe you did something wrong. And if you're being blackmailed and you didn't do something wrong, you're going to go to the police. They didn't go to the police, even after discussing going to the police, okay? So the fact that they didn't go to the police really is a piece of evidence that puts a nail in this coffin here with Donna Adelson. And I think that absolutely the connection has been made at this point. I don't know how you feel, because as of yesterday, our own Michel Bryant didn't think, even before lunch, he didn't think the connection still had been made to Donna. I thought that those bicycle spokes in the wheel had absolutely been made. Okay. Legal Minded Friends has a question. Very interesting. It would be fraud to say Katie worked there when she didn't, only for gain a government benefit and qualify for renting a property. Possibly, but you know, she in one of her trials, she says she actually did some work. She worked remotely. And then the office manager said nobody worked remotely. But then Katie would have to say she didn't work remotely. And I think she was still just going with the fact that, well, you know, she was getting checks for Adelson Institute for working remotely. Who the hell knows? Katie is a liar, too, because Katie said she didn't know Luis Rivera had anything to do with this, yet she drives to his house the night of the hit where she picks up Sigfredo Garcia. So if she didn't know Luis Rivera would have anything to do with it and she was shocked that he did, she wouldn't be driving to his house at night. So there you go. We all knew that Sanford was going to bring up the rear. Now, as I said, Georgia Kappelman said that he's going to take most of the day tomorrow before they move on. I don't know what they're moving on to. I thought he would do the jetway, but maybe they have to have somebody else from who sold them the tickets, right? They're going to have somebody who sold them the tickets before maybe he comes back and he talks about the arrest on the jetway. So, or somebody talks about the arrest on the jetway. But obviously, the prosecution is ending this case either tomorrow. If I were them, I'd want to end it Friday so the jury goes home for the weekend with the best evidence of this and thinks about it all over that long weekend, right? Oh, yes, we do have the jailhouse informant. You're absolutely right. The jailhouse informant's there. You know, I don't like ending a case with a jailhouse informant, a snitch, or what we call an incentivized informant, even though apparently Donna Adelson wrote out a script. I just think that you know, you got to sandwich a snitch in between the FBI. This is pretty powerful testimony, and I mean, I just don't like it unless you're going to have the jetway after the snitch. But let's face it, Sanford is bringing it home. Sanford is the guy. All right, and this is an investigation that really everyone should take. You know, when we talked about how bad the Karen Reed investigation is, Massachusetts State Police. By the way, Proctor's been in his hearing to get his job back. That's been going on while we've been doing this. Okay. They could have learned from the small town and where Brian Koberger was, right? The Moscow, Idaho. We were all thinking they were incompetent. If you look at their 500 pages that was released initially, they were doing quite an investigation that was pretty terrific. And look at this investigation. It took 11 years to build up one by one by one. They're truly doing a mafia type investigation. You get one, you go on to another. You get one, you go on to another. You get one, you go on to another. Okay. By the way, I see that Kayla Lang, I hope I pronounced it right, got a Justice Serve TV membership. Very good. Thank all of our wonderful people who do gift memberships. Kay Schmidt gifted 5 recently. Joey Kane had gifted them all day, right? Kyle Sharkey, as of now, let me see. Hold on a second. You passed me by. Who would Donna call as a witness to help her? Well, apparently she's going to call Charlie. All right. You know, I guess the issue is to help her. You know, I don't know if Charlie's going to help her. If Charlie sticks to what he sticks to at his trial, no one believed him that they were being blackmailed. But no, it's a new jury. A new way that's been presented, and you never know. If you're the defense, all you need is one, right? All you need is one. So who else does she call to help her besides her son, Charlie? That's on the tickle the wire. That's the first person she always calls. That's the pattern. She calls Charlie. And I guess that's all she can call. And the defense said that she's going to testify. I don't see it. No, I don't think she's going to call Harvey and give up any privilege, by the way. Remember, as a privilege, I don't think she's going to give up any privilege with Harvey. So it's got to be Charlie. Maybe she kept the OC, the undercover agent, under subpoena. So maybe she wants to bring him back for some reason. Maybe she calls the people that sold the tickets to Vietnam to show how they've been to travel to China and Vietnam before. And it's not unusual for them to go, that they really liked it. And they always talked about going back. Maybe that's a possibility. Charlie usually wouldn't testify because he filed an appeal, but he can give up his right to testify because he's probably going to say the same exact things he said in his trial. I'm innocent. We're all innocent. Everybody's innocent. This was Katie. She saw that we had money, and her Sigfredo Garcia and his friends saw this was an opportunity to blackmail us and get money. And they knew what was going on because I was talking to Katie about it, and they put it all together, right? And they figured, oh, let them do this. But I don't see Sigfredo Garcia and Katie and Luis Rivera deciding, well, yeah, we'll go kill Professor Markel just on this certain date. We're just going to go kill him in his house when they couldn't even Google the right number for Charlie Adelson, right? This is the hit team is going to develop this sophisticated plan. They shot through the gas line of the Prius and then patched it up, and no one knew, right? You know, and then they try to get the phone number for Charlie Adelson because they wanted to make sure the money was coming, and they didn't even get that. They got Harvey's number accidentally. So this is this great minds of hit people. No, what they are is they are thugs who had a gun, who were able to carry out a hit of an innocent person in his garage, you know, after screwing it up the first time. And the second time, at least Luis Rivera had some conscience that I'm not killing this man in front of his children, right? You know, so, you know, that's, I mean, if you really have a hit person, they don't care who they kill you in front of, right? So, you know, I just think that to say that these were the masterminds of some incredible extortion plot. You all saw Katie. She's like an idiot. I mean, she is an idiot because she turned down a deal for complete immunity, not a use immunity, but she turned down a deal for transactional immunity, completely. Now, by the way, you know, when you have a transactional immunity in the state, it does not prevent you from the feds from coming after you for some reason. So just so you all know, you can get immunity from the state and then all of a sudden find yourself indicted by the feds on a concomitant charge. I hear that beep in my ear, and guess who is coming on to tell? There he is to tell us what it was like in the courtroom. I am turning this show over to Michel Bryant.
It was something. I don't know where to start. Let me start with, I'm going to go backwards. I'm going to start backwards and work into some of the other moments. First of all, when they, you know, said, hey, we're going to leave early, I'm like, oh my God, it's too early. But I
early
get
by 10 minutes.
Yeah, well, it was, you know, they kept saying, you know, we're going to 5:30, we're going to 5:30, and yet, you know, at 10 till 5, this is a good time to break. Oh, all right. So I'm out in the hallway, and Pat Sanford comes by. How you doing, sir? Yeah. And then I go over and approach him, and I'm basically schmoozing him about, you know, my good buddy, Special Agent Michael Easter, just to see if he knows him. And, you know, it's a big fraternity, but, you know, he's on the West Coast, Michael Easter is, but you never know. It's, you know, it's a conversation starter. So I said, well, you must be, he said, oh, is he retired? I said, yeah, because obviously I said, we have him on the show quite a bit. And I said, you must be getting close. And he said, yeah. I said, you got something lined up? Excuse me, as I bat away the various bugs and creatures that love flowering.
I've had fruit flies in here all day because I was eating bananas and coffee and all. So
he said, yeah. I'm looking. And I said, well, you guys, you know, you've done a great job on this. I know you got a kind of a long day tomorrow. And he said, yeah. And I said, but it's the last one, right? It's the last trial. And all he said was, well, you'll see. You know, so I'm not sure if he's just playing along with me or he honestly believes something else might happen. I was talking to somebody else who believes, and I'm not sure I'm buying in on this, but they believe that soon after this trial ends, Harvey's going to be arrested.
Yeah, that's what I see. I don't see them getting a conviction on Harvey. I mean, I really don't. I'd
be shocked, but hey, you know, stranger things have happened, I suppose.
Yeah.
So what did you enjoy most about the afternoon session? Was it the bump?
Oh, I love the bump, and then and then not only the OC, not only the bump, because you know I was waiting for the bump, but then the tickling of the wire and the transcripts, right? Tickling of the wire and the transcripts. I mean, I'm like with bated breath. I'm like, oh, I've got to read them because I really couldn't hear well on the transcripts.
I posted that I don't think it really, I mean, they've got the screens right in front of them. They have the headphones. The jurors have every opportunity to do the best they can as it's
They've
flying
also got a
by.
highlighted transcript. Did
Well,
you
that
notice
I think is a problem. And
I think that's objectionable.
Well, actually, Miss Fulford did object.
Well, sort of.
Well, she did it on the record at the end saying, oops, I forgot to mention this at the sidebar. By the way, this thing, I've never seen one highlighted like this. Like it's been in the, this is the one that was on somebody's desk in their office, and then they submitted it. It's highly prejudicial, I think, but they're seeing it. And what I was posting about was that even if they can't keep up with what's happening in court, obviously they will have all of this stuff with them to go forward and back like the Zapruder film, you know, when
Except
they're
the transcript does not go into the jury room.
Again,
Michael Bryant, tell people that
as well the first time.
The transcript doesn't go into the jury room.
Happen.
The transcript does not go into the jury room. Tell them that.
Yeah. Am I back? Am I gone?
Yeah, you can't. I can't. You can't hear me. Is something wrong with my mic? Mike?
I can hear you. I mean, you sound a little hollow, but I can hear you. Yeah.
I'm a little hollow. The transcripts do not go into the jury room, by the way.
Oh, is that what they said? I missed that.
No, generally transcripts don't go in.
Generally,
generally transcripts go in. Now, maybe in Florida it's differently, but
I think it's worth checking out. I think it's worth checking out just because it would not surprise me.
No, if here's something's different, right?
Yeah, every place is different, and it seems to me Florida, among other states, is as jury friendly as any place.
Right, it's true.
You know, so we'll see, but I hope they do get them. Because, and if they do, I would insist that it be a clean copy, not a highlighted copy.
Right.
So, yeah, and I think it did. I saw Dizzy's note. I think they did do it in the last trial, which is what was kind of rattling around in my head.
Okay.
So anyway, so yeah, we see Oscar, or I see Oscar anyway, and I'm sure anybody who has listened to that bump recognized his voice. You know, it just has a certain cadence and style. And like I said in my post, I said he's got a little more salt than pepper in his beard, but you know, from the stature and his movement and his voice, yeah, clearly the bumper. And I thought it was interesting when he said something about. I commented when we talked about this with Michael Easter. I said I thought he was, you know, when he said thank you at the end, it just seemed so out of character for a guy who's supposed to be a gang member, right? Thank you very much. Thank you. And so he was told to be polite. And I guess that's how he kind of interpreted that suggestion. It was interesting to see how little these people know, you know, in terms of the big picture, right? That Oscar, Special Agent Oscar, wasn't really apprised of a lot of the lead up or where things were going. He had a very specific role, and they told him all he really needed just to complete that role and, you know, throw the bump out there, and then whatever he would need. Remember, he even said on the subsequent email, the additional tickle through the email, they basically told him what to write.
Right.
So his role was very refined. I thought that was interesting. He wasn't kind of the part of the bigger team. He was a critical part of that very, you know, nuanced and surgically placed bump, because it worked out great.
Yeah, no, it worked out pretty well, and the whole transcript where she called, you know, they had scoped out that she would call Charlie first. They knew, and then you know they don't go to the police, right? And we haven't even seen Charlie. They're finally meeting, but you know, we haven't even seen the phone calls after that meeting. It was really, so Dizzy said no, it was a Dolce Vita transcript. No, in most states transcripts don't go in. The transcript is there. The instruction is it's there to help them when they're first listening to it. But then the transcripts don't go in. But Florida may allow transcripts of a wire to go in. I don't know.
And now Dizzy is saying it was the Dolce Vita transcript, which I can see needing that because I'm not sure what the hell you can get out of that, even the enhanced version, which we haven't heard yet.
Right.
Unless they slipped that in on me when I was coming and going from
no.
that. Yeah. So that's gonna come. But yeah, I'm going to find out tomorrow for sure about the whole transcript thing, because I think in this case it's so important. I thought it was interesting on Cross.
But when Jackie Fulford at the very end said, and by the way, she's reading off these highlighted transcripts, that wasn't an objection to a highlighted transcript. It was the objection to her reading things in the middle of the transcript being played. She didn't say, Judge, this is showing what the prosecution believes. This is not argument. This must be evidence that goes in without having any type of bent to it or bias. And by the highlighting it, the prosecution is showing the bias to the juries to look at.
Yeah, you're right. She did kind of conflate those without making the point she should have separately. And I guess admitting she didn't make the same point at sidebar. Her position was, you know, the counsel should not be able to basically just synthesize what we heard on the audio and allow the witness to say yes. You know, you can't get more leading than that. But the judge is like, no, that's something they can certainly comment on in context, but I'm not going to address it any further. All right, there you go. If it's an appellate issue, knock yourself out. Speaking of Ms. Fulford, I thought it was bizarre and probably off-putting when she's talking to Oscar and asking him.
Explain to me, but he's the OCU. I've been calling him the
Yes.
OCU. The
OCU?
UCO, the undercover operative. The UCO.
Undercover, yes, special agent undercover. She first of all, she was clarifying. You know, you frightened her, right? And he said, "Well, I think she was startled. I don't think I frightened her."
That was a great distinction. That was a great distinction.
Yeah, and he was being nice. But then she goes on to say something I just think was somewhat odd to talk about his accent, because he mentions Tato and Tatu and TT and all of those guys, and she references, yeah, that's an interesting accent. Yeah, it's a Spanish accent, crazy. And she says, "Are you fluent?" He's like, I mean, have you looked at my last name? Jimenez. Do you think that's Irish? I mean, I just
I like the fact that Donna, who lives in Florida, says, "Oh, it was a white guy."
Yeah. And well, look at how he spoke. You know, very accent free. But when he, you know, says a word that is native, it has more of an accent to it. I just thought that was just.
I'd love to have dinner
weird.
with Oscar, with the OC, with the undercover operative, the UCO. I think he sounds like the most fascinating person.
Yeah, and you know, of course, they didn't show him. I guess, right? They showed the seal or something.
No,
which I just.
At one point they showed his tie, and at one point, like this part of his waist. So they showed like this part of his waist, right? Right, and it didn't even have a Justice Serve TV insignia on it.
Oh, well, we'll have to correct that. I'll see if I can get it to him through my new buddy, Mr. Sanford, Pat Sanford. So you're not seeing him, but the odd part is, I mean, obviously there's a difference between here he is appearing on the bump video and here he is appearing, you know, bright and shiny on the witness stand. Could affect his undercover use down the road, but it just does seem a little fake when we know his name. We've seen him before. I don't know how protected he needs to be or is going to be, but they decided to handle it that way, and it was mercifully short, so it was fine. It was fine, and I do think just hearing the guy was kind of an interesting experiment, having seen the video, and now if you're just listening to the audio, you know, that's the dude, that's the guy.
Someone, Schreiber said on Court TV they showed his gray beard, but very interesting with regard to that. You know, this is a long time ago, so he may have had a lot of other undercover operations since then that he really needs to be protected
no doubt,
from. That's all.
No doubt.
Thing.
Yeah.
Right.
So it was 9 years ago that they did the bump. So you know, everybody gets a lot of gray everywhere in 9 years. Let's see. I didn't have much on the surveillance guy who was a guy in the van, and then the guy who was stuck going to Dolce Vita, and then we have our engineer geek. You don't see sweater vests very often, but he was rocking the sweater vest to talk about, you know, the fact that he had to enhance the audio, and I do want to hear it. What I've heard, I don't know if it's enhanced or not. Whatever's been out there from the prior trial, I don't know if that's called enhanced or just barely acceptable. And as he admits, he could only really make out a small piece of a sentence. So what do you think about this in terms of practice and strategy? They've dangled all of these things in front of this jury, right? All of these videos, all of these phone calls, and they're just now beginning to get them. Is that a great idea, or do they feel frustrated when they hear about this piece of evidence and then, we're not going to get it until whenever they get it to us?
No, I think the jury is really involved. They're like waiting for the end of the movie.
So you think they're happier, or they're accepting that it's a tease that's coming later?
Right,
Okay.
right. And they're accepting, and now they're getting to it, you know, and now they're really getting to the meat of it. What I want to know is who is after Sanford. Someone suggested the snitch, but you can't end a case on a snitch. I mean, maybe it's and
Not
Sanford
unless you're
is the
really
one-
confident in the snitch.
Yeah, and Sanford's the one who apprehended her on the jetway, and so maybe you have to step him down, bring the person who she bought the tickets from, the conversation, blah 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 blah, and then bring whoever the final agent is, maybe not Sanford, but the final agent, the local agent, in to talk about the arrest on the jetway. Maybe that's the way they're going to do it. I'm not sure.
Could be. We do know, and I'm sure you picked this up as they were clearing for the day, that he's, as I mentioned to Mr. Sanford, Special Agent Sanford, he's on all day tomorrow. He's the day.
Right.
So that means whatever mop up they've got on their case in chief will come Friday morning.
Right.
And then, we'll see. Oh, somebody's asking how the secretary is. I mentioned, I think it was on a post. I don't know if I mentioned it on air when we talked. But today she brought in a massive pillow. And I speculated that, and she had it kind of propped behind her, not beneath her.
Well,
And
I have a heated blanket propped behind me.
Well, they would not allow that. So I speculated that it was either because she might have some back issues, or she was anticipating another forensic accountant coming on the stand, and she wanted a pillow. But anyway, she was fine. I talked to, and I did an interview that's just been posted with Susan, who is with a channel called True Lifestyles, and does true crime. There's a cadre of these streamers from this area that have been following this mess for the last 6+ years. So I did an interview with her and posted that. And she also has focused on the woman I'm calling the secretary as being somewhat of a ringleader. Maybe they're going to defer to her. She'll become the foreperson. I don't know. But it was interesting that somebody else, totally independent of my observations, thought the same thing about this woman. She's certainly the most active. She was the one. I don't know if you remember a moment during let me get his name here. The cell phone guy who was on yesterday and he finished up today. Not Crockett. Crosby. No, what was his name? Corbett. Thank you. He was in the middle of his testimony and he says, "You have a question." And so everybody looks over and it's the secretary in the jury box, hand held high. Bathroom.
I have to tell you, I love this. First of all, I love that they're comfortable with this judge, and all right, hey teacher, I have to go to the bathroom,
Yeah. And it was about the time for a break anyway, but it was just funny.
Yeah, I had to go too, so I was happy.
It's the witness notifying the court that the jury has a question about, and we learned the bathroom. I didn't know what else it might be.
Oh, that was the witness who notified the court?
Yeah, that was our guy, Corbett. He was in there in the middle of an answer. I think it was on direct still, and Ms. Dugan asked a question, and he said before he answered, we have a question, and we turned around just the secretary. Speaking of questions from the jury, that's very common in Florida. Very common.
Yeah.
But not happening here. And
why.
I'm guessing it's a court-to-court thing, and Judge Everett doesn't encourage it or allow it.
Yeah.
So.
By the way, Scott McGinnis is in a trial because we're staying with Adelson, but there's been another case that's been going on. Proctor.
Oh, yes.
Has this
Day
hearing,
one of his hearing.
Yeah, and Proctor's attorneys actually got some traction pointing out the flaws in Proctor's firing and how the FBI investigated Proctor, not the MSP Internal Affairs. So it's an interesting angle. We'll see.
Yeah, well, I think what we're going to find out.
But that's great. Thank you, Scott. Thank you for telling us
that.
Scott.
Thanks for staying on top of that. I think what we're going to have, here's my prediction. What we're going to find out is the corruption and protecting of the folks in the service there goes higher than we thought it ever did.
Well, what they're going to argue, what he's going to argue is that all this stuff was done by other people and no one got fired. I got fired, and therefore the penalty is disproportionate to what had been expected. So that's.
And they might also argue it procedurally it wasn't done properly, which may or may not open it up to further review. But I think there's a 50-50 shot he gets his job back because of the nature of the corruption in Massachusetts.
Well, that's very interesting. So Scott's going to stay on that, Scott. So you could be our reporter about
Yeah,
that as we're
that's right.
continuing. We're going to stay on Adelson and let us know what's happening with Proctor out there. And there was also a Cardi B civil case that's been going on. A lot happening on there, but
Wow.
we're going to stay with Adelson because we've been invested in this case for years. And you know, your decision about 2 weeks ago to move your plane tickets from next week to this week turned out to be very terrific because you've gotten the whole trial.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to see probably 90% of the prosecution's case, which is great. All the key witnesses. Yeah. So that's good. Worked out. Sometimes things work out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Except for I'm gonna have
Sometimes
the bugs. They're not working out. Okay. Let me see if I can get some,
well,
some
yeah, it's
points
not
we can
working
chat
out, but
about.
I'm on my vacation and I'm sitting here for 10 hours a day.
Boo-hoo. Oh, so some of the stuff that you get from these phone calls that is not really germane to the facts, but just so telling about the people. Like that first conversation where it's the audio only call where we have Donna Adelson calling Charlie, right?
Right.
And talking, they're talking about, you know, how do we get to Wendi and pick her boyfriends for her, right?
Oh
And
my
how,
gosh, right. They were involved in her
you know,
life
I mean,
and what
come
she's
on,
doing.
37, and she's
Right.
got, you know, 2 kids. What guy is going to be, you know, want to be saddled with all of that? Because Charlie is projecting. Because Charlie is just Mr. Fun Boy, Mr. Toys, right? He doesn't care.
That's even Katie Magbanua said. You got dozens of ex-girlfriends. You got hundreds. I think she said hundreds of ex-girlfriends, and that's what Rob said. He only cared about girls, women.
Yep.
He cared about women, go-karts, and jet skis. So he's not going to do anything without Mama.
So he's the toy department, and he projects that on any other guy that might want to date his sister. And so he thinks that every guy is going to be shallow, like he is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm sure there are a few, especially in the, you know, South Florida area. I'm sure there's more, but not everybody, dude. You know, give guys some credit that they're not going to be in it just for you know, the fun girl. What did he say? I want a girl for like when I go on a Friday. Hey, can you get off work early and we go you know, go on a weekend trip somewhere?
Right.
I mean, he's kind of a stereotype, I'll tell you.
So let me ask you this. That shows how, and this goes to Scott's question here. If you're a newbie, Scott, I can't understand Wendy's not on trial. That's how much I know, because they need Wendi. They need Wendi with the use immunity to get to everybody else. She's got to set up everything, and so they give her use immunity, and she may be on trial. There's an 11-year process to go up this ladder here, and all. But what about the fact that they're all seem to be planning for Wendi without telling Wendi what they're planning, what kind of person she needs, and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, and it was interesting. I kind of look at this in the bigger, you know, non-criminal realm, and I say, okay, are there moms that are very controlling of their daughters and take a heavy hand in choosing boyfriends and where they live and how they run their lives? Yeah, there are. And you know, sometimes it's cultural, sometimes it's social, whatever. But having a mom that wants to run her daughter's life is not murder. Okay, you have to take that next leap to get to it. But it is very interesting to hear Charlie say, "I know how to talk to her. You know, you're not going to get very far." She's going to say, "Stay out of my life." You know, I'm the smart brother. I can do this.
Yeah, well, that kind of helps Wendi, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah, because she can't do anything without somebody advising her, either mom or brother.
Yeah, but at the same time, it could hurt her. But I'll tell you what, Michael, for me, the nexus that you've been lacking was linked today. The tickle the wire, the bump and tickle the wire did it with Donna Adelson. All right. Because if you were being blackmailed, right, and you think something's wrong, you're going to the police, especially if the guy comes at you again. And because you're going to police, you say, Jesus, my son-in-law was murdered. He was assassinated in his garage. I've got 2 grandkids. Now these people are coming after me. I'm running right down to the local police station. She doesn't.
No. And of all of these phone calls, the first one was the one most publicized, and I've heard, I don't know how many times, but then there's the second and the third, and they're all within, I don't know, an hour, maybe, you know, and Donna Adelson is trying to tell Charlie, shut the hell up. We're not going to talk about this. We'll do it in person. You know, you come here tomorrow, I'll come there, whatever. But he keeps calling back and opening up this conversation about what this person did. Is it the IRS? Are you being sued? Who does it involve? I mean, he's an idiot. he just gives more and more information to the FBI that if he followed his own advice early on and listened to his mommy, they would have just said nothing and then, met when they met, hashed it out, and they would have been in much better shape. Now, would it have saved the day? I don't know. But you just sound like a fool to keep calling back and prodding more and more when mom's trying to say, shut up, we'll talk about this in person.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Well, this is the but by the same token, this assassination happened in 2014. We're in 2025. So one could argue that they've been very successful here, because even in 2016, they were still trying to investigate it. And then in 2025, they're just trying Donna Adelson. And they're just trying Charlie 2 years ago.
Yeah. There's an argument that they were maybe a little too plodding, but it worked. It worked. So far, they're even with a little hiccup with Katherine Magbanua, they're ultimately batting 1,000. They've gotten everybody they've gone after, and so I
the
think
proffer was interesting, right? Where we haven't talked about the proffer that Luis Rivera gave. That obviously they were looking for Katie Magbanua to do it because she would have been the woman, right? Taken in. But the proffer that he gave was that he knew about the shooting of the gas line. I don't understand why the FBI, if they had that car and searched it initially, and the police didn't find that to begin with, if you're looking for a murder and you have the murder car, you want to pull or one of the cars, but they didn't know about that car, so that was the issue. They didn't know about the car, and therefore, when he told them about it, and they go and find it, there it is. There was the gas line had been shot up, and then you had the fact that Markel had to be shot on that specific day because he was leaving the next day, and they didn't know that. And then the fact that you had the June trip, the first trip down to kill them, and they didn't know that. So that Luis Rivera gave them the three things they didn't know about, which really cemented his proffer, the deal.
Yeah, and I think it is interesting as to that first rental car. Track it down to a secondary sale, right? It looked like a AAA auto repair car or some rescue vehicle. It still has the bullet hole in the floor. I mean, what kind of deal is that? And it still has the just kind of shade tree mechanic repair to the gas line that was shot up. I just thought that.
Well, that's because the rental company just sold them all.
Of course,
as they do, and no one looks.
They don't give a rip, and
Right.
But it is ironic. It's a AAA vehicle that's going to help people who've broken down on the freeway. It's got bullet holes in it, or one hole. Just
yes, I guess that was it. That's why the police couldn't go look for it before, because they didn't know that car existed, because that had to do with the first hit that they didn't know didn't go. It was they called it off because Luis Rivera wouldn't shoot him in front of his kids.
Yeah. Yep, I know Scott, who is great to be taking an interest in this, because it is a convoluted mess. And he's right. He's talking about. Let me just bring it up here. He's talking about the prime suspect being spouse or ex. But the fact is, they had done such a pretty good job of distancing themselves with the hitmen and with the former girlfriend that it wasn't. They were not immediately suspected, or at least not beyond the point they could be just a suspect. And it took a lot of putting the pieces together, which they ultimately did.
So the big question is, do they, if they convict Donna, which I think that it's more likely than not right now. Although right now she sits there, she's still presumed innocent. I'll say that in the court of law, unless and until the state satisfies their burden of proof and proves beyond a reasonable doubt. And you could have a juror that thinks that the nexus will not be made or is not made, and all. And I guess if she takes a stand, that'll be something.
That will, and it's been represented that she will. It's always subject to what the defense team and more importantly what Donna Adelson thinks is necessary when they put their case on, which I suspect will be beginning early next week. I don't know. It's going to be a show. We also don't know about Charlie because he's in the neighborhood, and he could just pop on and testify exactly as he did at his own trial, and try to sell that we're the ones being extorted here story, right?
Yeah, we're the ones doing it. And somebody could buy it. You don't know.
All you need is one. I don't think the secretary is buying it. I will count her out. see what other notes I have.
Now, Harvey was taken out of the courtroom at some point when they were going to do the wire, the conversation. Tell us about that.
Yeah, in fact, that was a couple of rows here in front of me. And so I think I posted something about this. Before they brought in, this was the other undercover guy at the time who sidles up to Harvey and Charlie at the sushi place, right? He literally takes the only open seat, which is right next to him. So he thinks he's made eventually. But it was odd that Attorney Zellman came right over to him, then got up and escorted Harvey out of the courtroom. They had to pass this cop, former cop, and Harvey in that little ante room that I've talked about before. They had to pass shoulder to shoulder, one coming into court, one heading out. But it seemed to me they didn't want him in the courtroom for that testimony for whatever reason. I don't think it was a coincidence.
Yeah, obviously.
I'm sure he hasn't seen him since that day.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I agree. Probably not. Let's see. Legal Minded Friends, Karen Cole. Did you see Wendi hug her dad when she left? Question mark.
Yeah. Actually, I recall was it a kiss on the cheek or on the forehead or with some affection. Yeah.
She hadn't talked to her mom since 2023 November, so that was interesting. Scott makes the point that Wendi seems like the only smart, or somebody must make the point that Wendi seems like the only smart one of the group. No, I think Donna's pretty smart and calculated.
Yeah, I think she's smart to the point of evil, is what I think.
Right.
So, and it was interesting at the end of the day, the jury obviously gets up to file out for their last walk, and they were looking at Donna, maybe more than usual. I may be imagining that. They always kind of take a look around the room. In fact, when they come in, they always look at the gallery, almost like, see, how's our crowd today? Like you're performing on stage. How's the house? We have a full house today? They always checked out the crowd. But today I noticed they seem to be more interested in looking in her direction. And she looked back at them. That part you could see on TV. She looked back at the jurors as they were leaving. I detected sort of a little smile, not a grin, but sort of, mouth turned up just slightly in a smile. So I don't know what she's getting from them, what feedback she feels, but I get the feeling she knows how important it is that they like her on some level.
Yeah, some level that they like her. But I don't know. She didn't. Those transcripts, man. Holy moly. Okay.
Let's talk about some of the Charlie conversation, because I know the prosecution has attributed to some clever code. I'm not so sure I believe a lot of that. Maybe there's some of it in there, but there's a point at which he's talking about, this is the third call? The second call in that short period of time. He calls it she calls him at 2:09, and then he calls back at 2:35. And he's saying, is it about not paying my SunPass? I mean, this SunPass is the toll machine that they use in Florida,
like Easy Pass up in the north.
Basically, it's an Easy Pass in the tri-state area. I've been traveling a lot. I know it's out there on some other level for other states, but Florida big with the SunPass, Easy Pass big in the tri-state, and it just seems like a weird thing for him to think might be the problem. She's accosted on the street because he hasn't paid his SunPass.
I know.
That's
or is it the IRS?
Oh yeah.
The other thing was, is it the IRS?
He said that more than once, and then he said it's a bad Yelp review. Now, and that's what they suggested was some sort of code.
Yeah.
I think he's serious, because he also mentioned that is it a patient? Just because a patient says something bad about you doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. That whole thing. I think he's serious about getting reviewed badly, and maybe because it's happened before, or sued, because I'm sure that's happened before. I mean, and I don't mean just because he's a bad dentist. I mean,
no, just because
likely if you're in the medical profession or dental profession, you're going to get sued. It just happens.
You're an American. The likelihood is you're going to get sued.
Yes.
Oh.
So I'm not. I don't know. What do you think about this whole Yelp reference? Do you think that was code of some sort?
They said it was. They thought it was code, right? The prosecutor.
That's what they said.
Stanford said thought it was code. I didn't see it that way. I saw the whole transcript being one of like he's trying to find out by asking all these other things if it's really has to do with what he thinks it is. He's eliminating all these stuff. That
Yeah,
maybe
all through his head, he's
that's
ticking
not
things
good.
off, and then he's calling back. What about this? How about that?
Yeah,
And he just
because he
won't
wants to
shut
know.
up.
He wants to know what happened to her. I mean, because
Yeah.
I think he knows that this was relating to the hit, right? He knows it, and he wants her to tell him. And the more she won't tell him, the more he knows that it's related to the hit. You know.
I'm getting that from everybody else too. Hey, Madera Beach caregiver, it's been a while. How you been? Hope everything's all right. I think it was his insecurity and probably history with having had bad Yelp reviews, which is weird because I don't generally go to Yelp for my medical or dental, recommendations, but some people must.
Yeah, somebody asked us about Enrique Delgado. I actually did post that on our Twitter account that they said blunt force trauma was the cause of death, but I didn't read the whole article, but I did post that, by the way.
What are we talking about now?
Enrique Delgado came up, Carl Sharkey, also in Massachusetts, that they posted the cause of his death was blunt force trauma. And that would happen in boxing. But I haven't read the whole article because I've been a little busy here.
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
Along with everyone who's written us, that initially today I was going to use this week of my vacation to get through all the cases that we want to go through. I know that there's people that have written us to help them, and we're going to do that. And it may have to be with the sideshow that we're going to run that we're pre-tape, calling The Hunt, as opposed to our live shows. Also, somebody wants us to cover Jose Baez's trial. Ironically enough, I did get an email from his office yesterday. So that's the one that I think
What
is.
what is that one? When's that coming up?
I think that's supposed to be the end of September in Florida, but I'll have to check that out. I haven't had time to check that out either. So we have a lot going on. Plus, we have our own legal work. I mean, in case you haven't remembered. Like I have like clients. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got my period of hell, September 15, October 15, a lot of deadlines, but as usual, we'll work around it.
We'll work around it. I mean, when we don't have to be on the air all day, it's a little bit easier, especially if we can pre-tape a couple episodes.
And I wonder, as we're, kicking around as we come up on our 1-year anniversary and we're trying to figure out what works, what doesn't, what do people appreciate, what do they care about? I really don't know. I see other creators who do very well just with a synthesized show at the end of the day, right? I see others who do well with this, wall-to-wall coverage, as we used to call it. So I don't know. I'm not sure where we fit in the mix, to be honest with you. I know there are cases that come along where we feel like we should do this kind of coverage, but it seems to be more case-specific than just, hey, let's do one every time.
Right. No, I don't think we're going to do it. This has been a case that's been on your radar for a very long time. And we had said that we were going to cover this. We were going to actually prioritize this over Koberger if this went, if you recall. But this has been, we have filed all these cases from the original trial on when we were at Law and Crime. And so this has been on your radar to be down there and, the whole time,
Yeah,
so.
and I'm glad the timing worked out, and I'm going to try and cozy up to Kappelman tomorrow, and I mean that in the most professional way, just to drop off a card and say, look, we're, when the dust settles, love to hear from you.
Right.
I'd love to have both her and Ms. Dugan on. I think that would be amazing.
Right, I love that because then the prosecutors do that after they finish trials. If they get a conviction, they go on there, and we'd love to be the one.
She was on something. Maybe you remember she appeared on something. It might have been, I don't know, it might have been Surviving the Survivor, it might have been Joel's show.
I don't remember.
But that was obviously before this case. So she was willing to go on and talk when this case was still pending. So anyway, we've exchanged knowing glances in and out of the courtroom. So I'm just going to officially make my request before I get out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We've been on this, and I think she's done. I think she and Ms. Dugan have done a wonderful job. Initially, when we were first covering this on Law and Crime, I think one of the early trials, I wasn't too sure about her. I think it was because it was the first case where Katie Magbanua, all right, and I thought the attorneys did a good job with that, and I was like, oh, I'm not too sure about this, but she has, especially as she's going along. To me, this case seems like the strongest presentation of all the cases.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to work with, and I'm really waiting to see how she ties it up at the end, which is critical because there are people that need to be, handheld, get them from point A to point B, and in this case to point C and D.
Yeah.
before they can make the connections they need to get a conviction.
And remember, this is a 12-person jury.
It is.
Okay?
Yeah.
Usually in Florida, unless you're seeking the death penalty, it's only 6 people.
I know. Very odd. Another oddity here.
Yeah, another oddity here. So, I don't, unless you've got really, unless the defense has done a bang-up job picking a jury and it found the odd person out who hates the government, I don't think they've been thematic. I went through a whole thing with how they failed to cross-examine Corbett correctly, right? And they could have done it in 10 minutes. And a whole thing of how you would do it. And I just, not to make their points and to be thematic. And I just, they had some good points, but they're getting, to me, Michael, I don't know, maybe I'm being too critical. They're getting lost in the presentation by the defense.
Well, here's part of the reason I think that's true. Remember, coming into this, based on the pretrial motions, I assumed Zellman was far and away lead counsel. By that, I mean that Jackie Fulford was going to do lesser witnesses, and well, boom, she comes out doing the opening. She's handled as many important witnesses as he has, and frankly, I think maybe on balance done a better job. Not perfect, but I think a little better. And so I think they're deferring too much to one another. You'll notice with every witness when he or she are doing cross-exam, they say, just a moment, Your Honor, and they go back and they confer with whomever is not doing the examination before they let the witness go. So
that's actually good practice. We do that.
It is in general. I get that, but I see it here almost as if there's no leader. That's what I'm getting.
No leader. Okay, you're right. There's no one.
They're truly co-counsel, and I think that can cause problems when it comes to strategy, when it comes to the presentation, and I just sense a little of that because they have those halting moments.
Yeah, very halting, and even in the presentation, just very halting, and therefore you're losing the theme of the cross-examination, which has had some good points. But if you had to go back and look at it, I have to really go back and look at it instead of saying, "Oh yeah, this is how I'm feeling," because jurors decide by feel a lot of times too.
Sure.
They've got a feel as to how they're. What's going on. And so I'm going to ask you, as I asked you as we close the show tonight, do you think that nexus has been met with Donna Adelson?
I think we're 90% there now. I think most out is gone, in my opinion. I'd like to see just a little bit more, which I think is coming when we see the rest or hear the rest of the phone conversations, and we're going to see those charts again, I'm sure, with maybe different numbers on them in terms of connecting these different co-conspirators. I think they've done a great job. Remember, the prosecution's case is never as strong as it is when they rest, right?
Right, strongest time.
It better be, you better be ready to go and convict, because otherwise it's an acquittal. I wanted to put that question up, which
I'm sorry. Did I just take it down?
I didn't get around to it, but it was a question. Oh, there it is. Let me bring it back up. How does Wendi look in person? Does she look how she does on the TV, or is the TV kind to people's true looks? No, I think she's attractive. Of course, I've been blamed about, like somehow I'm favoring her, or somehow.
No, you weren't favoring her. You criticized her dress.
Well, it's different. But I've said many times I think she's an attractive woman.
Typical man.
And I think that she comes off on in person. She's taller. She had on her espadrilles. Did I pronounce that right? Espadrilles. Right. They're kind of a relatively low heel, right?
Right, a wedge.
Yeah, a wedge. Because I was wondering from that one picture we saw the day she didn't testify. Look at that; those are strappy shoes, maybe a little too spiky, a little too inappropriate for the court. But she wore very appropriate shoes, and the dress when she got up did hang, as you suggested, fine. And she did wear the same outfit, and as women would say, you can't be wasting an outfit. She just sat there in the hallway with that outfit. She got to come back the next day, rocking it for the jury.
Yeah.
My experience with her outside of the courtroom was not pleasant, so I'm not gauging her on that, because I was rude enough to ask her to sign her book as she toddled off with her team. I've mentioned that before, and she was abrupt and not friendly at the least. So I think she's putting it on for the jury. I probably saw the other end of the spectrum. I cannot judge her entirely by that one little interaction.
Okay. All right. So 90% there in your mind with Donna Adelson. I think that, I think the bump to me did it maybe because we know it was coming and we know the transcripts. But I'd be waiting with bated breath for Sanford, because remember,
Mike Easter said this was his show. He would have picked the UCO. He would have had the transcripts. He would have done what to say. This was his show at this point. And so, and I think he's doing a great job on the stand.
Yeah, and and super friendly. He was, I try not to, especially when somebody's in the midst of their testimony. I don't know. I could be, threatened with witness intimidation. But
only in the Massachusetts.
Yeah, only in Massachusetts. But he was very friendly, chatty, and we stayed away from anything, specific to the case, other than, do you think this is going to be the last one? And he teased me on that. Who knows? Who knows? I think if he retires before the next person's arrested, he retires, then I think it's over. And he could always come back as the retired FBI specialist, as so many of them seem to do. In fact, I think it's almost unusual that he's still working. We get so many of these FBI guys that are retired. In this case, we've had a lot of them still in the field.
Right. And, he may want to see this case all the way through. If indeed all the way through is the arrest of another Adelson family member. And look, maybe they want to put the pressure on Dad. Maybe if Donna gets convicted and he's 81, he doesn't have anyone to fall back with. Maybe they put the pressure on him. We'll give you immunity, but we want to know what happened.
Boy, that would mean he'd have to, roll over on his daughter.
That's hard. Wow. That's impossible.
I mean, especially
no father's going to do that.
Position. Assume that his wife gets convicted.
Right.
His son's already convicted.
Right.
The other son is estranged as the black sheep of the family. Are you going to turn in your last kid?
I don't think so.
I don't either. So the question, I think, because I've heard more about Harvey in this case than in any of the others, and it just makes me wonder: do they have a plan for the guy? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. Maybe they go to Wendi and to say, hey,
maybe that's your dad. Wow.
Well, arrest her and say, you can tell us the truth, and we'll part of the deal will be we want to indict your dad. I mean, that's the other alternative.
Okay, I got you.
Well,
there's a reason I call it as the Adelsons turn on one another.
It is
unlike anything I've ever seen before.
Do you have any plans tonight to do any other?
I'm actually just going to go to Wendy's. Oh no, wait a minute. I'm going to go to where she used to live, just because I talked about that neighborhood. I think it's reasonable to see how it varies from the one we looked at on Trescott. No big deal, but just a quick drive through, or maybe I'll walk around. Sometimes you bump into neighbors that have been there a long time, and I'd love to hear from somebody that was here at or about the time she was there.
Right.
So we'll see what happens.
Okay. All right. I'll keep it.
Check out some of the other things I've dropped.
I've reposted everything that you dropped in JSTV and our YouTube channel already.
Very cool.
Right.
All right, then.
Cool. Very cool. Working really hard.
This is not work, as I tell my wife. I'm just messing around. Okay.
Tomorrow morning.
Is somebody going to take us out? Because I cannot be trusted from here in the field. So
wait. Here's your I'm going to say, please hit the subscribe, like, share, notify button, because we have all of you watching, but we seem to be stopped at the subscription. So that's because everyone's weird. Watching. Yeah. No one just won't hit that subscribe. Please hit that subscribe button for us. We really would like to get to 30,000 in the next 3 weeks before our 1-year anniversary. We're almost there. Okay. And then I turn it over to you, who says,
and I say. We'll see you tomorrow. In the meantime, this is Justice Served TV. Try to do the right thing.
Out.
Oh, then we're out.
Riding flames, they charge with mine.